This has got to be it. There's nothing else that I can do besides throw to lose. I'm not gonna get out. I'm not gonna get outplayed. See, that's what I get for saying stuff.
Sinner.
What?
Holy shit, we did it. Oh my fucking god, man. That is the most fucking painful fucking stage, dude. Holy shit. I finally beat that.
My favorite Brendan Bottom song is Be Nice to Me.
My favorite song is If It Were Up to Me.
My favorite song is Be Nice to Me.
The latest album, which is releasing today, is going to be Curse.
Favorite song, I swear to God, the devil made me do it. Favorite song, all of them are good. Probably Ginger, though.
My favorite concert ever is Anthony Victoria.
They don't call. You were here the whole time. They don't call. What? Where did you come from?
You know, I'm pissed. Why am I?
Far troll before.
What?
お姉ちゃんの弟になるからね。弟？うん。よろしく。
Wow!
ちっちゃいな。
Okay, that's a little more direct than I had
何よ。ねえ。もらった。
What?
ドラマ。
He stole her purse!
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Jeez Louise, I just love when Better Twitch TV decides to update out of the blue on this Chromium window here that my chat runs on, and then decides to, without informing me whatsoever, it decides out of the blue to disable 7TV emotes, resulting in me going crazy as I attempt to rack my brain in my head as to where all the 7TV emotes have gone. Oh wait, they've just been disabled without my consent, and I had to dig into the settings of this rusty-ass BTTV extension, which I kind of don't even want anymore, just to re-enable 7TV stuff. It's the very definition of annoying. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to another swollen __ dingus stream in the evening time. Sorry we were not here for the past 2 days. I got no excuse. Yes, we love laziness. Chalk it up to stuff in reality, and the time got away from me, as it tends to. But guess what? We're here now. No, we're so glad to be here. We're gonna continue with our post-race with Turvin victory lap chill. We got some puzzling to do and some videos to watch. A big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen __ ones who are here existing in the now, and the ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Such as Golem, who literally responded right as I click start streaming. It doesn't get more terrifying than that, buddy. UNFW1, the unfun one. Eddie B, 43, Sweet Bean, 96, Kasugana Sakura, who wants me to rescue them from the snore boar that is like a sleeper while watching the night stream. Talk about a chore, right? We have GRB, Kamino Yurishi. We got Cam, hello Cam. Egg Gang, 1738. Time for the victory lap, but we're definitely not gonna fail for. Imagine thinking that I would fail. Look at how many lives I have. I got 28 lives. That's the same amount of stars I got. We're not even like 5 stars here. We're 28 stars. This is 28-star content channel. Okay, but when we last left off, ladies and gentlemen, we were racing Almighty Turvin on day 1, Dingus on day 1. We got through literally 6 worlds. We were perfecting the stages. However, I realized partway through the race that Tevin was not interested in perfecting the races, and I also came to the stunning realization that perfecting the stages was not a requirement of the race itself. So terrified was I that Tevin was 2 to 3 levels ahead of me that I decided to stop perfecting the levels so that I could catch up. And then ultimately I did around here, one of these levels, and then we got past them. And it kind of just stayed that way for the rest of the race, which is a good thing because it ended right around the time that Dave went live for his Friday Night Fight stream. This is where we left it off. Pick up Sweet Bean for their 20 stream streak, and they say, yippee! And Eddie B, 43, with the same amount of time. 20 stream streak there. They're like, they're neck and neck. They're fighting each other. I gotta do like a 4 a.m. writing stream so one of them loses their streak. I knock. And Eddie B says, you skipped 2 days and you still couldn't fill me. Look, we don't even do Saturdays anyway. We don't do Saturday streams. And so Sunday, you got me on Sunday. I was actually supposed to do things Sunday. But stuff came up. Okay, we got the DK boss here. I'm gonna do the levels that I didn't perfect in order. We gotta get a gold star for every stage. You know how I am. And then at a certain point, I have some stuff I need to watch. I am aware of things that have been released, and there's stuff that I need to look at. I see Vosh, the guy, the horsecock man. He released a nearly 2-hour cope. His grand defense for having horsecock on his work computer. Now, I haven't seen anything of it. I saw a tweet that Jersh put out explaining the video for people who don't have 2 hours to spare. You know, literally everybody that's outside of this sector. You know, they don't have the time to spare to watch 2 hours of a guy defending why he has horsecock on his hard drive, along with suspicious pictures of like lolicon and all that. But suffice to say, the explanation Jersh had, the way he summed it up, basically amounted to Vosh says he saved the pictures because the smaller size of the characters made the cocks bigger, and he wasn't saving it for the characters, he was saving it for the horsecock itself. Like, okay, the character being smaller made the horsecock bigger, and it was the horsecock that turned him on and not the characters depicted. Which is like, wow. I bet he was in his Discord with his mods workshopping for days coming up with an excuse like that. I mean, okay, like, you call Dingus crisis management, What would I have done? What would I have told him to do in that situation if he had hired my services for damage control? I probably would have told him to just say he had that stuff because he was planning a video to debunk the Nazis who jerk off to that stuff. I'm jerking off too to the easy money, the re-up tier 1 for 13 months. I don't have a message, but thank you. You came in and you clicked on the stream at the perfect time as I talk about Vosh's love for horsecock. So I do have to take a look at this video. I'm sure some of you may have already seen it. Some of you may not have seen it, and I understand your aversion to wanting to watch anything to do with Vosh, let alone what kind of porn he likes. And what sick things he's into. But as a consumer of things in the sector, which is basically things tangentially related to Ralph and the people who comment and make fun of Ralph, I owe it to myself to see what this is all about, because you got like kerfuffles entering in the mix. You got Tipster and like, God, fucking Tipster. I got oh, Tipster, jeez. Like, just when I think, like, people like Vito, or who's the other guy? They're all interchangeable, if you ask me. Just when I think, like, it can't get any worse than Vito or Mr. Girl. Yeah, Tipster. Tipster. So, Tipster is existing again. He was a Kumite hanger-on from the old IBS days, just like Cog. Well, I don't think even Cog would be defending and saying some of the stuff the Tipster was saying the past week. Not racist, but all RedTubers look alike. I wouldn't even call Tipster a RedTuber, really. He's just kind of a... I don't even know what Tipster's in it for. He's like... Okay, so he was in the commentary community with, who the fuck? Who? Boblax, Augie, Mamenko. Okay, that's the first L of the stream. The commentary community. So when I say comment, I'm thinking people like Boblax and Augie and Nicholas Deorio, which is another name that just makes me go, ah. In the same kind of breath as Tipster and Vito. And I swear there's one more that makes me just go, why am I even alive? Who am I thinking of? Keemstar comes to mind as well, obviously. Tommy C? But I'm not thinking of Tommy C. They're all interchangeable. I'll think of them eventually. The Quarter Pounder? Yeah, the Quarter Pounder's also there. But that group is, that little sector of YouTube is like dedicated to snaking each other over the pettiest of things. I can't even, I wouldn't even, if you asked me like who's friends with who and who's enemies with who, I wouldn't even be able to draft the web for you. It's too tangled for me to even comprehend. But I think it's safe to say everyone hates Tipster. Is that cool? I can't think of anyone that's cool. Like, I think even Kerfuffles disavow Tipster and the time it's taken for me to look at this fucking video. I know they've disavowed Vosh. Not even disavow. I think it's just more, it's no longer in their interest to defend Vosh. What was there to defend anyway? Just capping because, H3 Man spoke on it. Hey, Gondola. Yeah, it's like reality TV. A lot of this sector can be described as that. But we'll take a look at that once I stop dying. Hey, TRPG. You go ahead and scroll. Thank you again, Easy Money. The tier 1 re-up. 13 months. 4 AM would fuck me. I'm out of here before then on weekdays. Cogging and seeding. Vosh is just a degen. We already knew this. Yeah, the weird thing with the Vosh stuff is most people like in the Ralph sector already knew that about Vosh, or even people who are at least tangential to that. It's like the commentary. A lot of those people in the commentary committee who are speaking out about Vosh, a lot of them knew about it. Especially the ones that pay attention to the Ralph stuff. So like the Mamenkos of the world, the Augies, the Boblaxes. They already all knew this stuff about Vosh. And it's been commented before, but I guess it just wasn't. It didn't really have a grain of salt. It was nothing more than a grain of salt to it, even though. Even though the stuff with the horse, okay, the Discord stuff, the Discord messages with the horse cock, that's been known for ages. But I guess the defense against it, you know, wasn't enough. There wasn't nothing. It's just text. There's really nothing more to it than just Vosh saying he likes horsecock. You really didn't have a slam dunk situation until that moment where he showed his hard drive. Well, not even his hard drive. I say it's the default down. Wasn't it the default download? It was like a folder of stuff to sort, and his taxes were there, which is probably the most hilarious part. But yeah. So yeah, that was like the silver bullet, but the minor details themselves, which is him liking horsecock, period, that's been known about, and people have spoken up against it. But they knew. I guess it's fair that Vosh wasn't tied, like the noose wasn't tied for Vosh sooner, because it was just Discord stuff at the time, and you could say, oh look, it's just Discord, it doesn't prove anything. Well, guess what? There was smoke. And a fire was located. Hey, JC. Yeah, people have been calling Vosh a horsefucker for years. Again, but you got people like H3 who... I don't even think this is news to H3, because H3 has done stuff with Vosh before. So I think H3 is pretending like this is the first time he's discovered this, but I feel like he's in enough of a know to know that stuff about Vosh already, and he's just kind of operating on... What do they call it? Where... There's a term for it. I'm having a brain fart right now. The minor details? Oh. Eddie V. I see the pun there. Hey, Jezzy. How dare you hate on Nicholas Diorio? His videos on Bunty King were fantastic. I haven't seen any Nicholas Diorio stuff. Except for that one video he did on Ralph that Ralph got very upset about. That was ages ago. Yeah, okay, Easy Money's got it. The willful ignorance and plausible deniability. I can't believe those terms escaped my mind just then and there. But yes, the willful ignorance and plausible deniability of it to act like he didn't already know. But I think he's involved enough in that breadtuber sphere to know, like, didn't he have the whole show with Hassan that went under that was like Breadwinners, or that wasn't the name? Look, he's involved enough that I can't believe it when you tell me this is like the very first time he's ever known about Vosh liking horsecock and him wanting to be a horse fucker and all that. I just can't believe it. But he's weaponizing the willful ignorance and plausible deniability to create a scenario where he can be the one with the gun to shoot the silver bullet through Vosh's neck. Now that silver bullet is deserved, but I'm kind of thinking like, but H3, you knew, Rue. Well, I'm alleging that they knew because I just can't, I can't buy that this is the first time he's known about it. Because it feels like whenever you bring up Vosh, that stuff is always discussed. How could he have not known? He's done things with Vosh. Which he said as much in his podcast. I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as the end game of Vosh being hung is achieved. Which is not an end game that I'm against either, because it's fucking tanky commie breadtuber that's in the horses. No. Another thing, okay, so obviously the stuff with the lolicon hentai and the PDF stuff, the defense of that, like there's no defending it, there's no cope against it. Like obviously straight to the wall to the wood chipper, there's no defending it. On that note, however, isn't it kind of fucked up that society is degraded to a point where, okay, yes, you're hyper-focusing on that stuff, because it is disgusting, and he does need to face the wall, and there's no defense for it, but why are we kind of, like, from what I'm seeing of all these people talking about, they're not as hyper-focused on the horse fucking? Like, has society degraded to such a point where we're, like, okay with the horse? Like, I'm not even saying okay, but, like, the bestiality shit, didn't we have the zoophilia leaks from a few years ago? Why aren't people just as pissed off about the horsecock shit? It feels like, okay, my main takeaway from people's reactions to it is that they seem to look at the horsecock stuff as a joke, the horse fucking. This dude literally wants to either fuck a horse or he wants to be fucked by a horse. And this is like just as much justification to be sent to the wood chipper as the PDF's shit and his allegations and defenses against it. But it seems like people see that part as a joke, and the PDF stuff is the stuff that they take seriously. When in reality, they should take both seriously, and I agree, the PDF stuff is worse, but it's like, they're both bad. Like, they're both degenerative, degrading shit. They're both terrible. They're both awful. You need to... The horse fucking shit is not a meme. It is not a joke. I truly do and believe that he wants to be bent over a table and rammed by a fucking horse. This is not okay. This is not a joke. You can hear the laughter in my voice, but I'm very disturbed by that man and the thought of him being anywhere near a horse. Could you imagine if he was in Brokeback Mountain? No, the whole movie would have to be renamed Brokebuck Mountain. He wouldn't be fucking the cowboy, he'd be fucking the cowboy's horse. Yeah, okay, Donald, you bring up a good point. It's the same reaction to the bear sex. Like, how people treated the bear sex thing was very odd in all those mainstream journals justifying the bear sex. It's kind of like how I see people now with the horse. Like, bro, he wants to have sex with a horse. He wants to violate a horse. What is the matter with you? This is bad. He should be shamed, and he is being shamed. But I feel like people think that's like a funny thing. Like, you can have some fun with that. Like, objectively, it is more amusing than the defending the PDF stuff. Him doing that is disgusting. There's no joking with that. There's nothing funny about it whatsoever. There is humor to see in the horse shit, but at the same time, at least acknowledge that bestiality is also a crime. Like, people were so worked up with the... I can't even remember the dude's name at this point. The zoophilia stuff. Like, it seemed like people were worked up again. They were worked up into a frenzy about it years ago. Where did that fire go? What was his name? The dude who got, like, raked over the coals for admitting to abusing animals. Like, if you abuse animals or kids, they're... Fuck you! I don't know what to say! Fuck off! Okay, Kirill the Wolf, thank you enough. It's just weird that we had the fire for those zoophilia freaks years ago, and now it seems to have cooled, and either it's not taken as seriously as it once was back then with the Kiro stuff, but now it's just like, haha, funny jokes, like, all the time, like the bear sex or the horse fuckery. It's okay to see humor in it, but it should not be... The humor should not be all of it, because the man does want to fuck a horse. I would not trust him near the stables. I wouldn't trust him near Cat. But that's kind of like my most preachy takeaway from the whole situation is that I wish people would come at the bestiality shit with just as much ire, because it is disgusting. Just the PDF stuff alone and defending that. And the possession of all the I don't even want to say, am I even allowed to say it on here? I'm just gonna keep it the PDF. Just that stuff should have them, like, put to the wood chipper. But the bestiality, like, come on. We'll get to it. We will get to it. That's the most of what I have to say on the matter. It's just you can have your horse cock jokes. I just wish that people would also acknowledge that, hey, that's kind of like he really does want to fuck horses. That's not cool. Hey, Carl. I just had my controversial take on Vosh defending horse cock. Thank you, Papuku and Pipimi, for the 20 stream streak. Thank you for not ruining your streak last night. Yeah, stuff came up. I had to be places, so I wasn't able to boot up. Even though I wanted to, but I'm here now. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Cenk Uygur also defended fucking bestiality, and that dude wanted to run for office. It's like what do they call it? A slippery slope, like the acceptance of crazy shit over time. We see it in the now. Ah, yes. With the liberal tolerance and acceptance of shit that 30 years ago would have been considered asinine to even entertain in public society. But it seems like the more you entertain and have tolerance for this chicanery, the more the snowball is gonna roll down that slippery slope and get more wild over time. So I just want to, please do make your horse jokes. I don't want to clutch pearls over that specifically or police it, but please also understand he's okay. I don't have the proof that he's an animal fucker, that he has fucked an animal in reality, in existence right now. I cannot tell you that Vosh has raped a horse. However, I can tell you with 110% conviction that I do believe he would if given the chance, he absolutely would. And he must be kept away from your pets at all costs. Maybe he should try violating a horse. Anyone who knows horses knows it won't end well for him. I'm unsure how I feel about what I'm hearing as I'm gaming. I'm sorry, Bean. You're definitely not in the know about it. The PDF stuff is bad, but it's weird that no one's bad. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, that is all I'm saying to your PG. The PDF stuff is bad. It is objectively bad. There's no cope or defense over it. But I already knew he was making... I knew those clips were out already. Now, I'm just Mr. Nobody Mr. Dingus. There's not much I can do to raise attention. But you know who else knew those clips existed? Everyone in that commentary sphere that's going after Vosh now. Everyone knew. Everyone knew that he liked horse cock. Those Discord DMs have been out for a minute. Everyone knew he had those defenses over child PDF stuff. Like those clips are ancient. They're old. They're fossils. And only now does Vosh get sent to the wall for it because the right opportunity came along. Now, better late than never. You know, better late to get Vosh now before he does something. You know, acts upon the urges of his desires to fuck a horse. But that's all I'm saying to your RPG is that it feels like they're going at one with fire and ire because it's the easiest one to go at. You know, universally accepted that it's wrong, and it is wrong, the child stuff. There's no defense against it. Fuck them for that. Fuck them 110 and 1000% for it. But it seems like society's great to a point where people are a bit more iffy on the bestiality stuff, which is like crazy to me. Because it's fucking an animal. It's like graping Donkey Kong over here. Vosh wants to grape Donkey Kong. It's crazy. It's like sticking your dick in this fiery bird. No. No! Why are people scared to hyper-focus on that and say that that is just as bad as the other thing? That's why again, I'm calling it a slippery slope. It feels like we had the fire with the Kiro shit, but since that was a couple years ago, and I guess we just haven't had furry controversies of that magnitude since then to kind of keep the fire consistent. Things have kind of like, I'm okay. My dinger theory is that things have possibly mellowed since then. I think didn't Kiro come back, or one of his acolytes came back, and they kind of like, they're under the radar now and nobody really cares about him anymore. I'm thinking things have kind of mellowed out and people they're just not talking about it, but those people still exist. They're still around. They know what they did. They know what they said. Dinger is very erect for Vosh's antics. No, I'm actually very flaccid. I'm trying to relax my dingus. We're gonna have to watch this eventually. I'm not sure what I'm gonna think. I know Shroom already watched it. I know UNF watched it. I don't know anything about what's in it aside from Jersh's tweet summarizing it. Most of these lib commentary guys have a mega weird history of porn. Yeah. It was mostly just the farms. There were a lot of people defending him. Yeah, another thing, because it was from what was discovered. Vosh either hosts a lot of these people, or there's like server hosting. Vosh is involved technically with some of these people, or I guess there's like an incentive to have his back, which is why if you're seeing people stay silent about him or not really speak their piece, consider that. I think the Kino Casino looked into it. Vosh has like a server, and he hosts a couple people in that tanky sphere. It's just something to keep in mind, baby. Thank you, Pim Pam, for the 1 month at tier 1 for 6 months, half a year. It is Mario Monday, isn't it? God damn it, I didn't put that in the title. It's just, it's been quite the week for it. I still gotta catch up with the chat. No. Bestiality is what Sonic's all about these days. If only it stayed at like the disgusting Sonic autism instead of expanding. Expanding to the desire to, in reality, grape horses in the now. Even RTU said he would stop making horse. Yeah, like when you got even RTU fucked enough to not want to joke about something, cucumbers. That's when you know it's over. Yeah, Zoophilia has never been cool, Carl. It's just weird that, like, Carl, you know what it is, because Carl knows society is degraded to a point where the people that are at the top, Carl, they are those liberal types of people who want to open dialogues about that shit, and it's like, no, it's just as bad. Like, that could be someone's pet or something, and you're trying to make that cool? Wait, he's still running for president? It doesn't matter if it's a check said it's okay if the animals. That doesn't. That's like some weird loophole, Carl. Chegg said it's okay if the animal's the one fight. That doesn't matter. That's still bad. Hey, Goki. Yeah, so Carl remembers. Carl's in the know as much as I am. He's been defending it for years, and everyone accepted it. Yeah, they waited, Carl. They waited till the big guy spoke on it. That's it. That's all it is. They waited till the big guy spoke on it. It's just like when okay, let me equate it to something in the sector. The people who made fun of Ralph before it was cool to make fun of Ralph, they were all the small trolls, the PvPs of the world. Like back when PvP was really small, no one like watched them really. It was either PvP or Godwinson. It wasn't really cool to mock Ralph, really, until Medicare did. When Medicare gave the okay, that's when everyone started making fun of Ralph, and everyone like turned on it on a dime. Everyone started making the jokes, and the thing is, you could tell that these people made fun of Ralph behind the scenes, like behind his fucking back. They were all making the jokes. They were all like anonymous on Cal, mocking Ralph, but they wouldn't do it to Ralph's face until Medicare started making fun of. They waited until the big guy gave the okay to mock the guy before they started doing it. And I see that as the same situation here with Ethan and Vosh. They waited until the mouthpiece, the big mouthpiece, said it was okie dokie, and then they started doing it. PvP was small ones. Look, even you know what I mean. I mean channel size, not weight. Look, okay, there's no way he was always that big, Eddie. Leave him alone. And hello, Goon. We're doing Mario vs. Donkey Kong Goon, Tevin's favorite game. Celebrating my victory lap over Tevin by redoing a couple of levels that I didn't perfect during the race. Because I realized early on Tevin was not doing the levels 100%. So he was breezing by him too quickly and getting the lead over me. Thus, so too must I backtrack to these levels and redo them for 100%, because you know how I roll. Hey, this comes from a fellow Morbid who was always big. Does the B and Eddie B stand for big? Donkey Kong would demolish Vosh, let's be real. Yeah, it probably would. It uses his head as a bongo. Am I going to watch the new Carl? Okay, I didn't know Carl Jobs had a video out. I'll watch it, JC. Could care less about the Vosh drama. You can't really touch him unless he actually commits a crime for the most part. That's the sad good thing about it, but I thought about how PPP put it. I listened to PPP's take on Vosh, and maybe we'll take a look at that take too. PPP said there's essentially a ceiling for how high Vosh can go as a creator. He probably won't be getting any more invites to the White House. As a result of this controversy, he has now hit the ceiling, the highest amount of attention and kind of like stardom he can achieve as a breadtuber. And he's like hit the peak now, and this situation has caused him to hit the ceiling. Like, he's not going anywhere above where he is now. He'll probably still have an audience. He'll probably there will still be people watching Vosh somehow, some way. There will still be people giving Vosh money. There will still be people defending Vosh. Unironically, probably even years from now, there'll probably be people coping and capping about Vosh, saying he did absolutely nothing wrong. Yeah, it's disgusting to think about, but it probably will be the case. But he probably won't get any bigger than he is now. Like, he's hit the zenith, the zenith of everything he could hope to accomplish. Like, he won't be going back to the White House. I think he had a trip already over there. He won't be getting invites to talk to certain creators. Definitely not the people who have made fun of him and spoken out on him. He's kind of like now trapped in the. He's written himself into a corner, kind of like Ralph. Kind of like a lot like how Ralph has an ever shrinking viewer base. There will always be people watching Ralph, sadly. There'll always be people giving Ralph $1 here and there for $1 TTS. But it's slowly going to be shrinking. Like, Ralph hit the peak, and it's but nothing but decline from there. Vosh hit the peak as a result of this, and it ain't going to be nothing but decline from there. When you watch the Vosh video, just think of who it reminds you of, Dave, and how he tries to justify himself. So many things can be related to Dave, huh? I haven't even watched a pre-stream or any of his gameplay today. When Dinger's Twitter likes get exposed, everyone else in the sector gonna be ripping on him. All my Twitter likes, mind you, are Donald Trump tweets from the early 2010s before he became president, when he was way more funnier on Twitter. Like, he was funny during presidency, but he was like, it was leashed. He was like unleashed before he became president. And Garfield pictures. Is Gardevoir no, Gardevoir, no! No, why would Gardevoir be kosher? Hey, GPM. Oh, we got GPM Fire Emblem emotes. Big ups. Thank you, Pimp Pam, for the 7-stream streak. It's Eddie Bay? Is it? Eddie OB? Hey, Nurgle. Oh, that's not Nurgle, that's Heavy Metal Gamer. I'm sorry, Heavy Metal Gamer, you have the same name tag color as Nurgle. We've already been over this, about how I sometimes identify users based on the color of their name tags. I'm dyslexic. I'm attracted to colors before text. Yeah, he was at the White House, I believe, with the... I want to say it was with Destiny? Goon might remember, because I may have bugged you about it, Goon. Wasn't it Destiny and Vosh went to the White House and they had to play nice or something? It was, I think Kerfuffles may have been there too. Like, they all had to play nice with each other, even though they so obviously all have problems with each other. But they were all invited up there to go hang out with Biden. And they all had to play nice and pretend they were all kosher pals with each other, even though that was absolutely not the case. And I think that was last year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kerfuffles, Brianna Wu? I think Brianna Wu was there. They weren't allowed to meet by. Yeah, they didn't want. Could you imagine? Oh, could you imagine the kind of talking heads that would be intervening in this controversy if, like, a picture of Vosh with Biden existed? Could you imagine if Vosh met Biden and then took a picture with him, and not even a year later this shit happens? Sheesh! You would have even Tucker talking about this. Get you a cookie tomorrow at work for the birthday. Well, thank you, Heavy Metal Gamer. I'm gonna agree with Heavy Metal Gamer that I am his coworker Luke to throw off people trying to dox me. Of course, my name is Luke, and it's my birthday today, and I'm Heavy Metal Gamer's coworker, and we work at the factory making what do we make? Do we make cakes? We make cakes at the cake factory. Oh, the White House thing got canceled? Did it? Because of Hassan? That tracks. No, my name isn't Mark Dingle. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get back to the game. Alright, I'm caught up with chat. So I hear they changed the music to this level, Fire Mountain. Actually noticing it now that I listen to it, this doesn't sound like it was on the GBA at all. Why would they change the music? Some of the music I recognize as remixes from the GBA. Odd design choice, right? Oh, it could be a rights thing, like how certain composers have the rights to their music, like Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest, which is why those series, they got no music in Smash Brothers because of it. Shit. Oh, that's not a hit? It feels like sometimes Mario he doesn't die to stuff that should kill him. Does he have like, because he doesn't have a life bar. He's got HP points that I can't see. Okay, we work shipping together. Alright, I'll make sure not to tell on you for using your phone while working. I know warehouse bosses hate that. You can't listen to music while you're packing things. What? Why not? It's not like you need to fucking listen to anybody while you're doing that. How's Dingus's work ethic? Well, Pim Pam, you weren't here for year 1 of Dingus, where I would have like a work rant every fucking day. I still have work rants that I would like to give, but I will not give them because I honestly think I went too hard with the work rants the first year, so I'm kind of like dialing it back. But I understand how me not talking about that stuff anymore would lead you to believe that I am massively lazy and not willing to put in the effort to, do stuff. It's wrong. I actually work too hard, if anything. Yeah, see, look, Carl's got it. I'm a company man. The thing is, Carl says I am a company man, but my issue during year 1 was me realizing that while I am a company man, I am not meant to be one. I serve better as a cog in the machine who takes orders from a company man. I should not be the one giving out the directive. I should be the one following the directive. You just tell me something to do, and you like set me to do something for like 8 hours, and that's it. Like, okay, I'm good. I clock in and do my thing, and I clock out. And that's it. There's nothing else to it. But when you tell me to like do this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that, and I gotta like order around a squad of minions who don't do any of that, so I have to do their jobs on top of mine? No, I can't take it. Let me just, is there any way I can get demoted? Yeah, I'm a follower, not a leader. I turned down a manager position at my first job because I'm the same way. Yeah, it's like, it was that issue. They tricked me, Bean. I don't know if you know, but they tricked me because I got the position because of COVID. They were like, oh, it's COVID, so it's like gonna be super easy. No, it was not. I had to ask them to transfer another manager to help me out because I was new to the whole managering thing. But suffice to say, a manager I am not. I'm not a managing style guy. So I left the business. I hope to never return. Yeah, dude, JC, they literally told me that. JC, they quite literally, I'm sure maybe you've had people tell you that too. That's why you're telling me that. They actually said, oh, it's just, you'll just be doing the same shit you always do, Dingus, except you get more money. Right? And it's like COVID and stuff, so less people are coming to the store. Ah, yes. I was a very impressionable Dingus. I listened to him. I shouldn't have. And yet I did. We all know what happened from there. Fucking whole ass Dingus streams getting interrupted for an hour as I attend to some bullshit. But, yeah, I don't like to go into it too much anymore because I don't want it to turn into my helicopter company story, my own personal helicopter company. It may as well be, but it's like every day we stray farther away from that arc. I want to look towards the greener pastures. Ah, yes, the sun-bedackled, sun-spackled terrace that is the future. GPM threw the towel on FE6 and it made Dinger postpone the playthrough. Okay, Goon, I already told you. I want to finish this and the other games, and then I will focus on what's next, which will be Fire Emblem 6. When I was -12 in 2005, I got promoted by GameStop. What did they have you do? Wait, GameStop? They have GameStop in the UK? Or are you just saying GameStop because that's easier for me to understand as an American? And in fact, you were referring to the UK GameStop equivalent, which is like game in all caps or something. You're mocking me? I thought I was getting Eddie B lore. Felt it again, baby. Attending the true bullshit like an adult. A mature adult, mind you. I was offered managerial just once. Even back then, I was like, fuck no. Well, the thing is, we had the manager at the time when I was assistant manager. He was on the way out. He gave me the spiel. Him and the district manager at the time gave me the spiel. Like, oh yeah, you'll do just fine. Get promoted. Yes. No, I just fell for it because it was COVID. It really was. The store was empty every day. I'll just make more money. I get more hours. I get more money. What's the harm in this? Nothing can go wrong. Everything went wrong after that. And then they gave me that pitiful, pathetic, sad, pathetic raise near the end of it all that just made me fucking toss in the towel. I rage quit more than GPM on Fire Emblem 6. I'm glad I quit FE on hard. I'm actually having fun with the game now. Well, don't let Goon get to you. The whole point of it is that you're enjoying the game, right? It's like Reggie always says. If it's not fun, why bother? Dude, I just killed that Sniffit. It's okay though, he was a toy, he wasn't alive. It's not like Toy Story. Like these ninja have feelings. By the way, the Splatfest happened, as you know, we competed last Friday. The results are in, baby! Shiver wins again! Team Friday takes it home. And for the exclusive Splatfest in Japan, Team Big Man took the gold. So, two characters won their respective Splatfest, and neither of the winners was Fry. Fry lost bigly. Now, he did say that too. Also, TRBG, to be fair. He did say that. Alright, we got the DK fight. Whole chat are just assholes. CBH minus 2 to 4 people. I'll lurk sometimes GPM, but afternoons are when I'm kind of busy doing other shit. But you've seen me lurking in your streams before. Here's hoping I can watch even more now that you're back on Twitch. Yes. Yeah, big ups to Shiver winning. I put in some work on that behind the scenes. A little bit of tricolor on Sunday. Oh, I gotta retry that. I can't get hit. It's gotta be a hitless run. We did some tricolors with Ann off stream. Now, I'm not saying our contributions to tricolor made it so that Shiver won at the last minute. But I'm not gonna say we didn't put in work, because objectively we did. Oh my god, I keep forgetting he has that attack where he just tosses it straight down. And there's no like telegraphing that, he just does it. One thing I'll say, I really like the DK model they got here. It doesn't look like the DK model for Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Like the Mario model, I could tell you, that looks exactly like how Mario looks in Mario 3D World, but the DK model looks new. I'd like to see a DK country game with this Donkey Kong model. Like, I hope it's not just for this remake. Speaking of which, people did bring it up to me, and I did see it. There's a Nintendo Direct Wednesday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Nintendo is back to shill even more products to us. Now, do keep in mind, it is a partner showcase, so it may not necessarily be what you want getting revealed Wednesday. But it's It's gonna be at 8 in the fucking morning, from what I can see. 6 a.m. Dave's time. So I'm gonna be like doing the morning shit. I don't have time to watch that. I have to catch it on the back end for the Wednesday stream. We can react to it together. Yes. But since it's a partner showcase, it won't have any first-party reveals, from what I can understand. Most partner directs are just third-party shit. Maybe there'll be a surprise there from a company not owned by Nintendo but affiliated with them, because I would say that counts as a partner. But don't expect like the Switch 2 or the next big Mario or Zelda. You can get excited for Pokemon, because they'll have a direct at the end of the month for Pokemon Day. And that's probably when we'll find out what the Pokemon thing of the year is. The rumor currently, with all the teasing, is that it seems to be a black and white remake. It was like, whoa, black and white? Dude, those are my favorite races. And also, the games that got me back into Pokemon on the DS. So you know that means they'll just fuck it up. Also talk of people wanting another Pokemon Let's Go or another Pokemon Legends. I didn't play Legends Arceus, and I didn't play Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. You guys already know what I think about Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. If they... Here's something, I'll tell you the dingus want. I want Explorers of Time and Darkness, Explorers of Sky, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I want that to be remade, just like how the first Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was remade. At this point, I like the spin-offs more than the main games. Like, I enjoyed new Pokemon Snap. I enjoyed Pokken. I really liked Pokken for what it was. I would accept Pokken too. Or not even a remake of Explorers of Time and Darkness, so just a new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like, at all. That just takes advantage of Generation 9 Pokemon and all that. My favorite Mystery Dungeon has to be, what one was it? Super Mystery Dungeon? Because that one had all the Pokemon up to Gen 6. And it seems like ever since that one, we haven't had another one. Multiverses in the direct, come see my LeBron. Possible, Goon. There's also talk that the Hi-Fi Rush stuff and what was the Xbox stuff where they had a cap and cope about how they're going multi-platform. Apparently, Hi-Fi Rush is gonna get revealed for the Switch. I can't wait for that to run at 12 frames per second. Whoa, it's Peaches and Keem. And he says, I want Pokken 2 just for DSP to play it and say the net play fell off. I think, I did online Pokken on stream once. I don't think the VOD of that survived. But I did play it. I didn't notice any issues with the online. I think DSP's memories of the game are a bit inflated, though. Mystery Dungeon games have infinitely better story than most of the main series. 1000% agreed. I think Super had the worst story. I liked it because it was gameplay-wise, it seemed to be like a one-stop shop. It had it was the epitome of the format. Like, it had gameplay aspects from across the series. I didn't mind the story. But I agree, Explorers of Time and Darkness did it better. Gate to Infinity was the one that I disliked. Because it only had Gen 5 Pokemon and a couple of others cherry-picked from the other gens. It seemed more like a tech demo for Super Mystery Dungeon, if anything. Because they released Super Mystery Dungeon, and it has all the Pokemon from across 6 generations. Including the multiple forms like Mega Evolutions and the like. Nintendo was supposed to go third party. They've been writing internet articles for a decade. Instead, it's Sony and Microsoft dumping their games anywhere. If anything, Nintendo and Microsoft and Sony's week has been, oh, we're going third party, da 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 da. And Nintendo's week has been, here's this new trailer with Peach and all these new costumes. Pretty cool, huh? Anything, it's just bolstering Nintendo at the end of the day. It makes your Switch that much more worth it when the other companies say, yeah, we're just gonna port everything to your console. Sure, it's gonna run at 2 frames, but it's gonna be on your console. Price sucks, I agree. GPM went on an anti-First Amendment argument. People in the chat called him an authoritarian government shilling cock. He went dead silent for the rest of the night. The GPM, explain yourself. Pokken 2 is... I would love a Pokken 2. Just look, port the whole roster from the last game. You don't even have to change them. And just add more characters on top of that. It was Gates of Infinity that was bashed on. Yeah, the real console war. It's just to see who can get their... Who can beat third party first. Big ups Peaches, we're continuing the Mario versus Donkey Kong chill. Whoa, is Dingus playing a new game? Holy shit. We defeated Almighty Tevin, that lovable fella, in the race. I gotta redo some levels, because I was perfecting all the levels. He was not, he was rushing through them, which caused me to lose to him briefly. So I had to start rushing through them and not perfecting them 100%. So we're back to redoing some of these. You know, I gotta dominate it. You know how I am. Yeah, Turvin sadly lost again. I felted him now in Ape Escape, Yoshi's Island, his favorite game of all time. And now Mario versus Donkey Kong, which he says he also had growing up. So like another relic of his past. Yes. So technically, I did enjoy this game too as a youth. Yeah, it's no longer a fluke.
Here we go.
I know DSP is doing Like a Dragon right now. I could not care less. And the fact that you guys are here watching me play this fucking game means that you guys don't care either. I know he had some weird thing about Baldur's Gate and romance. I saw Anne go over that. So of all the stuff that I did see, it was the stuff that Anne looked at before the restream part started. So I did see the Baldur's Gate segment with 1 Minute Man. That was funny. Funny to see 1 Minute Man got him in such a tizzy. I didn't think 1 Minute Man had it in him to go off pasture, but there he did. He went off the plantation there. I didn't think the old dude had it in him. He had that dog in him today, I suppose. Yeah, not even 1 Minute Man is saved. That dude gives him money every day. And even the days where you think he's not gonna give the money, it's just because DSP forgot to check the PayPal or something. And Eddie B, you're right. Just remake something I played on GBA and I will be in love with it instantly. I really like the new levels they made for this world. I was saying it last time during the race, but it's a shame that all the new objects that they introduced in this specific world, like this trampoline and the flowers, like they're gonna be stuck in this world because these are new levels and they didn't change the older levels to use these new mechanics, so they're only gonna be in these 6 levels of this one world. It's kind of like you got all this cool shit, but you don't get to enjoy it for long. I guess that means these obstacles don't overstay their welcome. This is one of the levels I got stuck on during the race. I was hyperventilating. I was like, oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? Carl, break out the Prima strategy guide. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got these 3 left. How much did I do here? Okay, I got 6 levels. Oh, I picked the wrong one. No! What else came up? Talked about the Direct. There was, of course, the Vosh thing. I feel like there's one more thing I should be talking about. Oh yeah, Worski! Dude, Worski beat Medicare in the Tekken thing. Can't you believe the amount of people who were LARPing like Medicare was gonna take it? Bro, Medicare didn't practice at all. He got 30 minutes of practice in and then got washed, swept, defeated, and felted Unironically, no debate to be had. Worski rose up from the ashes like the regarded phoenix that he is and destroyed Mr. Medicare. It was first to 7, and Worski had him 7-2. Medicare won the first set, and people were laughing at Worski in the Kick chat, because Medicare didn't stream it. It was only on the Kino Casino Kick channel. But Medicare didn't stream it. He didn't want to show his subscribers that he was gonna lose bigly to Worski. But so he wins the first set. Everyone's mocking Worski and making fun of him. I was in that chat live. I saw what they were saying. But then the destruction happened. The destruction ensued. The devastation. Medicare lost. Medicare was losing. There would be sets where they would go 2-2 in the rounds, and then Worski would win the final round, and then they were calling him Choke-Choke-Taker, Mr. Choke-Taker. He was choking way too hard, and then eventually he did win a second set, but he only won the second set. I shit you not, I was there to see this. He only won his second set because he told Ashton, he told PvP to blow bubbles in Worski's face, blow bubbles in Andy's face, so that he gets knocked off his game. And then because of that, Medicare took a second round. That was the last round that Medicare took. And then Worski proceeded to win every set after that. But the stream was 7 hours. If you can believe it, only the first hour was the actual Tekken match. And then the 6 hours after that is them bumbling, getting derailed and distracted over talking about sector shit. They were watching a Ralph clip, like a 10-minute Ralph clip, and they get derailed every 30 seconds to talk about sector drama. Like, they got Medicare's thoughts on Ricada, they got Medicare's thoughts on Sneeko, who I barely even know anything about. It was very amusing. An enjoyable stream, to be sure. So we're looking at Worski fall in the next 6 months. That is true. After Medicare and Ralph's competition in Mortal Kombat, it was about the time where Ralph really imploded. Like, he had already imploded. It was like after that he imploded to the point where he had like nobody left. You're not wrong. And then right after Medicare got swamped by Flamenco and Guilty Gear, the Flamenco stuff also happened right after that. So maybe we'll be seeing at Worski's next big fall in the coming months. Now, to be fair, my Copen cap for that is that Worski has fallen and been disgraced so much already. There's no possible way he can get disgraced even more. Like, the Canadian god that exists over there surely has to realize that Worski has suffered enough and just let Worski enjoy what he has. Just let him take his victory and not suffer anymore, please? Is this possible? Sneeko is basically the villain and KG combined? Okay. He's one of those, okay, am I wrong to say he's one of the Mana Spear types that LARPs like a Christian? And again, correct me if I'm wrong. Is he also the one who was bragging about being a PDF and was like doesn't he say he's a PDF to like get a rise out of people and then like, what's so bad about it? Like, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Huh? He's like one of those. He's like a bodybuilder type. I could be mixing that up with another insufferable Kick personality. That's not him? There's someone on Kick that's like that. I remember they Kino Casino covered a gentleman that was like that. He was calling himself a PDF just to brag and boast and dunk on people. Almost, I think it was on Ralph's behalf. At the behest of Ralph, he just smoked all these people. Was being really regarded, saying disgusting shit. Okay, so, there you go. Goon has it. That's Zerka. Okay, that's not Sneeko. That was Zerka saying that. So Zerka, Sneeko, all these people, all these kickers, they blend in my head. Kino Casino could do like a dozen segments on these kick people, and I'll just forget all of them. They all look alike to me. Yeah, I said kicker. I don't have to say anything about ridicule and critique for that. That's a word. Don't you have a kicker on a soccer ball team? Oh yeah, that guy, he's the kicker.
Oh, yeah.
He likes Tate. He was a Tate ball licker. See, look, that's another guy. Like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and Zerka. You put them all in a room. I wouldn't be able to tell you which one is which. They're all the same level of peanut butter complexion idiot. Okay, so he's the one that LARPs as a Muslim, but also LARPing as a Christian, depending on the situation. While Zerka's the guy who brags about being a PDF to get a shock out of people, though he might actually be one because I've seen him do weird-ass Omegle streams with one of his co-hosts, which was also a thing that, what's his fucking name? Beardson. Beardson was also doing that before they shut down Omegle. And Andrew Tate's the guy who's like a sex slave trafficker or something. Nico's the boy that saw his girlfriend get banged out of a swinger party. I think I may have heard that get discussed, and then it exited my mind. Someone redeemed the Sneeko cut video, the short version. The swinger shit is so funny. I already can't, like, wrap my head around Rekida's swinger shit, which, by the way, since we're on the subject, Rekida's been dethroned. Rekida's got a new replacement. His pupil, one of the people he gave a spotlight to as one of his, he was a person on his, what do we call it? The Hall of Justice, but for legal YouTubers in the Rekida sphere. He has been usurped in Super Chats by Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset is now the Rekida that Rekida was to people back in 2018, 2019. Thank you for the video, Redeem Goon. But Legal Mindset is now in that same position that Rekida was back in 2018, 2019. Now here's hoping they don't squander it. I've never seen a Legal Mindset anything, but from what one picture I've seen of him, he seems sharply dressed, and he seems to be talking about the VTuber situation with the Doki Bird and all those people, and Ninja Sanji. I don't watch those people, despite being a VTuber in some way or another. I'm not caught up on it. I've heard rumblings, so I know the very vague here and there's about that situation. But Legal Mindset is covering that, and he's been getting super chats, raking it in. It reminds me of how Rekida rose to stardom there by covering the Vic Lasagna situation. It seems like the exact same situation where a legal law tuber grifts off the anime community by covering a thing that happens in the anime community that anime fucking people on YouTube want to go see a lawyer cover and speak their piece on. It's like, whoa, that guy's a lot. He's like a real lawyer, and he's on YouTube, and he's talking about the anime thing that I like. He really knows his stuff. So they're watching him now like they used to watch Rekida back in the day. So it's like deja vu for me. I can only hope Legal Mindset doesn't go down the same road that Rekida went down. Yeah, well, I should hope, Easy Money, that he does not put on the ball, though. Okay, let's go see this Goon video. We love Goon videos. And then I think that'll also be a good segue. as if anything could be a good segue into the Voss shit, which I already have loaded up. I know Kerfuffles put out a video too. Jersh already went over. I'm not even sure if it's worth looking at. Kerfuffles is the worst PNG tuber of all time. Because I saw like 10 seconds of their video. Their PNG tuber does not work. Maybe we'll go into that.
Hold on.
Wait, how close was it?
We were on the same bed. I was with his girl. He was with my girl.
You
like
was
right
on
here.
the bed?
Is that EDP?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? So I couldn't like. It was. I was literally
bigger
having
than PPP.
PTSD watching that. I was like having war flash. Like I just.
So did that get you out of your cheating ways?
It's you, JC?
It was missionary. Missionary legs up. Like
missionary legs up.
Legs up. Yeah.
Oh no.
JC, I didn't know you were black.
So was he staring at her like in her eyes?
Yeah, like deep eye contact.
Oh no.
Deep eye contact. The room, like her and the couple, like we're like, all right, let's switch.
Look at his mask.
So I got this girl on top of me, and she's like, I don't know, yo, I'm just not. And my girl's right here, and she's like, and I'm like, oh, yo, I'm like
it reminds me of
thoughts, like seeing her.
Who was the Smash guy that was also fat and black? Sky? Sky Guy, he had like that weird mansion where you have to follow his rules. Or he would break into your room and break the most expensive things you own. It reminds me of that guy. Sky Williams, yeah, the guy that Donkey used to do videos. This dude, hold on, we need to back it up. That's Sky right there. No way, did Sky enter the Manosphere? It actually tracks. Yeah, the only Sky guys I appreciate, Carl, are the ones from Paper Mario with the balloons.
How close was it?
Let me rewind this.
We're on the same bed. I was with his girl. He was with my girl.
You
Like right
was
here.
on the bed?
Yeah.
On the bed?
What's wrong with you?
So what did I couldn't like. It was. I
wasn't
was
fat?
literally having PTSD watching that. I was like having.
Okay, maybe I've only ever seen his face, but he looks like he has a fat face, and therefore I assumed he was also fat. This guy was gay? Is he?
PTSD watching
That
that.
would
I was
also
like
track.
having war flash. Like I just.
So did that get you out of your cheating ways?
What position?
No, it was missionary. Missionary legs up.
It was
Like
missionary legs up?
Legs up. Yeah.
Oh no!
Isn't that just a mating press? Or was it for the purposes of love and procreation?
Like deep eye contact.
Eye
Deep
contact?
The room, like her and the couple, like we're like, all right, let's switch.
Like his last.
So I got this girl on top of me, and she's
I
like, I don't know, yo, I'm just
I don't
not- and my girl's
understand
right
the
here, and she's
swinging
like,
thing.
And I'm like, oh, yo, I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. But I think
Yeah,
it's,
like I would not want I would not want a Mrs. Dinger to like swap and enjoy another partner, even as I enjoy their partner. Like I don't no. Why are people into this?
something everybody should do. Just to
No!
test. I know. You know
No,
what?
I
You know what?
agree, black man.
I may smack a nigga.
I said the same shit
Agree,
before.
Goki. I just called that other black guy Goki. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I've never understood it, which is why it's such a shame that Rekida's gone down that road. So Medicare's take on Rekida was released. It may be one of the things that we take a look at tonight. You even know I'm black? What the you what? Are you gaslighting me? You've confirmed this before. And even if you hadn't confirmed it, all you do is request videos of other black people. You never confirmed? Didn't you have a face cam on a stream? And your avatar is a black dude. Why would you have your avatar as a black dude if you're not black? You're doing digital blackface if that's the case. Don't you get canceled for that these days? I have a black Dar, he just has to hear your voice. I do have a black Dar, to be fair. I imagine that all detractors are some form of basketball American. Yeah, I'm black too. You guys just don't know it. That's why I called myself Dinger, because it's so close to that other word. Okay, do I have the Vosh clip? I do. Alright, I hope you guys are ready for this. I know some of you may have watched it. Let's go ahead and see. This is... Okay, that's Sky Williams. This is the Vosh video. So he uploads this Saturday? It was either Friday or Saturday. It's just called The Context Video. The Context. It's an hour and 41 minutes. We will go over this. It is Vosh defending... Okay, according to Jersh, he doesn't even touch the PDF stuff, because there's no defense against that. So if he hyper focuses on the bestiality stuff, it won't surprise me. Because again, as I said earlier, we seem to be at this weird kind of position in society where people are willing to not take bestiality as serious as the PDF stuff, when they should be both regarded with revulsion. So it won't surprise me if he only tackles one of the two things that he was being accused of. And it also won't surprise me if this mostly turns into like a smear campaign against H3 and the other people who spoke out against him. But I can't even say I'm gonna answer this with an open mind, because I can't. Like I fucking hate this dude. I hate this. Well, I can't. Do I hate him? He is just a breadtuber on the internet who's done nothing to me personally. It might would it not convey auras of taking this shit too seriously if I was to say I disliked him and I hated him and I want him to die? I think a little bit at the same time, his views and everything he stands for politically and what he's interested in, like for his kinks, is also abhorrent. So it's kind of like, stay away from me? Yeah. I ask what a breadtuber is. It's a catch-all colloquialism for anyone that's on that hard liberal, communist, tanky side of YouTube. Tanky's another term for it, kind of like a catch-all. Yeah, but there is shit that should be taken. Yeah, I try to be reasonable, TRPG, but with this especially, I can't. Like, bro, this guy needs to get himself. I can't say stuff like this on the purple platform, so I'm just gonna say the Dave thing. You need to commit yourself in. You need to commit yourself in to a facility. Or you need to speak to a friend or a family member, someone that loves you and cares about you. This is too much, Vosh. I haven't even started the video yet. But I'm gonna take a sip. I cannot answer this with an open mind. There's nothing he can possibly say that's gonna sway my mind. But maybe it'll be funny.
So, this is a video I probably should have made a long time ago. There are two main reasons why I haven't. For one, everything...
He shouldn't have made this video. So PPP gave his take, and PPP's take was, it's indefensible. He should just take a vacation, come back months from now. He'll always have an audience no matter what. He's not going to stop getting money. Sure, the audience will be smaller and the money will be less, but if he had just taken a break, people would have just forgotten about it, moved on to the next thing. Weren't people already talking about... Weren't people already, like, the subject and discussion had already moved on to kerfuffles and how people hate kerfuffles and how, like, he's just a fake bastard? He's a fake bitch bastard and a pussy who grifted money off of tens of thousands of transgender people and then did nothing with it? So, like, the discussion had already switched over the kerfuffles because they were standing up for Vosh, and now because Vosh made this video, the discussion has now shifted back to Vosh. So literally, if Vosh had just shut up, he probably would have been safer off. Is this game short? Because I don't remember seeing you and Tevin battle. We battled, this was, the race was Friday, GPM. It's a 130 levels. I'm currently in World 4. I'm backtracking levels I already did to perfect them. I stopped the race at World 6 out of 8. I know they make you do the whole game over again for like a new game plus, which I am gonna do, to get my money's worth. I didn't pay full price. I paid like 30 bucks. Or no, well yeah, 30 bucks after shipping. I had some gift cards. But it retails for 50 bucks, 55 after tax and tip to your DoorDash delivery driver, your Amazon driver. But I didn't pay the full amount. I like it though, but I'm sure most people will agree it's a bit overpriced. It's got that Nintendo tax associated with it. Dinger is anti-Cartnarks, Lazy Bones detected. I did see iDubbbz had a take on that. The casino went over it, and that is another video I must take a look at as well. I'm glad the casino covered iCucks and now I'm addicted to Cartnarks. The Cartnarks question has been up in the air for months now. I'm of the sentiment that probably you shouldn't harass these people, but also, what's that saying? I think everyone involved in this story should die. Yeah, I think everyone involved in it, like, just put your fucking cart back, idiot. You want some homeless person to take it? Wow, you're contributing to the pollution that is poisoning our urban jungles. Thoughts on you being back on Switch? I'm very happy, GPM. I didn't think it was going to happen. Miracles do come true.
We're about to talk about has been discussed over and over and over again on this channel in
I swear I'm going to pause this video more than Warski.
Some of it has been discussed to death. Over engagement with the topic has caused it to have a disproportionate influence both on my community and on the way people outside of my community perceive me and my channel.
Oh, I forgot
the second main reason I've been hesitant to make this video is because experience has taught me that, generally speaking, if folks want to hate you or distrust you or whatever else, it's pretty difficult to convince them otherwise.
At least he understands that much. You're not gonna convince anybody that just, again, it's like he recognizes the video is pointless. There's no point to this video. You're not going to sway anybody. The only people who are going to be convinced are the people who have always stood by you to begin with, because they've kind of like they put your chips with you, man, and they can't really afford to like disavow you, or they'll look like hypocrites because these people have known what he's into from the beginning. Like I'm talking about the big Vosh guys. The big Vosh guys have known about this shit. They've known about it as much as these commentary guys have known about it. But they can't speak out. They can't speak out against it. They gotta stand up and like, it's like Ralph always says with the loyalty. Your loyalty. They gotta be loyal, because to go against them now when they've known about it for this long will be nothing short of hypocrisy. It's like okay, you're speaking out against them now. You're disavowing, but you kind of knew about it already for ages. You're only now speaking about it because it's popular. It's popular opinion to do so. It's kind of like how some people feel when a DSP dent leaves the plantation, like how Archimedes or King B Bitch got heat when they were they apparently turned the other way. They were getting heat from certain people who didn't want them here or didn't believe that they were genuine types. But it's like, I mean, to relate it to the guy, it's like, well, you kind of, you're. It has to do with how organic the transition is, because Archimedes and King B Bitch were like in restreamer chats, like the very day they were excommunicated. So to some people that kind of adds to the ingenuity of it, and that's kind of why it adds that to me. That's why they got the flack that they did, because it was just the heel turn was so immediate. It kind of gives off the vibes of, okay, if you're that quick to jump over to the detractor side, then you knew how much of a bitch DSP was. You knew he was a snake. You knew he was a sneaky snake oil, slippery, oily snail salesman, and yet you stuck by him. You had your chips with him because you were with him for so long. To disavow him would invite hypocrisy on your part. And then he like excommunicates you first, and he decides like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna be able to jump to the Tractor Bros, and no one will have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to explain to you guys the perspective that the people who did have an issue with it. I'm trying to explain what they felt, because they did get some. Those two got heat when they turned. I'm fine if these people want to join, because it should always be about not taking it serious and just having a laugh. And if more people want to join in and have a laugh, that's fine. If more people want to be rehabilitated and leave the DSP sector, that should be a good thing. But understand, like, it's not going to be universal. That people are going to be, they're going to have they're going to be skeptical of you and your intentions. Like, if you were that quick to heel turn, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it sooner? Why did you only do it after DSP got mad at you? Like, if say Arkham or King B Bitch had waited maybe 2 or 3 weeks before stumbling into a restreamer chat, they probably wouldn't have gotten that much heat. Maybe if they stay at the Tractor for at least a year without going back to the pig. I tried to be nice to King Cuckin, but never again. Yeah, I wouldn't even be that strict with it. Just make it more organic. Like, I know none of these fuckers are organic to begin with, Carl. We've talked about it. How I personally think, like, outside of the 5 or 6 dents that I always name, the Jades, the Derricks, the Haseos of the world, and the other 3 who I'm now forgetting, there's very, very few true dents. Kevin, yeah, Kevin. And the rest of them are just the same level of annoying, ironic sneak disser fans. And those are the level of people that I would put Arkham and King B Bitch at. I wouldn't call them true dents. They were sneak dissers the whole time. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I've gone off on another tangent. But that's what I'm seeing with these Vosh people. He's always going to have people with them, because these people can't disavow him, because they've been with him for so long. It would be hypocritical of them to leave the plantation, because then these other people that hate Vosh are going to go, oh, well, why did you leave him after it was only... You left him and spoke out against him only when it was popular and okay to do so. You only did it when it was... You didn't take a stand. You took a stand, but you took a stand on the path of least resistance, is my point. I think it speaks a little bit more when you leave the plantation, and you're going to get... You go on the path with a little bit more resistance, you get a little bit more pushback. You speak out for what you believe in, even knowing that you will get some heat yourself for it. Yeah, rats leaving a sinking ship. That's really all you need to say, ENF. So you kind of have to ask yourself, man, is it better to just be a rat on the sinking ship with the captain, or just be a rat and get off the sinking ship and be the subject of scrutiny to these other people who are going to kind of treat you with the same level of skepticism as they did Vosh himself. It's like either way you do it, it's a lose-lose. So no wonder some of these people are like, well, I guess I'm just going to keep capping for Vosh because it doesn't matter. These people are going to hate me as much as they're going to hate me as much as they hate Vosh anyway.
Wise.
Yeah, there's no courage to
if
it.
you're unpopular enough, even if you've got a good point to make, just the attempt to change people's minds.
They could have just joined the Tractors on the they could have just rebranded themselves. Nothing against that.
In the positions they already have. You know, it's one of those deals where the people who need to hear it won't listen, and the people who will listen don't need to hear it again. Let's get right to it then. Let's not waste time. What am I actually talking about? Well, I hate to drop this on the people who just innocently watch me for my political content and don't engage in any broader community drama.
Feels like you should be able to jump on those cannonballs like in Donkey Kong Country, because they remind me of the ones that King K. Rool shoots out.
Isn't actually that noteworthy. With the political climate being what it is, folks are getting accused of being pedophiles on Twitter left and right. It's pretty common. But some people have called me this.
I will say that it seems this is like IBS all over again, where it seems like the end game is now the end game is just PDF this and PDF that. There have been situations where allegations like that come out and they're completely unfounded, like the Six Hexenhammer thing. Now that I know that's an ancient example, but Six Hexenhammer was accused of being a PDF on the Kumite, and it was debunked like within that same stream. And was it Taka? It was like Taka and whoever else was on that stream, they had to sing Happy Birthday to Styx to apologize for it. But ever since those days, it seems like that's the end game. It always comes back to you're a PDF bias. I may or may not be looking at a PDF right now. PDF and a horse
more
fucker.
Insistently and a lot louder. So why? Remember how I said self-defense can come across as kind of incriminating even if it's accurate or well-intentioned? Yeah, even though I've gone over all this before on stream or in videos, I wasn't exactly jumping at the bit to make a why I'm not a pedophile video. That's not... it's a...
Wow. You know, they have that thing where viewership falls off after a certain point of time. This is not the kind of thing you want to say within the first 2 minutes of your defense video about how you're not a PDF file, bro.
Tough subject is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's so effective as a smear, of course. It's just an incredibly difficult subject to engage with. So let's not waste any more time. We've got a lot to go through. What then is this video about? What do I have to say, and why do I want to say it? What are my goals in making the video? Well, the gist of it is this.
Tarnishing what's left of your career.
When people accuse me of being a pedophile, they usually do so while presenting pieces of evidence often.
Hey, Wildlian. I'm not sure how much of context you specifically know about this. This man was, he was accused of being a PDF file and a bestiality zoo. Because would zoophile be the appropriate term? Like, he does want to fuck horses. I don't have the evidence to say that he's fucked a horse personally, but that is his desire. Is zoophile appropriate? We'll just say zoophile. He wants to fuck horses. He's Vosh. He's a breadtuber commie, and this is his 2-hour defense video about how it's all not true, but it is true. Okay, zoophile is appropriate. Okay.
Clips from my live streams that make me look bad. While I do think that a lot of the claims and pieces of so-called evidence used against me
it's 1 hour 41 minutes, Carl, specifically
uncharitable to outright dishonest, the fact remains that I have said some incredibly stupid fucking shit on this channel, especially
listen to all
really
of it? I mean,
on, like right when I started
I've known this dude before this drama. I don't know him personally, but I've seen his shit. I've known about this shit long before it became a controversy.
I'll say that much. For
I kind of like, for my own,
such as the ones where
I need to see how this ends. Like, you know how you've been paying attention to something for a minute, and you want to see the conclusion. I need to see how this ends.
For me to really like debunk, you know, it's not a takedown. it's more a matter of charity. You know, I have to go and look at these clips and explain.
The casino doesn't watch the full video.
What was I thinking? What was I saying? Is this
actually? I don't even think they pull up
so
the 2-hour video. No, because this came out over the weekend. They haven't watched it yet.
Person would interpret it.
Last stream they did was the Medicare stream.
Context, or was I saying really stupid shit, and I'm gonna have to like work to explain what my thought process was at the time. And past that point, it's up to other people to either believe my charitable explanations or believe significantly less charitable ones. You know, that's up to them. In addition to some of the legitimately really stupid shit I've said, I'll also cover some of the more bullshit accusations because I don't know, they're transparently bullshit, a lot of them. I feel like you would have to already dislike me to read anything from them. But, you know, a lot of it is that, so I need to sort of point that out too. So as far as I can see, there are 4 groups of people that I'm addressing.
Vosh is
here,
basically the definition of a sophist. This guy loves hearing himself talk.
Audience, the people who have seen me address this
he
and
has
provide
his own
context
farts,
for this
dude.
and deal with this bullshit a million times. For a lot of them, all of this is a repeat. The second group of people is people who just fucking hate me. I really don't know if there's much I can do to get across to those guys. I would like to. I really do think a lot of the hate is misguided, but ultimately that's up to them, right? You know, I'm not magic. The third group is the massive, disaffected, disengaged, entertainment-hungry drama vultures who are just here because they think it's fun to watch people squirm. I see you. But welcome. A lot of this really has been.
Did he think he was being smart by saying that? I see you. I know you're watching.
On doing
it's
much
literally
squirming,
hate troll channels. How you doing?
Self-debasement. So to you and to the people who just hate me, if you want to see self-debasement from me, there will be that. So you can look forward to that, I guess. Yeah, and I know.
Look forward to me felting myself later in the video.
Can come across as pretty damning, just innately. But I really do hope that you take it seriously and try to be charitable, if for no reason.
They're not.
Other than because it is
you
a pretty
open the video by
topic.
understanding
And
that
last,
these people,
the fourth,
there's nothing you can say, so why
maybe
even make the
smallest
video?
group
Just
of
go
people
away.
watching
Literally
this
just go
video
away.
Are people who are genuinely neutral, or maybe coming
what you've heard so far would be from word of mouth. This video will probably be a bit biased in his favor.
You know, they don't engage with the drama and the community stuff that much. I don't know. This will probably be a weird one for them, but nonetheless.
Basically, the long and short of it is, he was streaming. He had he uses desktop capture for his OBS. So he was on a website, he saved the picture, and then it brought up his download folder. You know, when it brings up your download folder, your most recently downloaded stuff. So his folder had like, I'm not going to bring up the picture because I don't even think it's okay for Twitch, and I don't have it saved either. What the fuck would I? But it had like horsecock pictures and like Lolacon and his taxes, all of this right next to his taxes. It was a folder of stuff to be sorted. He saw it, went, oh, cut the stream, deleted the VOD, but one of his fans saved it and clipped it because they thought it would be funny. Funny haha Vosh showing his horse porn folder, and then it spread around outside to other circles of people who really don't like Vosh. And it this funny haha clip that a fan of his clip for posterity ended up circling into the circles of people that don't like him. Circulated, and then he got called out, and all those classic clips of him that everyone already knew about, but nobody spoke on it, really. Nobody with like the cloud of Ethan Klein spoke out on it. But now it's suddenly okay to talk about it. So now we're talking about these ancient ass clips, and you know, he's in a rock and a hard place. He needs to defend himself from these indefensible positions. I think he needs to face them all, personally. I will not be charitable. Vosh will never be charitable. That's another thing. Like, Vosh wants you to be charitable to him, but how many times has he not been charitable to the people he dislikes? And people he dislikes only for political reasons. He can't even be charitable to people for in the realm of politics, but he wants us to be charitable to him in this realm of disgusting chicanery. Isn't he the guy to sing the Horsecock song? If he has a song about Horsecock, I've not heard it. I don't think I want to hear it.
Welcome.
Yeah, I don't want to see the AI Horsecock lolly either.
Of people as audiences go, but I'll do my best to explain things and go through all the drama in a way that's clear and straightforward, but also doesn't drag.
I know it's a minor point on top of all the other shit, but it's AI. Vosh has spoken out against AI before. It's probably the lamest thing to like to like put on top of all the other shit, but he's spoken out. He's one of those anti-AI bros, and then he's saving AI porn. Come on. Come on, Vosh. You're really gonna get on Twitter's bad side with that.
Drag on too long. Now, without further ado, let's get to the content. We'll start with the absolute worst of it, the monstrously stupid argument that I made way back when I first started streaming that has since haunted me and irreparably tarnished my reputation. Now, this clip is the one that I see cited most often when people are accusing me of being a pedophile. That's not even a little surprising to me, though. It sounds pretty bad.
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography
Why
should
is
be
it
illegal.
sped up?
Actual child pornography.
Like I said, pretty bad.
The out of context clip.
Bad.
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. Actual child pornography.
Like I said, pretty bad. This...
Okay. I have a feeling he's gonna play the full clip, and I'm still not gonna be convinced whatsoever.
Clip is from right after I started streaming, so a significant portion
I just started
of my
streaming,
career
dude. That makes
as
it
a live streamer
okay.
has been spent providing context for the clip over and over to many people and many audiences.
You have to
I've
listen
addressed it
to the
so
full
many
8-hour
times that
VOD,
it's
bro.
turned into like a kind of running joke in my community.
These few
like
moments.
a rake that I'm cursed to keep walking into over and over, and it hits me in the head. I often see people outside of my community, people who have seen this clip.
It's pretty
but
easy to not
seen me
say
address
stuff
it,
like that on
mock
stream,
the idea
Bosh.
that any context that I or anyone else could provide could possibly explain away something that sounds that bad. When they see me or my fans say that this or any other clip has been taken out of context, it comes across to them as an effort to shoo away legitimate suspicion, you know, chastising people for having an opinion on something that looks bad. Like, you see a clip that looks bad of me, and then I or a fan of mine comes in,
man,
and
Carl,
we're like,
you're right. We got
no,
so much
you know,
sophistry
you need
right off
to
the bat.
familiarize yourself with like 50 hours of stream
Does he
lore
think
before
word
you can have
salad
an
is gonna
opinion
make
on
you
that.
think
I
he
have
has
seen
something to
people
say?
weaponize calls for context in that way, so I don't fault others for being like kind of suspicious of that or not taking it very seriously. Some people are just gonna tune out right there. Now, don't get me wrong, the clip is bad. It's rhetorically bad, it's logically bad, it's obviously optically bad.
So you, okay, it's just like, okay, you acknowledge that it's bad, but it kind of sounds like you're gonna segue into a defense. What could you possibly say then, now that you've acknowledged, you're putting forth that it's bad, but now you're gonna try to defend it?
And
I was
the
being a
broader
shock
argument
jock,
that it's
baby.
pulled from are bad
Okay.
in all of those ways
I
too.
say we let him
But as for
go.
what the clip and the argument that it's pulled from say about me, I would like to make the case, if I may, that it does implicate me, but not as a pedophile, rather as a fucking idiot debate bro brain poisoned jackass, because I took a perfectly
I
fine
say
argument.
both.
I think that, you know, when I explain it, the argument itself will make perfect sense at least, and I ruined it with edgy, contrarian, devil's advocate nonsense. So let me explain.
When
I
Dinger's
just
advocate
started
goes
live
wrong.
streaming, and I was far more.
I will say that at least he's not Vito, who like, or Mr. Girl, who openly admit to being PDFs with like some weird sense of pride. Like, that's even worse than Vosh. But Vosh should also, like, he's also, everyone involved in this story needs to go to jail and then get euthanized.
Argumentative and belligerent and arrogant than
The veto
than
is
I am now,
far more
if you can
disgusting.
believe that. Over the background of my mediocre Dead Cells gameplay, an argument would chat on the subject of foreign labor and unethical production
Hey,
is
bonus
getting
level.
increasingly heated. Just in case anyone watching doesn't know, many of the products that we buy from American companies on American store shelves are produced through supply chains that take advantage of what we could consider unethical business practices, you know, like bad workers' rights stuff. Often this takes the form of sweatshop labor, a practice near ubiquitous, for example, in the garment
sure you own
industry,
products that have
where
been made
sewing
from
work
sweatshop
is
labor,
difficult
Vosh.
to fully automate. This isn't just a foreign problem, though. There are garment sweatshops where workers make less than $2 an hour, operating right now in Los Angeles, as an example. It's a broad issue. But American companies profit from even worse abuses. The mining of cobalt and the harvesting of chocolate and palm oil, those are three practices that are especially notorious for their use of child labor, frequently child slavery, frankly, you know. In practice, often just child slavery. American companies profit enormously from this because
Gotta watch what I say. I'm sorry. I know it's your like. I'm trying not to like just be so blatant with it, but
acquiring raw product
people are
relatively
vile.
low. And as a consequence of this, the suffering of children is built into the fabric of our economy, of exploited workers broadly,
But
to
it
be
may as
sure.
well
But
be.
like I said, it's a widespread problem.
Yeah, I know people are
believe
watching.
that in a just world, the American government would set a global standard for labor rights by
yes, Jeff Bezos has Bosch's back. I gotta be careful with what I say, or Jeff's gonna take me out.
companies from selling their products in the United States if
But yeah, you're right. I should not.
Other companies they bought their
It's
product
a serious
from
subject,
fell
but I
below
don't
a
deserve
certain
to get banned
minimum
over
standard
fucking
for labor
Bosch
rights.
at the end of the day.
I still
I gotta
think
calm
that
down.
would be great, by the way. As complicated as it would be to
I gotta have
implement
fun
and
with
as
it.
unlikely as it is to happen, it's a doable thing, you know? That's
Yeah,
not
have
like
fun, Dingy.
there's precedent for that kind of action. It would make the world a better place. So anyway, there I was, belligerent, angry from arguing with chat. However much of a debate bro I'm known for being today, I swear to God, I was.
I just can't even like. I don't doubt that this is what he was thinking at the time when he made the argument, because I think I listened to the full clip before on another video. I do recall him bringing up child labor, but it's just like Vosh. You probably. There's like a non-0% chance that something in Vosh's house, probably any number of the bullshit behind him, was crafted through the use of child labor in some foreign country. It's like, who cares, Vosh? I'm sorry. Like, if we're just gonna police all the things we own now because they may or may not have been made as a result of child labor? Why are we gonna equate it to grape? It's just such a non-argument. Hello, Shroom. I'm watching the video you already watched, but now we're getting the dingus spin on it. I'm trying not to get so heated. If I say I think he should be sent to the wood chipper one more time, I meant I may be sent to the ban chipper. Hey, Nurgle. I said hello to heavy metal earlier, and I called them Nurgle because you guys have the same color name tag. And I'm playing Mario! Whoa, this is such a fun game. I beat Tevin in the race, as you know, even with all your teasing. I'm currently doing the levels that I have not perfected. And we're reacting to the Vosh thing. It's hard not to get mad at this guy. Yeah, I'm trying not to. I gotta take it in stride. Because it should not be that serious. We're here to have fun, right? It's like Medeker said. Point and laugh, right, Medeker? Jim always says point and laugh. I'm sure Jim would be laughing about this too. But even Jim was getting pretty serious during that Ralph stream, so maybe a bit of seriousness is afforded every once in a while. I just don't want to say anything that's gonna be get me sent to hell. Yeah, the wood chipper in Minecraft.
So much worse back then. I wanted to construct an argument that would effectively and succinctly convey
Anyway,
the
I'm just beginning the
severity
video.
of the problem, how intertwined human suffering is with the regular products that we buy and use every day. Shock value was essential because I needed to prove how
That was
edgy and
supposed to be the
daring I
URL?
was.
Okay.
And speaking of shock value, an example
See if I can
already
save that.
exists of something so inextricably tied up in human suffering that both its production and possession are illegal: child sexual abuse material. If we already know something that harmful should just be excised from society, couldn't we do the same for products that we know are made with child slavery at the very least. The parallel felt clear.
It's a completely
to me,
different
and I
thing.
wanted to really drive home the hypocrisy.
It's
of
no,
the
it's not
people
hypocrisy,
arguing
it's
against me, who
baseless
say,
whataboutism."
You were downplaying, I guess, the issue with the whole child slavery intertwined in our, economy thing. So,
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. Actual child pornography. How's that for a hot fucking take? Now, to clarify on this take, as I feel it necessary to do so, we do not, in this country, typically criminalize people.
Even
who
back
have
then,
procured,
he's like, "Oh, I better
illegal
clarify
resources, which
myself
were the
quick
product
because
of
I
use.
know I shouldn't
It
have
is
just
not
said
illegal
that."
to own necklaces that have
Like,
slave
even back
diamonds or
then,
whatever
he
what
knew
they
he
call
couldn't,
it,
like, really
or
stand
blood
for what he
diamonds.
just
All of our
said.
clothes produced by sweatshops are computer, the silicon and lithium mined from literal fucking slaves. In our society, we have already deemed that people are not responsible for the mechanisms by which the media they consume and the content they engage with are produced. You like that argument? Ooh, you like that? You like that moral culpability? You're all worse than fucking CP owners, and I am too. Do you like that? No ethical consumption under capitalism. Shit sucks, right? But if we accept that argument for slave labor, then we definitely have to accept it for child pornography.
yeah, there you go. My dumb
Yeah,
goal
he's certainly not proud of
here
that.
was to spark indignant outrage, to make people
Oh,
who
yeah, you
downplay
sparked
the
indignant
immorality
outrage,
of
alright.
unethical supply chains.
I remember when that first
reflect
clip,
on the harm they
was
were
getting
enabling through
circulated.
comparison, or for them to, bluster and go, no, they're different. Child slavery is fine, actually, and look bad. It was meant to be like an invective, like something like, it gets, it's punchy, it gets right through to people.
Yeah,
Obviously,
it does
didn't
make
work.
me want to
The only
punch you.
person I succeeded in making look bad was me, and that wasn't one of the goals. So, yeah, no, pretty bad. Because I really want to make sure that I'm being clear with my thoughts here, because I don't like being misunderstood, and being misunderstood kind of feels like my job sometimes. Just in case the bad logic of my brilliant little devil's advocate it's not coming across, let me give you an example. Imagine that I was
Oh,
a
I got that
vegan
gift even though it was in the
back
block.
when I started my channel, and I was
You're not a
angrily
vegan? You look
arguing
like
with my
one.
audience about
Are you
the
so pale and you're not a
hypocrisy
vegan?
of America
Oh, you don't go
making
outside.
animal abuse a felony, but also allowing millions and millions and billions of animals to spend their whole lives in torturous captivity before being slaughtered for meat. I'm flustered, and I want to make a point, so I start saying that, hey, if we're all being morally consistent here, we wouldn't even have animal abuse laws, huh? Why protect animals at all? I would
44
say,
stars.
Since we're clearly so okay with them being tortured and killed en masse.
We're caught
why
up
not
to
be
where I was,
consistent
when
and
the
just
race
do
ended. We
away
can
with all
continue.
animal abuse laws too, huh?
Yeah, Gondola.
Of course, in that example, I wouldn't really be arguing for the removal.
We're just starting it. Oh god, clip number 1. How many clips does he go over? Clip is 7? Some of these clips I may not have even heard. 7 clips? He defends... Pause. You're telling me he has to defend 7 clips in this whole video? Vosh. Can you at least see why people think there may be a pattern of behavior here? Like, we're not even through the first clip yet.
Of animal abuse laws, I'd be pointing out an apparent
Carl,
hypocrisy.
I thought I
in
heard
animal
most of the
welfare
clips. I don't think
norms
there's.
with
I
an
didn't
abrasive
think there would be
devil's
7
advocate.
clips.
The point
I
would be to
thought
get
I heard
people to
most
sort of
of
like
them.
angrily confront my position or reflect on theirs. Likewise, in real life, 5 years ago, it wasn't actually.
I was saying it earlier before you dropped in, Shroom. But one of my complaints with the reaction to this is how people seem to be treating the horse cock of it, the horse bestiality part of it, as more of a joke than really what it should be. Like, the PDF stuff is objectively worse. We're human beings and all that, so obviously we're gonna see that as the worst of it, the worst part of it. But it seems like most people are regarding the bestiality stuff as the funny thing, the thing to joke about, maybe because of the H3 streams or whatever. But I thought after the Kirill the Wolf stuff, people would start taking that stuff more seriously. But for the most part, it's not being regarded with the same amount of revulsion. And I think, if anything, it's like the safer thing to talk about, because that has more. Which I don't even want to say that, because it's not. But I think these people see it as a safer thing to talk about because it's more of a gray area, whereas the PDF stuff is objectively indefensible, absolutely disgusting. There's no way to cope or cap about that part. But you can sort of, if you're fucking weird, cope and cap about the bestiality stuff. Whereas for me, it's like, Why aren't these both being treated as bad? It's just, okay, you can have your horse cock jokes, but recognize that this dude is a freak in more ways than one.
Arguing for the legalization of child sexual abuse material,
he's a zoophile.
I was pointing out an apparent hypocrisy in child welfare norms and our allowance of materials.
And again,
produced
like
through
at the end, I can't get too upset about
stores,
it.
you know,
Even for the
with
people
an
who knew
abrasive
about it and
devil's
didn't speak
advocate.
about it till H3
Abrasive
talked
and
about
bad.
it. Because
so
like,
bad. I
better
have
late than
spent the
never, I
past
suppose.
5 years explaining it. And to be clear,
As
it
long
really
as
is a
people
bad
know
argument.
about him and
You know, a lot
stuff.
of guys in your position who are these kind of like philosophical types, they want to talk about the whole child porn
But
thing. and how
it
it's
left kind
just
of
as
a bad taste in my
as,
mouth. For
slave
people to
labor, I
think
think
like,
was your
oh, the
argument.
horse
Yeah,
stuff,
so
that's
one
just
of the
like
great
funny,
philosophical
haha.
debates of our time. Just can't keep.
Or to say that the horse stuff isn't as
smart
bad.
guys that they feel like I must rationalize child porn. Like, do you feel like it just?
I really like the music for this stage.
I mean, first of all, just for starters, that was heavily taken out of context, correct?
Right, Shroom?
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah,
think
like,
about
I
it,
mean,
like
obviously
there-
it's
all the
gotten
jokes
thrown
seem to
for
be
the
about because
dishwasher a
you
bit,
can't do any
as
jokes with
internet arguments go.
the PDF
basic-
stuff.
like the
There
basic
are jokes
idea
to be
of the
made
argument,
with the
you know,
horse
the
stuff.
fundamental, which is
But at the same time, it's like you can make your jokes, but understand that that part is that's as serious as the other stuff. It's just for some reason. It might be, again, the disconnect between, because we're humans and we're not animals. We are animals, but we're not like animals. You know what I mean? Don't go into semantics. We are animals, but we're not like animals like horses are. So we care about, you know, our own more. But it's just as fucked up. Like, if that was your pet, okay, you own a horse, and Vosh wants to fuck your horse. You probably wouldn't be, you know, as jokey about it. It's just for the most part, I think the people that are talking about this seem to hyper focus on the horse stuff and looking at it. They're treating that a bit more lightly than the PDF stuff, because that's the bestiality thing is more kosher to discuss than the PDF stuff. Maybe it's something to do with YouTube and the guidelines, and maybe your video gets downplayed, not searchable if you talk about that stuff versus the horse fuckery. But overall, it left me a sour taste in my mouth. And if I'm gonna clutch pearls over something excessively specific, it's gonna be that, because I think it's all terrible. He's made points on doing stuff with animals isn't morally wrong too. Doesn't touch on that here. Yeah.
like it's bad to participate in the consumption
get off my
of any
soapbox,
product,
though.
which as a necessary prerequisite for its production,
even though I'm so
mandates
rarely
the
on it.
abuse of children. Everyone would agree with that, unless people are literally pro-child abuse, I guess. But most everyone would agree with that. People just don't like the direct comparisons because in my case, it wasn't the most accurate one, due to some like nitty-gritty detailed bits. And two, it's like deliberately provocative, right? And that's the problem. You know, that comes
was
up
I
the
supposed to
same
get that
reason
one by
people make
tossing a
comparisons
Shy
to
Guy
Hitler
on
during
it?
arguments. It's like the most
Look at the little
provocative thing
Shy
you can get
Guy.
to. Like
Look
you
at him
jump right to it.
go.
Like, well,
He's
how do I
so
make a point
slipping
about
and
why X or
sliding.
Y about capitalism is bad? You know, cracks knuckles. Okay, I've got one for you. You know, even if you're bulletproof on how you phrase that argument, people are going to get mad at you. But I wasn't. And if you're not, people will get more mad at you. And I have had to explain it so many.
I don't want to mishear the guy, but did he just say most people are pro-child abuse? Let's go ahead and rewind it. I gotta hear that twice myself. Okay, so it starts with this gentleman.
Here is explaining it. And to be clear, it really is a bad argument.
But you know, a lot of guys in your position who are these kind of like philosophical types, they want to
Philosophical's
talk
right.
about the whole child porn thing and how it's
Oh,
just
God.
as bad as slave labor, I think was your argument.
Yeah, so that's one of the
Perhaps.
great philosophical debates of our time. Just can't keep it from
I don't
coming
know,
up.
what is it about smart guys that they feel like I must rationalize child porn? Like, do you feel like it
He's
just
kind of like, again, like, I don't even know this dude, but he's kind of, why does it always come back to that stuff? Is it because, like, is there nothing else these people can debate that's, like, controversial? Like, aren't they all into politics? Can't they talk about how, like, being a conservative gets you automatically canceled, like, literally everywhere now? Everywhere that isn't Rumble, I suppose, or Cozy.
I mean, first of all, just for starters.
Oh, yeah,
that was
I forgot. It's
heavily
'cause they're
taken out of
commies.
context. Correct.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Can't they
I mean,
debate
obviously, it's
PlayStation and
gotten thrown
Xbox?
through the dishwasher a bit as internet arguments go. The basic idea of the argument, you know, the fundamental, which is like it's bad to participate in the consumption of any product, which, as a necessary prerequisite for its production, mandates the abuse of children. Everyone would agree with that, unless people.
Well, no, because like it's just no way to avoid that. By participating in society, you avow child labor. No, but like it's just it's the result of the world we live in. Like you're inevitably going to use products in your everyday life that may or may not have been as a result of slave child labor in other countries. But like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like that's just how it is. That doesn't mean I avow it.
People are literally pro-child abuse, I guess, but which to participate in the consumption of any product, which, as a necessary prerequisite.
And like he goes through like a whole word salad mental gymnastics to explain it, and like this dude here is confused as hell.
For its production, mandates the abuse of children. Everyone would agree with that, unless people are literally pro-child abuse, I guess. But most everyone would agree with that. People just don't like the direct comparisons because
I did not see that, Goki. I don't follow Derek.
The most accurate one
on Twitter,
due to some like nitty-gritty detailed bits. And two, it's like deliberately provocative, right? And that's the problem. You know, that comes up the same reason people make comparisons to Hitler during arguments. It's like the most provocative thing you can get to. Like you jump right to it. Like, well, how do I make a point about why X or Y about capitalism?
Okay, I see the attempted argument here with the Hitler comparison. People try to be provocative, and the provocative way to get people's attention is, of course, bring it to the extreme, which in the example he brought up there would be Hitler, and his original example would be to make it comparisons to child explicit material. Yes, not
bad. You know, cracks knuckles. Okay, I've got one for you. You know, and even if you're bulletproof on how you phrase that argument, people are going to get mad at you. But I wasn't. And if you're not, people will get more mad at you. And I have had to explain it so many times. The vegan gains debate, that's a solid F. Not only did I not make my arguments well, at one point
he rates his own debates.
Made my anti-child pornography argument so poorly that it got clipped out of context and people are using it as an argument that I support child pornography. My basic argument is that, like, why is child material bad? Because to produce it, you have to hurt children. Because it hurts people to produce it, yeah? Producing child porn requires harming a child. The argument I'm making is that it frustrates me that liberals recognize child pornography as bad. Great, nice. Well
why are there 6 instances of him saying that?
Commodity production chains that involve child slave labor. Like, they'll talk that off. Like, really.
Yeah, and RPGs coming in. Oh man, they're coming to the worst part of the stream.
Well, we don't have to care about that. Oh yeah, dude. Like, cobalt that's mined up is done by a child slave. But you know, like, whatever. That's just how the economy goes. Oh, dude, whatever. Like, we make computers. They look sick, bro. Like, don't think about it. So that was the argument that I was making originally.
I don't know. Me personally, I would have tried to find another example.
Finally watching the Vosh thing.
Me too, buddy. The reasons for this argument being rhetorically and optically bad are pretty obvious, I'd say, but I wanted to explain why it's also logically bad. The parallel between child sexual abuse material and commodities made with child labor is tenuous, mostly due to a huge gulf in personal moral culpability, right? I mean, hopefully that's obvious. It certainly wasn't to me back then. I still believe the presence of child labor in our supply chains is a massive issue, but you know, I've stopped making that point in such stupid, pointlessly abrasive
ways. You realize it's hypocritical of you while you consume things that are likely the result of child slave labor? Bosh?
Debate, bro,
is that why you stopped making that argument?
To be where you believe that if using the most inane,
I don't get it either, Knock.
Hyperbolic shock value arguments.
Is he gonna say the shock jock argument?
I'm sorry. I can explain what I was thinking at the time, but I can't for the life of me understand what I was thinking, if that makes any sense. Yeah, all edge and no point, truly. Oh, and to be clear, I didn't make that argument just once. Remember, the whole rhetorical strategy was edgy, abrasive bullshit designed to bait arguments.
Guys in the snow world.
It worked I mean, arguments were had. You're a live streamer, you know, you have a hot take or you make an abrasive argument. You know, chat brings it up in the future.
This is
you argue
Bosch
about it
Gnosis
again.
for sure.
I'm sure there are a million clips of that argument from different streams, but it's all the same damn thing. You know, it's like taking 500 photos of me getting in a car accident and then saying it's 500 different car crashes. It's all the same stupid fucking argument. Unfortunately, 5 years back, it took me a little while to catch on to how fucking stupid and self-destructive my edgy argument was, safe within the bubble of my then tiny community, where the only eyes I had on me were the eyes of my, I don't know, 100 or so committed fans or whatever back then. I wasn't really seeing any negative consequences from employing this rhetorical strategy. I mean, it would bait arguments
but hello
from
to all the
chat,
Ann
of course.
refugees.
Like, I
I'm
got those
watching the I am
but that was
swollen
what I was
dingus,
looking for.
obviously.
So
I'm
I
watching
didn't interpret
Vosh
that as
hang himself live.
sign of the argument itself.
Well,
being
I'm live. He's
flawed.
not live.
You know, it wasn't until I brought it up in a debate with Vegan Gains, a far larger YouTuber, that I realized how people outside of my community
I hate this
bubble
level.
perceived the argument.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. If because I bought my computer and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves. If I can do that and that's legal and no one's gonna call me out my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
Okay, look, I think there's levels to this. So,
Dude, even the other guy's like, what the fuck, man?
Buying a computer to buying child pornography. I mean,
are you fucking with me?
In order to pretty much have a job anymore,
I can't believe he just said that.
So, do you really think it's reasonable to equate something like buying something that might cause some amount of cruelty, exploitation in the world that you need for your job, just to be able to, like, not be homeless, to something that you're buying purely for very shallow personal pleasure that causes horrible, irreparable damage to somebody lifelong?
I mean, we can actually like partition it out. I don't know how much child pornography goes on the market these days. I haven't exactly checked, but I'd be willing to bet that the total amount of suffering that goes into
Why you got dingus watching this, DJ? Don't put this on Shroom. Devin, I was like the first person to spam this shitty video across all the servers when it came out because I couldn't wait to laugh at this guy's pathetic and weak paper in defense of himself and the things that he said. However, I wasn't live yesterday, so I couldn't watch it yesterday. But I've been meaning to watch it. Thank you, Tevin, for your 10 streams straight. And hello, Seal. I took a pregnancy test, man. I don't know how to tell you this, but like Cobra and his possible new bundles of joy. Dingus, you might be the father of my dingles. Huh? Oh, yeah. What? And explain yourselves. Your Anna refugees are disturbing me. Hello, Rydrake. I thought Helldivers 2 was going to be mid when they showed it off. Why are we talking about Helldivers 2 now? Welcome in, and refugees. I've been knowing about this video for a minute, and I've been meaning to watch it. You guys have come in after the spicy dingus segments. I got a bit heated. I got a bit spicy about this video. Because, I don't know, I've known about this dude for a while, and the things this man has said. And it's like, the things that are being shared that he said have been known, but no one really spoke about it. So H3 gave the green light. He gave the okay. Reminded me of when how no one made fun of Ralph except his small circle of detractors until Medicare made fun of Ralph, and then that just kind of gave the green light to everyone that making fun of Ralph was kosher. And they all started instantly coming at Ralph with the same kind of jokes that his smaller trolls had. Before Medicare started shitting on him. So it's like, well, you guys knew all the jokes the whole time and you were making them behind Ralph's back, but you didn't make them in public, so Medicare said it was cool. It's kind of reminding, like, I'm being reminded of that by this. Like, people knew. They knew about Vosh. They knew. Rue. They just didn't say anything till Daddy H3, Daddy Ethan said it was all right. You're not going to get a chance to sleep until tomorrow afternoon at this rate, Digger. Hey, D-Side. Yeah, I mean, it's only a 1 hour video. Thank you for the clip, man. Yeah, they're all old clips. He even says he's been defending it for like 5 years. But again, it's not really my place. It's better now than never. But I can't help but notice that people really only go after a person when people say, "Oh yeah, it's that guy. It's cool to go after that guy now." And this guy in particular has had it coming. Like, fuck this dude. He should be the first one up to the wall. But I gotta be careful what I say because I'm on Twitch. I'm not YouTube. But I couldn't help but not notice that. It's like, I kind of waited a bit, even though. Because the people that spoke out, the people that's even H3, I think, has known about Vosh and the stuff he said before, even before he did his stream and all that. I can't shake the feeling that H3 has kind of known the whole time. Never mind the fact that H3 hosts servers for some of these people, so they have like a vested interest in either not talking about him as much or keeping quiet about him. Because the people going after him before H3 were conservatives. Yeah, that's the thing to consider too, Carl. It all goes back to politics. We gotta back up one of our own because he's in our fucking party, I guess. Even though he's a disgusting freak who should be exiled to a desert island with no water. Look up the Poppy stuff with Vosh. It was an underage fan he was sending nudies to, and where the horse stuff came. What? Okay, now. I thought I knew everything, but some of these clips I haven't seen before in this video, and I definitely didn't know about that. Funny because Vosh used to be far right. He was fun then as Irish Laddie. Now that I know about. I haven't seen stuff, but I heard he used to be in the... What sphere was it? He used to follow someone. But I did hear he used to be Irish Laddie. But yeah, this is kind of my soapbox piece before you guys came in. So I said, well, you guys knew, and you only spoke about it when it was cool to do so, where you only spoke about it when it was okay to do so, and you yourself would not get any heat or blowback for doing it. You took a stand, but it was the stand on a path of least resistance. That and how people aren't really taking the bestiality thing as serious as it should be, when it's just as bad as the PDF stuff. The PDF stuff is objectively worse and is indefensible, but the fact that people are looking at the bestiality stuff as like lighter or like less of a, they're treating it with less weight, it's just banal and asinine, ridiculous. Hey, F5 He used to go by swollen__ dingus. That's what they're gonna call me. He used to be in the manosphere. They call him swollen__ dingus. He used to hit the gym. He was able to pump iron with his dingus and nothing else. That's basically my point, Seal. Where like, if society degrades to a point where we gotta consider bestiality a gray area, like there's room to debate bestiality and like a love for zoophilia and fucking horses, it's a slippery slope. And I'm kind of disappointed with the reaction to it. It was like, where does that stop? At what point does it degrade even further, where people like Ralph here in this song become the norm? This song will be the national anthem if this shit keeps up. You can please go and make your horsecock jokes, but understand it's also a bad thing. A very bad thing. Gotta stop pausing on this video. I'm sorry, Carl. We had the fake raid, and people were coming in. They're like, Dingus, what are we watching? Why are you so turned up? You're supposed to be having fun and playing fun Mario game. I just had to explain myself for the billionth time, man. From now on, everyone else coming in has to rewind the stream.
The Silicon in Africa, you know, in terms of me supporting that industry, I mean, that's pretty bad. And I didn't have to buy a computer this big. I could have bought something smaller. I could have bought a little Chromebook. You know, I don't wonder how many more hours slaves had to mine up that silicon to justify me being able to own this. But I'd go with it too. Clothing I wear, put together by slave shop work or sweatshop
nice try,
workers.
Nerval. You gotta rewind
glasses,
too.
like everything. And if you wanted to step beyond the slavery element, like all of the
Anyway, I'm
stuff
playing
that
a
I
fun
buy
Mario
goes
game,
towards
right?
corporations. I believe
Dude, I
that
love Nintendo.
wage slavery is unethical. The exploitation.
Did you guys
of
know there's a
workers
direct
and
on Wednesday?
Everything you buy contributes to that.
The
Unless
third-party
you're buying
direct,
from a
though.
co-op.
Okay,
So
well,
don't expect anything fun.
There are, like, I think we could both agree that reducing suffering in the world is a good thing, correct? Even if you can't get rid of all of it at once?
It's always a good thing to reduce suffering, yes. It's insane to me that I needed that kind of
You're serious? What are you
external
talking about?
confirmation to understand how bad it looked, how bad the argument was. But
You know I have a short-term
very
attention span.
low opinion of the me in a lot of these older clips. It just makes me look fucking stupid, to be honest. As you know, as it
Oh, it
turns
was
out,
oh, okay, you were
when
talking about the
talking
dog.
to other people and making arguments about ethical labor or labor laws or whatever, engaging in this kind of argument doesn't make people want to, you know, they don't get like blustered and confront you in a debate about labor
certainly
laws.
feel flustered on this
It makes them want
stream.
to call you a pedophile, obviously. So yeah, that's
was with the
the
zoo man?
explanation for the argument. Like I said before, it does reflect really poorly on me, but only in regard to my
Whoa.
intelligence
Hey,
and
Moitus.
character.
Thank you, Moitus, to re-up with the Prime for 16 months. NSA Bubble Guns. Thank you, Moitus, for the Prime. I really appreciate it, man. We'll take a commemorative sip for the fake raid and the Moitus Prime. 7654321. Let's fucking go. I must sip now, or I'm never gonna get a chance. Ah, yes. What a sip. What a sip that was. I think this is going to be at least one really good thing. There probably will be. People are saying they're going to reveal a Hi-Fi Rush for Switch after that Xbox announcement, which I feel is going to be it's pretty likely, given that Xbox did their announcement, then PlayStation did their announcement, and then the very next week Nintendo does their direct announcement. It's all coordinated. Like, this is a whole industry. These people are in each other's ears. It really wouldn't surprise me if stuff like that gets announced. But there will be a Direct Wednesday. I'll watch it. You can see the Dingus reaction. Problem is, it'll be at 8 in the morning my time, 6 a.m. Phil's time. Well, I ain't doing that shit live. I got shit to do in the morning. I have to see it on the back end. At like 11 at night. But you're right, Knock. I shouldn't be such a Debbie Downer. There's probably something there I'm interested in. But since it's a partner direct, just understand it'll be third-party stuff. Shit, what am I doing? I lost one of the toys. Or two of the toys. Pac-Man 2 for Switch? I could see it happening. Was a Switch 2 announcement? So the rumor was that it was going to be a partner direct in February, which was confirmed by the Pioro guy, and then the follow-up from there was that it was going to be a hardware reveal plus a game announcement in March for Switch 2, and then the rest of the year will be like a transitional kind of year from Switch 1 to Switch 2, with not as many high-profile releases for Switch 1, which seemed to be consistent with the fact that the games coming out right now aren't really high-profile at all. It's littered with a bunch of remakes in the Peach game. So, the Pioro guy hasn't been wrong yet, and he seems to claim that there'll be a partner showcase this month. Other rumors then suggest the Switch 2 thing in March, and Pioro said today that there'd be something to do with a dolphin, like a dolphin game. He might be referencing the code name that the GameCube went under before it was released, which was the Dolphin. So maybe a GameCube remaster of something, maybe Prime 2, maybe what else do people want remastered from the GameCube? Chibi Robo? It could be Chibi Robo! Who knows? But that was what he tweeted today. It could be Echo the Dolphin. If it's a partner direct, then it'd be like all third-party shit. And before the Zelda games. It's like the never-ending rumor, isn't it? The Zelda games. Oh, it's gonna be Zelda games. They're gonna shadow drop it. Maybe. I think... Because Nintendo tends to sit on games, they'll have like a game finished and then just not release it. They did it with Advance Wars. Fire Emblem Engage was finished for years before it finally came out. That Switch, everybody wants to Switch was also done for years before they released it. They'll just sit on games and not release them. I feel like they have those remasters done and they're just kind of just waiting for the right opportunity. Like when there's a lull in the Zelda release cycle. Prime Remastered was done in 2021, but wasn't out till 2023. It's kind of like you don't release a game as soon as it's done with the QA testing. You gotta wait for the right release window. You don't want to release all your eggs in the. You don't want to let them all go in one basket, as they say. And we'll see what they talk about Wednesday for sure.
Not any sort of paraphilia. The clip is from very early on in my career. I think the original stream VOD was actually lost when my Twitch channel was first banned, but while looking for video context, I ended up finding this ancient effort from a fan of mine, presumably, to provide context to that clip. I don't know who made this. I hope they're doing well.
None of it is. Yeah, I agree. None of it is ethical. But we've already made this social decision that people are.
So he's not even using his own argument. He borrowed an argument from a fan. He doesn't even know who the fan is.
We've already made that decision. You're right, but you're kind of revealing your power level. No, this is exactly what I fucking mean. I'm right, but I'm revealing my fucking pedo power level because I'm right. No, this is a moral inconsistency in society. The answer should be that.
It was very disingenuous of him to fast forward the clip.
Makes what I was doing there a little more clear, even if the way I chose to do it was really, really stupid. So
there's no reason it can't be either one, Seal.
That right there, that's the basis of like 90% of the pedophilia accusations that people make against me. Hopefully I explained it decently in spite of the fucking Herculean effort I made 5 years ago to make it completely inexplicable. I'm so tired of explaining it. I sometimes see people say I'm always talking about child pornography, but what they're referring to when they say that is me defending myself from that clip, from people bringing it to me. Like it's like this non-stop. It's Sisyphusian, truly. Like I cannot tell you how much I hate the me in that clip. The amount of trouble he's caused for me. You know, honestly, a car crash would have been less trouble. I tell you. Monumentalist, give me a broken leg. I swear to God, it's so stupid. I don't want to explain it anymore. Please let this stand as my explanation, please, God.
It's like it sounds like DSP trying to justify his old racist jokes.
Explanation, I look stupid. Let's move on. So.
I want to move on from this, man. I'm not like this anymore. I'm fucking
Let's
tired
call it
of
child
this.
labor argument. I had given people a very easy in with which to attack me. Now, again, to be clear, I really don't fault people for thinking the worst of me on account of those clips. I really didn't do myself any favors in that regard, and I've been dealing with the social consequences of them for the better part of 5 years now, you know, of my poor rhetoric. I just want to make it clear that I'm not lumping everyone together in like a "you're bad faith if you criticize me"
I really enjoyed Metroid
category.
Dread.
Of course, there
I can
are
see
still
Metroid
people
2D,
who
3D
act in
hybrid
bad
working.
faith. Not all the people who wanted to attack me were interested in being honest about it. I'd made it really easy for people to make, pedophilia accusations against me, but the problem was, once I stopped making the child labor argument, I stopped making the child labor argument, you know?
What?
I stopped. So folks went fishing for other stuff to throw at me, and a lot of it was really dishonest. One category of disingenuous pedophilia accusation that I find particularly maddening is when they're cut from a video in which I am clearly arguing that our society has a tendency to fetishize youth and girls, and that it's bad. Essentially, I'll say, our society broadly has a serious problem fetishizing young girls, and people will look at that statement and they'll say, oh, he's projecting, you know, he's not talking about society, he's talking about himself, which is insane. You know, insane. Does that logic apply to all social critique? If I said that America has a problem with racism, for example, hypothetically,
what's this? Different kind of boss fight?
Imagine such a world. Does that mean I'm projecting my own racism just innately? Here's an example of this exact thing happening live quite recently.
The average American man would be most attracted to? Which hypothetical strip
the barrel's got frost
would be
on it.
The most crowded? If
he did the hand slap thing.
No, I think it'd be somewhere from 14 to 17. I don't think we want.
Dude, that's the thing he does in Smash.
Okay.
Wants to fuck 14-year-olds.
Okay.
That is a child.
What a crazy clip. That guy I'm talking to in that clip Mr. Girl is, well, if he's not a pedophile, he does an amazing impression of one. I'll say that much. And he spent that entire goddamn debate being a creepy
We
piece
despise
of shit
Mr.
to
Girl
me,
here.
asking me weird fucking questions. I think when he first got on call, he wanted to talk about how he thought he could have debated
Reminds me of
Hitler out
AMOC
doing the
from back in the
Holocaust. You know,
day.
It started funny crazy like that, but over time it just got creepier and creepier, and eventually I just kicked him from the call in disgust. He's one of the reasons that I don't have a debating all comers policy anymore, you know? You gotta filter some of these people. So, all right, where's the context, right? Well, here's a clip from that debate of Mr. Girl asking me that question the first time.
You rage quit.
Here's a thought experiment.
Hey, Rogeezy.
I'm gonna open a
He's a creep, but he has a couple of good songs. I haven't heard anyone but the PDF one, and I kind of want to hear any other ones.
Whatever you want, Emporium. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And in
Dude,
one strip club, the strippers
DK
are
straight
25,
punched Mario in the
24,
face.
23, 22, all the
What
way
the?
down to infants. But each strip club, and this is a sovereign state, so there's no laws. In each club, everyone is the same age. Okay, so if you want to watch babies crawl around,
Oh,
or you
my
wanna watch
Lord.
100-year-olds, we'll start at 100. So
No, I didn't like
basically
Foam
everybody-
Stars.
and everybody on all the women on the planet have
I
to
did not
work
like it.
My
I
question
liked
is,
it. I liked what was there in the
in America
foundation.
now,
I didn't like the monetization.
which
Gameplay was alright.
club
I
do
liked
you
the
think would be
characters and the
most
music,
popular?
art
If this were
style,
to
all that.
open
But I can tell where the game's going.
In a sovereign
I don't want to
state
play a game
adjacent
that's
to
not going to
America.
exist a year from now.
Yeah, and it's you know, there's identities are there's no issues of social ostracization. Nobody knows. Everybody's wearing whatever.
DK, why you gotta do this shit to me?
The closest
Not
argument you
strippers.
could make there, I think, is from European literature from ye olden days, and it seems like predation against girls spiked up around like 14 to 16.
The hardest boss
if
get,
you
baby.
could- if all the
just looking
degenerate
around
sex
you-
tourists,
Yeah, looking around you at America now. I want you
Didn't
to
WoW
base this
Hearts
just
already
on
get
your,
canceled? Or like they're not doing content for it anymore?
sense. You know a lot of people. You talk to a lot of people about this. And then we all.
you know, I haven't talked to a lot of people about this specifically. I'm going
Okay,
to.
well,
be
we just
forthcoming.
we run in
I
different circles.
hate
but
ice physics.
Based on your observations of American humans.
You can still
Which
play it
club is
offline.
the
You don't
more
have anyone to
popular?
play with.
Listen, straight men are going, and they're women.
Culturally, I don't think that we've done anything to appropriately discourage that kind of predatory behavior towards
shit.
girls.
Okay.
So my
Made it.
guess is that it would be somewhere between 14 to 17. I think that culturally
what
we've
if it's
done
a one-way mirror? The
extremely
girls
well.
don't know. The girls don't
Oh,
know
my
that
Lord.
is
For
it
the
even
double
predatory
jump?
to go look at them? They don't know that you're looking at them.
I would say that it's
One-way-
predatory.
It's a website where you can log
It's
in
like
and
seal.
look at locker rooms.
Okay,
So
you're right.
Forget the slavery.
It reminds me of the AMOC thing where he was like joking about it, and then like surprise, surprise, he gets jailed in cell block C, AMOC in cell block C years later because he was joking about it. But actually he wasn't, and he actually was a PDF the whole time. Same thing with Nick Bates, the guy who defended himself in court saying he was in the scat, and because he was in the scat, there was no way he could be a PDF. That guy, it used to be all fun and jokes for him too, back before he actually got outed as an actual literal thing he was joking about. No, it was just a prank, bro. And then it wasn't a prank.
I would continue to believe that's predatory.
Mr. Girl hit me the same way when his song first came out. And people like Vito too, who used the word like we when talking about PDFs.
If you put a camera in an underage girl's locker room and the police found it, I assure you that they would be able to very quickly, succinctly, and with great confidence explain to you what you did wrong.
All right, then I have to go take care of something. No, I'm just kidding. My question is, which club is the most popular? My question is, where do you think we're at?
Why is Bosch
And I'm
debating
asking
this
in
while
kind
playing
of a
Metroid?
Exciting way, because we're in public.
He's like Destiny. He
But
needs
where
to
do
play
you
a
think
game
we're
to
at?
do a
What is-
debate.
I genuinely don't think that much has been done to culturally disbar the average.
Is this how the
modern
left
guy
operates?
From the attitudes that we had back in antiquity towards women.
And people say it's
attractiveness
distracting
towards
for me to
women.
watch a video while playing the
I think
game.
it would be somewhere from 14. No,
Thing
I think
is, how
it'd
do
be
you do
somewhere
that?
from 14 14 to 17. I don't
Which
think
one?
we've changed.
Those are big. That's a big difference.
I have no idea, and I couldn't even begin to
Destiny
think
says he has a
by which
condition that makes it
categories I would
so he
separate
needs
them.
to play a game while
But you're saying
debating.
14 to 17, and you will not. You won't pick a number.
I will absolutely not pick a number within the range.
Because you don't have a
Oh,
guess, or because
come
you don't have
on.
the clip saying it.
Because I don't even know by what category you would distinguish into that group, and because I'm referring only to my feelings on other
Can't
people's
recall what
predilections,
condition.
not my own. So you're not asking me for my preference.
I
you're
only
asking
recall
what
it
I
because
expect of the
DSP
average
mentioned
American.
it. DSP had a problem with that
Which I have
style
a
of
very low
debate.
impression.
Okay, but you don't want to say the number.
You can't give me your full undivided
I don't have a
attention.
number. Do you have a number? Is there a number you're looking for?
I think it's 15.
Well, I suppose we'll leave it to the historians to judge.
I guess I'm no better because, like I said, I usually watch videos while I play games. Is that
maybe
really any
16.
different than playing a game while debating a serious
I think
subject?
it would be 14 at first, and then it would move up once the novelty wore off. I think it would be 15.
At
or
least
16.
Vosh is playing
Is
a
this
good game.
consideration in line with your desire to empathize with pedophiles, or is it something more personal than that?
What do you
We're
mean
never
by
getting
that?
past this level.
Well, I mean,
We've been
you sound
filtered
like a pedophile,
in a
not
Mario
person
baby
who wants to
game.
promote empathy for socially misaligned people.
Why do I sound like a pedophile?
Because you're dedicating a considerable amount of thought to the subject of what type of underage girl people would be most interested in.
What color? If you could guess what color their underwear would be, Vosh, what would you say?
Yeah.
And he was kicked.
You people ask for debates, and what do we
You
get?
people?
I am explicitly talking about widespread social failure to address, prevent, or discourage predation against young girls. Nothing about my language even remotely implies that I'm describing my own preference. I think you'd have to be really goddamn dishonest or stupid to take that as a mark against me. Or alternatively, maybe you don't think.
I guess I
we
can
have a
acquiesce
broader
and say
social
Mr.
issue
Girl
when
is
it comes
definitely
to
the villain in that
fetishization of young
specific
girls.
clip.
And my
Fair.
belief that such a problem exists is just me projecting my own desires. You know, if you really think that, if you really don't think that broader social problem exists, then I think that's a mark against you, not me.
I kind of think you
personally.
shouldn't have
with
gave him a
regards to
platform
being
in
a
the first
suspect.
place.
Look, at this point, at least, ought to be taken seriously. We all have female friends who started getting catcalled when they were young. I mean young. Teen is one of the most popular porn categories. Barely legal is a strip club advertising cliche. So
Ralph's
common,
favorite
a lot of
two
people don't
words.
even think about how fucking weird it is, you know? Clearly, a problem exists. I don't think it's a problem that exists inherently. I think it's a product of our constructed social environment, capable of being made better or worse through the influence of, you know, different
You just can't jump out of the
ideological
way of
forces.
these.
One of the most shamelessly predatory, pedophilic ideas I've ever seen taken half seriously
Hello,
is
Deloria.
The Wall. You've heard of it. You know, not the Pink Floyd, the red pill idea that women become unattractive and lose all sexual value after the age of 30. You know, I know the harm of this specific
Hey, that's true in
idea
Japan. They got that
is
Christmas cake shit.
mostly hypothetical because the median believer in the
Hello,
Wall
Goki.
is like a 14-year-old boy who doesn't
Doing
talk
all right.
to women anyway.
Had
But
a
it's
solid
still an
Monday,
example
a
of
Mario
how
Monday, if you will.
political ideologies can influence
of Mario
the
Monday.
extent to which predatory attitudes against women are socially normalized. To make a change for the better, you know, you'd probably have to look into some kind of I
They
don't
say like I'm not
know,
bad looking, Mr.
feminism
Girl. Like
thing.
point
You know,
fingers at
not
each
to
other.
get
They don't understand. It's
political,
not the
but,
degree of being a PDF. It's like I don't care. Yeah,
feminist writing
yeah.
on this specific
It's
issue.
like
of
again the whole
social
situation. How
normalization of
what I was saying earlier.
creepy
They're all
about
just
girls,
kind of eating their
that
own
goes
right
back
now.
a really long time. So again, pointing that out, I don't think.
Like,
I don't
think
that's
everyone
suspect.
involved
I think
in this
that's- I think
situation
that's a
should
good
die.
argument. Fuck me, dude. That is bad. That is really, really, really fucking bad. Holy shit.
In Minecraft.
If the original movie actually
forgot I'm on
comments on
Twitch.
child sexualization, that would be like a movie about child sex trafficking, and the poster is like a pinup picture of a 14-year-old girl with a black eye or something. Holy fuck! I can't even begin to describe how tactless that is. What's the takeaway from this one? Like, I don't know. Don't do that, Netflix. I don't even know. This is like this is unfathomable to me. Does anyone else
Yeah,
get the
Deloria,
feeling
Bezel
that,
says
like,
I have to be charitable
men,
to this
at least
individual?
in the West, are kind of like taught to be kind of a little pedophile-y?
Oh yeah, I forgot. So I had this in the title, not in the title, but in the go live notification. I was watching the Medicare stream on the Kingdom Casino. I finished it. Apparently Ralph has dentures. The clip isn't out yet, but they did some detective work, and I noticed that Ralph's teeth, when he was moving in the clips, the clip they're watching, it was a bit too unreal. They zoomed in, and with the help of some of their viewers, they were able to indicate and possibly stumble upon the realization that Ralph's teeth are fake and he has dentures. No, they either fell out or got punched out.
A little bit with how much we're fetishizing young girls. Does anyone else kind of get that feeling a little bit, just a smidge?
Oh, no, you're right,
possibly?
Seal. It's not a political
every guy's
issue.
a pedophile, and I don't believe
There are
that.
PDFs on the right
But,
too,
like,
and it needs to be exposed as well.
Hyper fetishize.
It shouldn't be a
for
partisan
girls.
thing.
It's like really weird in every aspect.
I think it just happens to
of
get
our
painted as
depiction of
because
sexual relations
the
between
people
men and
that
women
get exposed
we
like Vosh
almost
happen to be
always,
in politics.
Associate youth.
And they're full capping the cap for them again because it's politically expedient for them to do so.
With desirability when it comes to women, but not just youth, like earlier than like 40, you know, because people before, I'd say like people like 20 to 40 are all like in a pretty conventionally attractive range, sometimes beyond that, depending on, you know, a variety of things. But like the girls are never like 35 or 40. They're always 18. Not to mention like a ton of
the PDF on the right, Ralph.
Just turned 18.
Oh, that was easy.
Barely legal, you know. Wait, hold up your driver's license. We'll censor the fucking name, but yep, there it is. Turned birthday 2 days ago. Yep, like there's fresh out of high school. Barely learned how to drive. Hey, thanks for picking me up. Yeah, it's my first day at driver's school. Like it's crazy how we how much we push this shit. Same exact deal. Me saying there's a broader social problem and people saying I must actually be talking about myself. I can't believe people try to use this shit against me. Seriously, it's really frustrating. Oh, and as bad faith clip jobs go, this one is especially funny because it is literally cut from the video that I made attacking cuties. The you know, the movie. I've been on any drama YouTube years ago. You've heard people attacking cuties. The video is entitled "Netflix Tries to Capture the Pedophile Demographic with Mixed Results." The video does not contain an endorsement for the movie. It's pretty critical. So again, like it's
partnered streamer Drawn Fraga. Welcome to Mario Monday. This is Vosh. He's defending himself against PDF allegations, which they're not allegations, and bestiality allegations, which they're not allegations. And his arguments thus far are terrible.
It's like calling a guy anti-black because he ends a video on
That's real, Fraga.
The history of the Confederacy by saying racism in America persists to this day.
This is a new account.
And people are like, well, of course that means you're racist.
It's
just
guy.
stupid. I mean,
The
you can
horse
tell I find
guy.
it frustrating from the way I'm talking. I think there is a very clear difference between
Matt
examples
Gaetz?
or I guess evidence that people use against me, where I am legitimately saying really stupid shit, and then ones where people are just like desperately cutting any kind of clip, like, you know, like Frankensteining clips together and hoping that, you know, something incriminating comes out in post. There's a lot of that, unfortunately. All right, next clip. We've all jerked at
I like
the
how
lolly at some
DK
point or
moves
another.
in these scenes.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking
need a
crazy on some
DK
hentai
platformer
site,
with
and
that
we've been
model.
fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez.
Okay. This one, I of all the clips that I've seen and known about, this is the first one where I've only seen it as of this situation happening. So let's play this one.
There's a lot of that, unfortunately.
Big screen, this one.
All right, next clip. We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or another.
No.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site.
No.
And we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez. Oh boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young.
No!
This one definitely sounds rougher than the last two clips, but it's you know, it's a bit, it's a joke, a bad joke. I can explain it. I don't think that'll make it any funnier. the
You have
intended
to
comedy
explain the
element
joke,
of an
dot, dot,
indiscriminate
dot.
whirlwind masturbator being used to draw attention to a problem. That problem being the ubiquity of lolicon in hentai sites. I don't really know how anyone could get like a serious vibe from that.
You do make a good point, TRPG. The video up to this point has been some amazing obfuscation. We're like halfway in, not even halfway in. We're almost approaching the halfway point. But it's like none of this is really approaching the subject at hand, which is why do you have lolicon slash bestiality horse cock porn on your computer? Everything up to this point has been explaining clips from ages ago and not really approaching this situation. And I know why, because there's not really a defense he can make for it. I struggle to think of one. The only one I could really fathom is that he okay, if again, I had said this earlier. If he contacted Dingus Crisis Control Management, and I had to tell him a solution to damage control, you're making a video to disavow these people, and you needed material to research. But I don't think even that would have been a plausible explanation, and that was the only explanation I could come up with. I even asked Goon. I think Goon, I don't know if Goon is still here. He came to the same conclusion.
That like there's any
There's
kind of
nothing
like
you can
you
say.
know, grave point being made.
He should have
it's
just
not a
logged off
funny
for months and then
joke
come
at
back
all.
later.
I mean, I cringe looking at it. It's great evidence against me if the point that people are trying to make is that I was or indeed still am cringe. So a point to their favor on that one, I guess.
Another thing leftists have pushed is the idea that pedophilia is just another sexual orientation.
Citation needed.
Like being gay or straight.
Oh my gosh.
Stop discrimination.
Citation needed.
It's time to be more tolerant of demons who feed on kids.
I do take issue with the moral outrage here. Child sexual abuse is widely underreported. It's a huge problem. It's incredibly damaging to the psyche of young people, and as they grow older, it can lead to many negative mental health consequences.
What's so gross in this clip?
Stigmatizing pedophilia to the extent that we are calling them demons probably discourages pedophiles, people who feel attraction towards children, from getting the help they could need to keep.
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
Kids.
I do take issue with the moral outrage here. Child sexual abuse is widely underreported. It's a huge problem. It's incredibly damaging to the psyche of young people, and as they grow older, it can lead to many negative mental health consequences.
True. You're right so far.
However,
no, just leave it at that. Why do you keep talking?
Stigmatizing pedophilia to the extent that we are calling them demons.
They are!
Probably discourages pedophiles, people who feel attraction towards children, from getting the help they could need.
The people in white coats need to come up to them and drag them to the facility if they are discouraged from going themselves.
To keep themselves from abusing children. By demonizing them to this extent.
What am I watching? Vosh put out a defense video for the stuff that happened and came out about him over the past week, Coggers. Hello, Coggers. I don't want to explain it for the 7,000th time.
You are increasing the likelihood of child sexual abuse. Do not demonize pedophiles. Demonize child sexual abuse. And do not demonize pedophiles.
Maybe this is why people don't like you, Vosh.
Demonize
just the fact that he gave people this sound clip alone.
Child sexual abuse. Demonizing them to this extent, you are increasing the likelihood of child sexual abuse. Do not demonize pedophiles.
Like, I'm putting my hands in the air. Why did he say that? Arrest it! Like, actually arrest him! Arrest him! Get him out of here! Wait, who watches the Apollo? Remember the Apollo where they just get the cane out and they force the ops? Can we get the Apollo cane out?
Child sexual abuse and encourage pedophiles to get help.
Encourage them to go to jail.
Never, sexually abused
encourage
a child,
them to turn themselves in.
They're like, yeah, I've never done it, but is there anything really that wrong with lowering the age of consent to 13? Then of course, fuck them. Like, fucking shut them up. Just fucking smack them. But By and large, statistically speaking, there are 370 people watching right now. I'd be willing to bet that at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual sexual attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common.
What?
To those of you who do, to an extent that you feel as though it may be like a problem.
Okay, so he's saying this is the infamous clip that gets shared around, and everything we listened to before and after was the context that makes this part not as bad. Now, I don't know about you, but I didn't feel as if that really justified any of what he just said. And Carl's right. The fact that he said that about his own audience, like the people who watch him and look up to him, doesn't that speak more about the audience that you foster, Vosh?
Shut him up. Just fucking smack him. But by and large, statistically speaking, there are 370 people watching right now. I'd be willing to bet that at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual sexual attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common.
That's like a self-fell. You just said that about your own audience. That's the audience you cultivate.
To those of you...
That's wild.
Due to an extent that you feel as though it may be like a problem, please just get some fucking help, my dude. There's nothing wrong with you as a person. We can't help the shit that we're into. We can help our actions. There's nothing feels weird, man, about this. You can't help the things that you're into. If you realize as you're like 20 years old that you're the thing for kids,
he really
what the
just
fuck do you
dunked on
do?
his own
Commit fucking
audience there.
Sudoku? Do you just stop existing right then and there? Do you toss yourself?
Like he could have made that argument about about any other kind of population, like maybe just bullshit some statistics about the country population as a whole. Oh, there's statistically speaking, there's like 1 in a gazillion amount of people in the country are bound to like this crazy fucked up shit. But instead he self-felted himself and shat on his own audience.
In front of a car? No. You have to live your life anyway, and you have to recognize if you're a responsible
picking his
person.
nose.
Like, hey,
he should not have done the video, Green Prime.
Even if I just
like how he
keep this
opens
to
the video
myself,
saying
like,
he
this
should
might
not have done
affect
the
people
video,
someday, you know?
and that is not going to convince
I
anybody.
should probably
it's not
maybe
convincing me.
See what I can do about that. Talk to somebody. Okay? Man, can I just say how much I hate how my voice sounds in these old clips?
Yeah, I hate my voice too, buddy.
I sound kind of stilted, and I think it's phrased a little weird because I just wasn't experienced at streaming back then. But yeah, the message seems fine. As I understand it, encouraging pedos to go to therapy is like mathematically the most effective way of reducing the likelihood of children.
Ah, yes, and then we get like the source here. Ah, yes, the sophistry and our sources.
Being harmed.
Where's your source,
which
bro? Debate me.
is
Citation needed.
The point, I would hope. It doesn't have the punch or the charm of the classic kill yourself debate tactic. You know, those
are the
elements
debates I'm
lacking,
used to.
admittedly, But my understanding is that that classic debate tactic also just tends to push them into like really insular, like-minded
We're in the
communities
Mystic
where they're
Forest
more likely
world.
to enable each other's worst elements. So I don't even know what in this clip implicates me, to be honest. But all right, enough with the clips that are easy for me to defend. Let's address the
Those
clip
were
that I
easy?
see second most often. It's probably my least favorite one because it is so stupid and so unnecessary, and the bad optics of it aren't even from the argument that I was trying to make. Here, enjoy the terrible clip.
Please, please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit libcut fucking SJW brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Why did he
is
say that?
Possible. Man, look at how cool and logical I am, calling people libcucks for having the audacity to take issue with anything that I'm saying there. My IQ must be massive, the way I'm willing to, and this is the charitable take here, saw my own legs off at the knee, you know, optically speaking. No points for guessing this clip's from 2019, you know, same as the fucking child labor argument, so same.
Reminds me of DSP during the interview. So you guys, you literally had to get a clip. You didn't get a clip from yesterday. You didn't get a clip from the night stream 2 days ago. We were having positive, meaningful reactions to my content from 10 years ago. You didn't get a clip from last week. You had to go all the way back, literally all the way back to last summer. You had to get a clip from last summer of me being racist. You had to go all the way back to 2019 to find a clip of me defending this shit.
Legs off at the knee, you know, optically speaking. No points for guessing this clip's from 2019, you know, same as the fucking child labor argument. So same era, same brain. Before I can explain what was going on here, we have to finish the point that I was making, because this is a really nasty clip. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible. However, categorically, we discourage those relationships because as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society. That's the difference between ACT and rule utilitarianism. An ACT utilitarian would say, oh, this is an instance where it was good for the adult and the minor to have sex. That would make it a good action. But the rule utilitarian, which is what I am, would say, even though that individual outcome was good, the act was still bad because in general, in a broader application, for adults and children to have sex with one another leads to horribly destructive outcomes. For that reason, it is an unethical act. Yeah, look at that. Whoever cut this clip ended it right before I said, but really nasty work. And I clearly don't need the help making myself...
It really... Wow, whoever clipped it cut it off before I said it really wasn't... I still disagree. I still disagree, Vosh.
Look terrible? So, all right. What's going on here? What point am I clearly failing to make? And why did I say any of that terrible shit? What I'm trying to explain, poorly, mind you, is the difference between
look at little shy guys with spears.
Utilitarianism. They're two different ways of understanding what's right and what's wrong.
Can we send those guys after Vosh?
That's what I thought back then. To understand what I was thinking at the time, I'm going to have to explain this in the context of my past self's, you know, like sophomoric Dunning-Kruger-esque understanding of utilitarianism.
Sophomoric.
We have to enter the, you know, the very tiny shoes of my brain back then. We have to step into the shoes of my brain back then. And back then, as I understood it, ACT utilitarians decide if an action is moral by assessing the outcomes of that action, right? So you throw a brick at a person, it hits them, it hurts them, that's a bad outcome. Okay, so don't throw bricks at people. And rule utilitarians do this while also considering the value of broader judgments or rules that might consider an action moral or immoral by default, based on a general judgment of the expected outcomes. So we have rules against throwing bricks at people, not because the outcomes are always bad. I mean, you could miss, for example, and not really do much of anything, but we still have laws against that because the expected outcome of throwing a brick at a person is bad, averaged out, and you want to prevent people from doing that thing generally rather than just like...
That's fine, Seal.
...letting people hope that the individual outcome of a specific
look at the little monkey
thrown brick might
playing
be
music.
Good. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Well, again, none of this is a good understanding of utilitarianism, so I'm trying to explain how I thought about it. I know. You'll have to read up on the subject elsewhere. Don't get your normative ethics lessons from me, please, God. So let me continue with the distinction. In the, I guess, to keep with the theme of bricks, you know, we would consider it morally wrong to toss cinder blocks off of a highway overpass. You know, I think most people would agree that's bad. It's possible, however incredibly unlikely, that doing so might actually end in having a positive outcome. Maybe the cinder block...
Why wasn't that the argument you made in 2019 then?
The kidnapper, and the car crashes, and the kidnappee is able to escape to safety, right? I mean, and that's a morally good outcome from the action, you know? So the question is, then, is an action morally wrong if its expected outcome is
Pam, a gifted 1 month tier 1 sub to SEAL Team RAS. Thank you, Pam. Hello, are you? You're late to the Vosh react act. I don't know how to tell you this, are you? But it's pretty bad. And it's not really swaying me in Vosh's favor whatsoever. And I kind of don't. I never liked him. I especially don't like him now.
Overwhelmingly likely to be bad, but
yeah, I like the monkey enemies too.
Somehow, just through sheer chance, ends up not being bad. You know, is it morally wrong to drunkenly drive through the front doors of a school if the only person you hit is, by sheer coincidence, about to do a school shooting? You know, no, I know. You have to understand these are the high IQ moral conundrums that only
well, that's
the
a hypothetical pie in the sky scenario that I would probably be never involved in, so I refuse to answer that.
I'm clearly siding with the rule utilitarian argument here, that all of these actions would be immoral regardless of outcome, you know, because categorically the harm is... We're engaging with my understanding at the time. I feel so bad. I know more about the subject now than I did then, so I feel like I'm re-explaining bad logic, but look, two things set me up to fail here. Well, one thing did, the thing being me, but I set myself up to fail in two ways. My aforementioned tendency to engage in pointlessly
he doesn't want to talk about the actual situation because he's got no defense for it.
And an extremely,
what can he say?
Extremely broad definition of can have good outcomes. Yeah, I've already addressed this debate bro brain poison before, so hopefully it's recognizable here, those tendencies, in the same way that it was with the child labor argument. I'm shooting myself in the foot in the exact same way with the same personality gun. The reason I hate this clip, the myself in this clip, his
best opportunity to explain it and be believable was right when it happened. The longer you wait for it, the more people are gonna think, well, he's had time to think of an excuse. Like, with a video like this, like, it's over. You already wasted your time, as a DSP would say. You wasted your fucking time. Like, the longer you wait to say something, the more people are just not gonna believe you, which is why, in most cases, for situations like this, it's just better off not saying anything and just kind of leaving it there and coming back later when the heat's died down. But it's too late for him to do that. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. No! Belted. Got too distracted speaking my piece.
Is because this argument I was having with chat wasn't even about child sexual abuse. It wasn't relevant. It was completely
even if you want to go with that shit, it was like, oh, it was a gazillion years ago. Which, true, there's,
you know,
depending on the opinion,
there's
like there should be a statute of limitations on certain opinions. Like, I don't even really think the DSP should get hit on, like, for the racism stuff. Like, it's like a decade and a half ago. Like, who gives a shit? I know people clutch pearls over it. I'm not reporting DSP for racism, but like, it actually, quite actually was a decade and some change ago. Who gives a shit, honestly? Honestly. It only comes back to bite him in the ass whenever DSP wants to LARP as an ally, because it's like, well, he did say this. I mean, sure, it was a gazillion years ago, but you did say it. But, like, dude, this was 2019. Like, this is 2019. It's like, we're not at that point yet. DSP may be on a good day, and even then, most people aren't going to be as acquiescing of that as me. Maybe wait a few decades before you start saying it was, oh, that was like a gazillion years ago. It was 2019. I was a shock jock. Bosh. He said some sus things months ago. That's another thing, because I'm speaking relative to those specific things, like the Joe comment during Dead Space and all that. Specifically those comments from decades ago. But you're right. DSP doesn't shut his mouth, and he will just say even worse shit. Like, I'm shitting on Vosh for 2019. The As Dusk Falls clip with the slave trade, that was 2022. And then he had that weird shit xenophobic thing with Like a Dragon a few weeks back. Was that during the Super Bowl thing? It was during another session, I think. No, it was a session right before the Super Bowl. And then not to mention the Canadian Kirk thing, where it's like you avow racist just because he gives you money, which let's not look at that any other way. That's literally the only reason Kirk is there. Like, okay, I can't look past that, but I'm speaking relative to those specific comments. Those comments, I can, like, look past them because they are old, and I I do think to an extent, depending on the comment, you really shouldn't get roasted for shit that's that old. But it doesn't really work overall for DSP because he just says regarded shit every fucking day. It was during I feel like it was during the Like a Dragon stream when I was playing Crash Bash on a Saturday. I may be wrong.
Consequentialism. You know, if you were an intro to normative ethics class, you'd probably get
That's
yelled
just
at
how
by
I
the
see it. You don't have
professor
to
for
agree with me
attempting
on
anything
that.
even like this
I
argument,
just
but,
don't like clutching pearls over stuff
leaving that
DSP has
aside,
said, really.
and because it's completely
for the most part, it
irrelevant,
seems
I
kind of
can't even
fake the way
explain
people
my
react
thought
to it.
process very well. It
Even
just
when it's
looks
justified
terrible,
to get
even
upset
though
about
in the
it.
full clip, I'm explicitly stating that child-adult sexual relationships are categorically wrong. It's a completely unforced error. You know, I did this
Saying
to
stupid
myself.
things in the past can be
Also,
forgiven if you truly
regards
mature past it.
to
I agree with that.
Can have good outcomes. This is
I really
like
don't think
a-
Dave has.
This is like a
He's
fringe
apologized
temp
for it, but
IQ element
even
of arguing normative ethics.
even me with that stance that I have, I don't think he has matured past it. And I agree with Carl too, and that they weren't even funny to begin with. You just took another he took a bit from another guy and just made it his own, which is a lot of those bits that DSP did back in the day, like Thugs on the Floor. That's just Pants on the Floor from American Idol. He just rebranded it and then made it his own. It's not even like an original DSP-ism.
If you're willing to argue like a fucking idiot, as I clearly am, literally anything can have a good outcome in some specific scenario. Murdering an innocent person, well, what if someone put a gun to your head and said they'd murder 2 innocent people if you didn't murder 1? Now murdering that person actually has a good outcome because
I don't like these arguments because they're not realistic.
You made the path where only 1 person dies, so
I'm
you
sorry to keep
basically saved a
pausing,
life.
but it feels like people in his sphere always have they always make these takes, these fucking regarded arguments like, oh, you can save everyone in the world, like aliens come down and they're gonna like destroy the whole world unless you agree to legalize PDF. Like, no, would not happen. This would not happen in any reality, in any timeline. Would this actually happen? I refuse to answer. Fuck off.
Person, woo, there you go.
This is worse than a sandwich shop
inherently
analogy.
wrong.
At least in the DSP sandwich shop analogies, you can actually go to a sandwich shop.
No, context. Like, you know, oh, the asteroid hitting the planet would be bad. Well, what if
it's
it prevents
worse.
it
I
from
think
hitting
it's
a bigger
worse,
planet with more
Nurgle.
people?
Child
Adult sexual relations. Well, what if
listen to
aliens
him.
threat?
Because DSP will never say, he'll never say shit like aliens come down, you're gonna beam away everything, and you have like, you can press the button to destroy all the aliens, but you have to legalize this disgusting shit. Oh, you can save 2 people if you legalize this, but if you don't, then 1 person will die. No! This is stupider than a sandwich shop analogy. At least in the sandwich shop analogy, you can actually go to a sandwich shop that's actually somewhat realistic. Not sure at the sandwich shop they won't be talking about the stupid scenarios that DSP has in mind, but at least it's partway realistic. You can be on this. You can kind of meet Dave halfway when he makes those stupid food analogies. I can't meet Vosh at any way when he talks about this, and it's very often like I hear this all the time in these debate bro commie debates.
To blow up the whole planet, etc., etc.
No, I would not bang an alien.
I know. It actually is that stupid. It wasn't even the point I was trying to make. It's just that, you know, nothing is inherently wrong. It depends on the outcomes style of.
But all of those arguments, like,
was a
it's
pretty
just
big
trying to get
feature
you
of
into
how
a gotcha.
Constructed arguments and made points back then, and you know, here's it combining with that tendency to reach for the edgiest possible subjects and comparisons, and it really fucks me over. I know there are probably like hundreds of examples of me doing this, but with like murder or domestic abuse or any other just like edgy topic dealing. Oh, you normies in my chat, you think that anything is inherently wrong? Well, let me construct a hypothetical for you that you won't be able to grapple with. You see, because I'm smart, I know that actually, you know, what if this thing happened? I really don't blame people for thinking less of me for that clip. It's just really bad, you know. If nothing else,
so you know those hypotheticals are stupid and yet you do them anyway?
Don't judge me for any kind of like paraphilic interpolation of this. Judge me for being a fucking idiot. That's what I want you to do.
That's kind of been my whole reaction up to this
Judge
point.
my audience back then for watching me. I shouldn't have gotten any viewers back then. I was so stupid. Unfortunately for me, my presence online dates back way farther than the creation of my channel, which means people interested in finding examples of me saying stupid shit have a pretty wide range of material to choose from. Before I had a channel, or was even known as Vosh, I was a frequent and notorious shitposter in the community of a streamer called Destiny. I know, that's why I am the way I am. I had been in his community for a long time, really long, and I really enjoyed the edgy, irreverent, debate lord culture of his Discord server. So let's look at some of the stupid, edgy, irreverent shit I said 6 years ago there that people have since screenshotted out of context in the pursuit of calling me a pedophile.
It was a gazillion years ago.
This is a perfect example of context being maliciously stripped from a screenshot in order to make me look bad, even though I'm right and it's not even controversial. You know, I'm uncontroversially right, I hope. The conversation was about media and LGBT representation. Here's the gist of it. So, coming-of-age stories are really common. You know, like a young person, they go on an adventure, they meet people they like, maybe they fall in love, they slay a dragon, whatever.
I gotta do that quicker.
Really common type of story. One of the main types of stories, even. And one of the biggest culture war talking points back in 2017, and I guess still now today,
2017,
is that kind of story is weird and pedophilic and I guess the modern term would be groomery. I don't know. If the protagonist isn't straight, right? So their argument was, you know, you can have a story where a young man goes on a journey and falls in love with a girl and everything's fine. But if a young man goes on a journey and falls in love with a guy, then it's weird and it's gross and it's different, and that's sexualizing them because young people can be straight but they can't be gay, you know, because that's weird. That means they've been abused or whatever. That was
a hell of a lot of context, Vosh.
That I was pressing against, you know, and hopefully everyone watching understands it's a ridiculous and homophobic and, you know, irrational argument. It's a stupid double standard. But that's what I was pushing back against. You know, the exploring sexuality there in that context means it being incorporated as a plot element.
Did he show the message yet?
Like,
maybe I was too focused on the game.
Every story, right? The Last Airbender, Aang likes Katara. Spoilers. That's sexuality.
That's pretty blatant.
Heterosexuality, I believe, is the term for it. You know, in Teen Titans, Robin, like Starfire, not Raven, right? Starfire, whatever. Like normal, uncontroversial. You know, homophobes will say like, oh, well, actually, it's bad if it's, you know, if young people can be gay, even though everyone knows they can be. Like it's. I have a feeling the person who clipped this to like use it against me wouldn't even disagree with the argument I'm making, because a lot of these like really bad faith clip jobs come from people who are ostensibly left-leaning, which makes me wonder like if they don't understand they're doing the same thing that
he's
like
confused
the conservatives they would otherwise
are
disagree
after
with
him
would do. I don't know.
or against him.
It's
hey,
really,
wait a minute!
really
I jumped on top of him.
Nobody disagrees with me on the argument that I'm
glitched.
making here. I hope if I had only known then what my future would hold, then maybe I would have optically workshopped it a little more. On to the next one. Okay,
Optics.
So this one actually is bad, and I've apologized for it a few.
Okay, so oh God, I cannot. No. The Discord screenshots. So we are at 59. What was the first one? Sorry, I didn't know he was on this section and he was just showing screen caps. Okay, so the first one he talks about, which was one where he talks about Avatar. So I seem to have provoked a defensive reaction in you, says Vosh, deleted user, with the pedo bear. He's an old 4chan mascot. Vosh says there's a difference between exploring. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read that. Talking to me, I can't watch because I think it's disgusting. I agree, random person. Okay, what fucking culture? Okay, then he proceeds to explain how it's just like Teen Titans, and then we jump to the second one, which is just outright this one. From by the way, this one's what year was that one from? This is 2017. Okay, it's 2018. This was like a year before the Majora's Mask clip. It was from 2019, you fucking moron. Basically a gajillion years ago.
And I've apologized for it a few times. Basically, here I'm doing that thing that guys do where, you know, a hot female teacher will be arrested for raping a student, and the guys in the Facebook comment section will be like, you know, where was she when I was that age? Could have used me some of that. And
I think
basically, like, the thing they do where they down.
No, I think these days the people in comment sections for stories like that comment on the hypocrisy that female teachers seem to receive compared to male teachers when they get caught for the exact same shit. I think those are the comments that get tossed about these days, and they're correct comments to make. Why does the mom keep doing me like that?
Play and trivialize the sexual abuses of the teacher because they personally think it would have been cool if they could have slept with their hot teachers back when they were 14. And yeah, when I was 14, I also wanted to fuck my hot teachers.
None of my teachers were
obviously.
Hot.
But you know, 14-year-olds are it.
As I say that none of my teachers are hot, he proceeds to say,
back when they were 14. And yeah, when I was 14, I also wanted to fuck my hot teachers, obviously.
is this okay? Am I just like the odd one out? I have never lusted after any of my teachers, maybe because they were all old bags.
But you know, 14-year-olds
They
are
smell of salty,
idiots.
sandy
Their,
coins.
Interests, desires, and preferences shouldn't really be accounted as a solid moral argument to anything. So this screenshot isn't really missing any context. It actually is shitty, but I've since come around on
Yeah,
this.
a couple of hot teachers.
I've recognized how bad
Alright,
it is
maybe
to
I'm just
downplay
the
or
odd one. I
idealize
went
that
to the
kind of
bad
thing.
schools,
So,
I guess.
You know, I've been consistent about that for years now on my channel. Not much else I can do. All right, next one. All right, so this one looks bad. I think this is probably like one of the other things that...
Okay, this is one of the most popular ones that I see. This one's been going around for a while. I had a teacher in her early 20s who had a really fat ass in high school. None of my teachers were young. There was all cougars. Not that I'm into that. Yeah, we're just supposed to take his word for it. Okay, as I was saying, the way I see it, the exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. Wrong, as those imbalances, or at least some of them, are redressed through the advent of socialism. The should therefore be lowered. No, I disagree vehemently with that.
Gets used against me the most often. It is mostly just stupid in the same way that the previous, like, terminally online debate-brained tendencies we've seen have been stupid. You know,
yeah, just more word salad diarrhea.
Under socialism,
I get what he's saying.
Economic system
I just don't agree.
I don't believe exists or has ever existed. You could defensibly adopt an age of consent set to the same level as it is currently set to in England or France. Another pointless intellectual exercise conducted, I assume, because I and a lot of other people in the Discord server believed arguing controversial topics through inane hypotheticals made us cool and smart. Wow, good thing that didn't carry forward into my streaming career. I think my logic was... No, I know what my logic was. It was that the idea that economic disparities are a primary element of the power imbalance between adults and minors, and that removing that imbalance through total economic equality would rectify a part of the power imbalance. It's a stupid argument. I definitely don't agree with it anymore. I probably didn't agree with it, like, very shortly after I made it because I was arguing about it. You know, like, it's pretty easy to poke holes in that one, I gotta say. Economic disparities
again,
are
I gotta
present
take your
in
word for
couples
it.
of
I haven't taken your word the whole
age,
video.
right? The power imbalance between adults and minors is more developmental and social. So the argument was stupid and meaningless, yes, but you have to understand that to the mind of the terminally online debate bro, the hotter and less necessary the take, the cooler you are for making it. Great stuff. You know, I've done
Man,
myself
you're so
nothing
cool,
but good
Vosh.
service in the pursuit of all of these.
Wonder if Noah
excellent
loves
arguments
Vosh
that
too. He
need
had
to be
a he had a summary
I
for
think
this
that's it
video.
for the Discord screenshots
he's
that I can
definitely not
meaningfully add
pro-Vosh.
context to. You know, like ones that I think are substantive enough to warrant any kind of explanation. The others are fake, like just like faked, like photoshopped or whatever, or so insubstantial that addressing them feels pointless. Yeah, you know, I want
What
to
are the
give
ones you
an
don't want to show
example
us? Can I see one of the ones you don't
what
want
that
to
so
show us? You
often
don't
looks
want to
like,
defend?
though. So here's one so stripped of context that
Okay.
I don't even
He's
remember
actually gonna show us
what
one.
the conversation was about. Yeah, I see so many attacks against me substantiated by evidence. Evidence
that looks like a-
this.
that sounds like
Stuff
something Vito would
so
say. What the
insubstantial,
hell?
you would have to already dislike me to buy into it. Leaving aside the fact
This is so insubstantial. The only people who would ever believe it are people who already dislike me, right?
that, like, if you're screenshotting a message so selectively,
Where's
that
the
you remove,
context?
like, not only the literally all the surrounding information, but the image exclusively contains a single sentence. I mean, Jesus.
Oh no,
like,
Vosh
if
loves
that's the
Fooly
standard
Cooley.
for making a
Like,
person
I'm
look
sorry,
bad, you can
Fooly
make
Bros,
anyone
but
look bad.
he's
Like,
one
it's
of you.
incredibly easy to make people look bad if that's the standard. But the one sentence that remains is literally a stock joke. It's wry sarcasm, you know, like, oh wow, what did Benito Mussolini ever do to you? Wow, what did arsonists ever do to you? Wow, someone got murdered in your town and you think that's bad? Hold on there, buddy. What did murderers ever do to you? Like, the joke only works if the person making it assumes everyone present already knows the group being referred to as bad. Nobody actually says that when they're defending a group, like, sincerely. You know? Like nobody, it's a stock joke. I don't want to be annoying by overstating this, but attacks against me are...
Okay, I'll level with him. I can see his point. It's wry sarcasm. I was just pretending to be regarded a guy. Okay, I get it. This one I can see. Oh, it's just right. I was just pretending to... Okay, I see his point, but to me it just turns into I was just pretending to be regarded. Okay? I'm just gonna call you regarded then, dude.
Given a lot of perceived legitimacy by the sheer volume of evidence. But if you actually look into that volume, a lot of it is just nothing. I can't tell you how frustrating it is to see some gigantic ultimate compilation of evidence against Bosch with 100 links. And then you look into them and fully, like 90% of those links are just nothing, sheer filler, completely meaningless. But to everyone else, it might as well be 100 bulletproof accusations because they're never actually going to look at them. I'm not just saying that. I've been online.
This assumes that everything that he talks about here is to the same level as that wry sarcasm comment that he just talked about. But all of the clips we just, like, most of the things that people post are all those clips we just saw. The Majora's Mask clip, the other one where he's talking about, he's playing Dead Cells. Like, those are the ones that people always post. It's not really the Discord screenshots where he's just making a wry comment or something. Something where you can, like, I can genuinely see the latest one where he's just, what did ever do to you? I can see that one as a wry joke. It's not funny. It's stupid. It's regarded. That one I can, like, okay, I'll look the other way on that. I wouldn't say something like that, but I can see it. But, like, those aren't the ones that people repost. That's kind of like supplementary, where people are, it's something that gets discussed after people discuss all the other things, which are the clips. The clips are the main thing you have to address. Everything else, these stupid minor screenshots, they worsen the case for you, but they're not even the bulk of your case. The bulk of your case is the clips.
For a while, I know how internet drama works. You hear about a person being bad. You hear about them being bad so many times. You know, people say, "Oh, look, here's the evidence of it." It's a big, like, you think everyone reads?
I'm sure you participate in stuff like that too before, Bosch.
All those big documents, those 18-page Google Docs that people drop with all the evidence of this and that. Most people don't read all of that. For the most part, you know, if there's a lot of evidence towards a person being bad or a lot of perceived evidence, I don't think that's
Are you
nothing.
guilty of that shit too?
But I don't want to, you know, I can't, like, we can't pretend.
Who cares about all the
that
evidence, you guys?
It's not impossible to pack a bunch of sawdust in with the grain, you know? And I think that
You admitting there is grain is the problem. And where's the apology, by the way?
People who have a couple of very pointed criticisms, almost always the child labor argument thing, which I've talked about, of course. But the more frustrating one is like sometimes, you know, you see people saying stuff about me, and then you turn and look behind them to see what like evidence they've mounted, and a lot of it is like nothing. And I feel like if you could tell them like, hey, look, turn around, like look at what you're using.
Oh, dude, come on, that cannonball didn't hit me.
Do you not think it would be good for you to stand by any of these criticisms? Or yeah, my frustration here is clear. I don't want to oversell it. I have said legitimately stupid stuff. You know, I'm not trying to deny that or downplay that. I'm only saying that it makes it more difficult for me to address or give context to those things, give people the opportunity to decide for themselves with the real information.
We're an hour in. We got like 40 minutes to go. We've not even really addressed the situation at hand that was the cause of all this. He opens the video kind of like assuming we already know what it's about. That is deliberate on his part so that you don't go looking for what caused all of this. And we're addressing old shit. Does he really not address the rest of it? Okay, this section says he's about to talk about it. Okay. All right, well, let's see if I get proven wrong. When Dingus does something controversial, the defenders would go, what did Dingus ever do to you? Yes, Dingus is a pillar of the community. Why are you trying to cancel him? Why? It'll be the Ding Tractors versus the Ding Fenders. The Ding Fenders of the universe.
How they feel about me when it's all being kind of, you know, buckshotted at me in a big cloud of nonsense. I don't want to harp endlessly about that nonsense because I feel like it does take away from the substantial stuff. But like, look at this. Like look at this. This is like here's a screenshot. Here's the kind of shit I see. Like what does this mean? You know, why do I see this included as like what did I mean here? I don't know. How is this supposed to implicate me? Why is this being presented as evidence that I'm a pedophile? Like Jesus, look at this one. I wrap up my afternoon classes, I get back home to my computer, I open Discord to find the brain geniuses of Destiny's community having a spirited and extremely necessary debate on the subject of
I used to come from Destiny's community.
That look like children.
Now
so I
he
sigh
hates
deeply, bring my fingertips to the keyboard and type, "This is why I come here. My professors never want to talk about pedophile sex bots."
Again, I'll reiterate what I said. These smaller ones, I can see how this is just weird, jokey converse. Like, maybe this is how just all the fuckers in Destiny's Discord server talk. I wouldn't talk like it. I wouldn't make jokes like it. These ones I can hand wave away with the asterisk of, it's fucking weird, you fucking weirdo. But the reason people group these ones in with the bigger Savage is because it's like a trail. It's like a pattern of behavior to it, man. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
I mean, the only thing I'm doing here is mocking the topic being discussed, which was, I feel, appropriate. This was all the way back in 2017, so if nothing else, you can see the vat my brain was stewing in before I went on to make my channel and immediately kneecap it with a meaningless, counterproductive, pointlessly edgy devil's advocate. There's constructed social environments for you. Yeah, again, I'm not saying that
something I've noticed, there's a very aggressive stance he's taking in constantly mentioning that a lot of these were from before his channel was made. Probably to kind of like downplay it. I think it's another attempt in like, oh, it was a gazillion years ago. I've changed. I'm a better person. This is before I became a bread tuber. I'm a big communist now. I was an Irish fucking weightlifter back then.
There's no legitimacy whatsoever to people being critical of me. It's just, you know, a lot of stuff gets thrown my way. So after all that, now we finally arrive at this most recent drama.
That's probably what it is, Seal. It's what I was saying earlier with the rats leaving the sinking ship. Like, they'll get more shit if they'll get called out for being a rat leaving a sinking ship if they leave, so they may as well just stay and defend them to the bitter end.
To say the least. So there I was, streaming
There's
a
probably
few
that
weeks
some of
ago,
those people don't
browsing
like it
a
themselves,
men's
but they got
fashion
no other
site.
choice
I
but
wanted
to
to look at an
downplay it,
image more
cope and
closely, so
cap
I
for 'em.
right-clicked to open the image in a new window, but then accidentally
Bro,
instead
at that point, just
clicked
log
the
off.
Save As tab in the right-click drop-down menu. Now, because I am,
Do you
as
really
has
wanna
been
die on the hill for
extensively
Vosh?
demonstrated in this video, a fucking idiot. My preferred strategy for keeping my desktop clean is to keep a single big folder called To Be Sorted, where every image, document,
Oh, he's
music
finally
file,
talking about it.
whatever I happen to download gets sent. This is an insane thing to have as a live streamer, but you know, there you go. It's me. So I hit Save As, and a half second later, a preview window of the folder and its contents popped up
Can we see the
on
clip,
screen.
though?
And now, of course, that folder had porn in it, so I immediately ended the stream and deleted the VOD, even if it weren't just embarrassing to make a mistake like that as one of the largest political live streamers on the platform. It's TOS. You gotta delete the VOD.
Oh, far huffer there.
I stream with no delay, and folks are always screen capturing the feed, so I knew the contents of my To Be Sorted folder and the preview window were irrevocably public knowledge. But to be honest, that didn't really bother me too much. It was embarrassing, sure, but mostly because it made me look like a careless idiot, not because I was ashamed of the, like, furry demon monster GF big dick porn stuff I knew I had in there. You know,
it's
I
like
had
a
rambled
word.
about
There's a
liking
word you're
all that
missing there.
stuff on stream before, not a secret. And I
It's
thought,
kind
you
of
know, maybe in a way, this fuck up would come across kind of charming. You know, like, that's my stream.
There's a
that
word
fucking
he's
idiot
neglected
right
to say there.
My community was already making a big joke of it by the time I went live again. Of course, I knew as soon as
Hey,
the
you think
folder
fuckers like
opened
this
on
would have
screen
multiple
that it would be
computers,
pretty
Carl?
easy for people to
Like,
lie
even Kerfuffles
about
was
what
saying
it
that.
contained, to stir up drama or cause me trouble or for any other reason. So when later on in that stream, one or two people came into chat and they said, hey, there was Lolly in there, and, you know, I figured they were just causing trouble and I banned them. Of course, we know where this is going. By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that two of the images in my folder preview window were actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way to find out about that sort of thing. Now, obviously, the accusation here isn't just that I had those images saved. That part's true, not really an accusation, but also that I must have known that they were lolicon and saved them because they were lolicon. Now, the obvious and predictable but nonetheless true response from me is that no, I didn't know that, and that must not have been the impression I got from those two drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them. You know, I mean, drawings are...
I hate to cite Flamenco, but Flamenco posted a clip where he shat on people and said, like, if you even like anime or hentai, you're like 100% into lolicon. I'm like hearing that clip play in my mind as I hear him try to dance around this without even saying the word loli, by the way. So
abstractions and art styles and body proportions vary massively,
Like,
even
goes
for
around,
characters
comes
that are
around,
unambiguously
Vosh.
adults. That doesn't mean lolly shit isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem like a lot on stream. It just means that...
Okay, at least with Synthetic Man, he's like only into Fuda, which I can't believe I'm defending that. He's just into chicks with dicks, and that's also fucked up. But we've been talking how there's layers to it. There's layers of fucked upness. Like, at least he's into women with dicks, which is, I'm not into that. But you're right, Pim Pam. I'm getting echoes of that as well. Fuda's only gay from a certain perspective. I do not want to know what that perspective is.
Carelessly or inattentively failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible.
What's wrong with just liking a vanilla mating press missionary for the purposes of procreation? Like, why do people gotta go out of their way to look for these sick kicks?
I know what some people are going to say. You know, no, you must have known. There's no way you didn't know. And like what am I
that's the
gonna
video
do?
I'm
Make
referring
a
to, Carl. He
fucking
was
evidentiary
playing
argument
Metroid
here?
again
You know,
during
like,
that
I'm
one.
not putting up the images so we can argue about the pixels or the proportions or whatever. I know fully well that like 99.9% of people who have heard about this drama haven't seen the images, nor do I think those people should go looking for them, obviously. So it's pretty much entirely a take me at my word or don't kind of situation where people are free to lie about the drawings.
You're the
or,
Cougar Slayer.
as I've already seen on Twitter, just post other really bad looking shit.
Yeah, Coggers brings up a point. There's like there's an innate inclination to like hate vanilla because it's vanilla. That's why I see people who are into NTR and cuckoldry make that art. Oh, we hate the vanilla pairings. It's like, bro, vanilla. It's like, when they say like vanilla, they try to make it like vanilla is plain or boring. It's not spicy enough. Like, bro, vanilla ain't even plain to begin. Vanilla is a flavor. Do you even understand the argument you're making here? Vanilla's not even plain. It's a flavor.
And say that's what I had in my folder. There's not much
It doesn't get you into trouble like this shit does.
I can do about it, right? It's all totally unfalsifiable, and people are going to make whatever assumptions and inferences they want to make. All I can really say
Vanilla
is
got
that
the society
I
to
didn't
where it
notice
is
the problem
today.
while saving the drawings, the same way a person could fail to notice any element of any drawing if they were careless or inattentive or distracted. Hell, chat also pretty much immediately clocked two other drawings in the folder preview window as being AI art, something else I didn't notice. And
You didn't, come on, Vosh. You didn't notice it was AI. I really don't even think he should even address this part. I think he's only addressing it to obfuscate everything else he just mentioned. To kind of like, okay, we're done with that part. Let's talk about AI.
they gave me plenty of shit for that too, because I'm not a big fan of AI art.
But you saved it.
I think I've done a good job of
How dare
demonstrating
you?
a tendency towards carelessness, if nothing else. So, leaving that stupid, least charitable argument aside, someone might then ask, okay, I get it. It's possible to make a mistake like that. Why then would you save the images? And what about them did you like? And look, there's really no way of saying this.
So this is what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been waiting for, what you've been waiting for. I know what he's gonna say because I already saw Jersh's summary, but here is the moment. He's going to explain why he saved those images, why those images existed on the Vosh hard drive.
Without sounding crass or flippant or whatever, but you know, it's already a pretty revealing video. There's actually a very clear and simple explanation for why, you know, for not just those two drawings, but in fact all the drawings in that folder.
Is there
and
now?
all my porn tastes generally, and it's an explanation that is extremely well known.
Please give us the explanation instead of prefacing it.
I'm a size queen. I like big dicks. What? Yeah, I was looking through drawn porn like furry or hentai or whatever else.
Fuck off. And then he makes this face. I'm a size queen.
And all my porn tastes generally. And it's an explanation that is extremely well known.
I like how it was like lathered. That simple answer was lathered with like word salad with a whole book report essay prior to it, and the whole, we had to lather it just for the answer to be like, yeah, I like big dicks.
And well substantiated. I'm a size queen. I like big dicks.
And he kind of like shrugs. He's like, oh, it's nothing real.
Well known and well substantiated. I'm a size queen. I like big dicks. Yeah, I was looking through drawn porn like furry or hentai or whatever else.
Again, there's a word you're kind of missing there, Vosh, which you've said the word already. But you kind of just leave it at furry and hentai and whatever else. But you already said the word, so why are you shying from saying it now?
Saw big well-drawn dicks. I thought, cool, and saved the drawings. Then never looked at them again as evidence.
I have never looked at fur shit and thought, wow, cool. I got news for you. That means you're gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Twitch.
The fact they are in
there
a
is
big
something
dump
wrong with being a
folder
furry,
literally called to be sorted. That's You know, that's the extent of the consideration that I gave those 2 drawings before my community and then the entire fucking internet. Hopefully
that was his immediate explanation, Carl. Like within the wake of it, I don't know if he makes that explanation here.
5 seconds of ooh, nice dick, cool line art, saved, and it's a whole discourse. You know, I wish I had an answer that was more satisfying, but really for something like this, I feel like people are going to believe what they believe. I do think
he definitely workshopped with his mods for that explanation.
Carelessness, especially with regard to Lolicon and its seeming omnipresence in the anime community. You don't have to know much about anime to know that's an issue with it. Yeah, I find it repellent, and I've been bitching about it for years. Plenty of that bitching has been on stream too. But it's possible to find something repellent,
not even Crystal
while
Goki.
Also not being perfectly vigilant about it.
That kind of Nintendo fan.
You know, especially in art where stylization and abstraction can kind of, I guess, cloud awareness and judgment of the extent to which any artists you follow
Look,
or people in the
SCP, as long as you don't want to fuck horses in reality,
right? Pardon me for taking
the
the
family
most
dog.
indefensible position yet on this, you know, in this video, in the history of my channel. I actually do like some anime, you know, and there's a lot of really good shit out there in the anime community broadly.
Okay, this is what I was talking about, where people who aren't in the know, yeah, like him liking big, like I don't care that he likes big dicks. I care like what was on the computer and like what I saw, and he's trying to obfuscate it. Look what he tries here. The people who aren't in the know, who kind of just equate, okay, anime equals hentai equals lolicon, all of these 3 things are the same. It's like Vosh himself was saying shit like this on the clip that Carl was talking about during Metroid, where I don't have the clip on hand, but he was like, if you like anime, then you like hentai, and then you obviously like lolicon, and then all of these people are on the right. They are right wingers. They like anime because they like lolicon, and they're all PDF files. This is a clip he said. This is the thing he said, and I saw the clip. He's said shit like this, and now he's using that same obfuscation to defend himself here, where he's trying to equate it as all the same thing. Oh, like it's okay, like bro, I like anime too. Okay, yeah, a lot of people like anime. Most people don't like lolicon. Most people, even the people that like hentai, don't like lolicon. It's like, no, you can't equate that shit and think you're gonna get away with it. I know, I see you. I see what you're doing, Vosh. But it's not, it doesn't work. Yeah, you can like hentai and not like loli stuff. It's just, he's hoping that the people that watch this video aren't people who can make that distinction. He's hoping that people will just equate hentai with lolicon, which is what he himself was hoping to do when he made those arguments against right-wingers all those years ago.
And then a lot of the sick anime babes getting railed on Twitter. You know, I'm sorry, like often that is also cool. And I hate the fact that, you know, the pervasiveness of lolicon means that the entire
that too Carl, the shit with Tipster like equating. Tipster did the same thing, like throwing away Pokemon DVDs and Digimon shit. Oh, I can't like anime anymore because I can't even enjoy it. I gotta toss away all my DVDs. Like again, that's that obfuscation, because the goal is trying to equate it as it's all equal. It's all the same thing. It's not. Or else the whole country of Japan would have been nuked for a 3rd time for producing all that shit.
Community is tainted, basically, right? I don't like
Twitch.
The fact that like you could be looking
normie
through
ignorance
what
is
looks
what he's
like
betting
a bunch
on.
of totally like normal, fine, cool.
He's hoping you forgive him. Like he's hoping you don't look into what the pictures are, which most people haven't, I imagine. And like I don't encourage you to go look it out either, search for it either. And 2, he's hoping you just think the issue is he likes anime. And he's hoping you're charitable enough to forgive him for just liking anime. Because don't you like anime? No, don't you like Jujutsu Kaisen? Oh, I saw you watching Chainsaw Man, so forgive me. Forgive him. Hey, Algernon. This is what I come into the stream to find. Yeah, Vosh put out his stupid video yesterday, so I've been meaning to watch it. It's almost over. His defense is it's been pretty poor so far.
Babes getting railed by big dicks, whatever you're into, you know, while also feeling like you have to be vigilant that in this incredibly normalized process, some of these drawings might be of characters that are canonically underage, or that like an artist who generally draws in a kind of like cartoony style might be fine, but then another artist does that, but then they're like actually drawing like they're meant to be teenagers or whatever.
Big up,
I don't
Soften Up.
like
Welcome
it.
to
And it's a normalization
Mario
issue, and I
versus
think one of the
DK
best ways
featuring
you can deal
Vosh
with this
Chill.
by being aware. I'm not perfectly aware, so I fucked up. This wasn't the first time that I fucked up in this specific regard. You know, after the whole child labor argument saga, people went through a bunch of like likes and an old
who would marry
their,
Sotis?
you know,
Who would do
porn
such a
account
thing?
that I had, and it was like thousands of likes.
Bill, how could
you know, furry big dick monster girl images or whatever. I think they found one that was like the character was meant to be a teenager. You know, like, and it's not surprising to me that that might happen because, you know, I'm running between classes, scrolling on my phone. I
was
an image
rushing.
maybe 2 or
I didn't
3
have time
seconds
to
before I like.
evaluate
The
my
degree of
hentai.
scrutiny required there indicates that this goes beyond some kind of like matter of personal temperance and extends broadly into like, how weird is it that that's something that's been that normalized?
That's what I was saying, Carl. Like, the conversation had switched to tipster and kerfuffles and the fact that, oh, hey, those guys are really awful. But then Vosh put out this video, which he admits at the start he shouldn't have put out, and now the conversation has switched back to Vosh. It's like, bro, if you had just shut up, I think people would have just focused on your colleagues.
You know? Anyway, I don't mean to like make a big point or make it like a broader issue, you know, as a way of pulling attention away from me fucking up. I just think it's a broader issue, you know? You know, people are going to say what they're going to say. They can judge me for what they're going to judge me for. I think a lot of people have been real uncharitable.
Bernie's above
you know,
age after
I think
time
it's
skip.
insane to say this.
All the
like,
characters are, actually.
Yeah, it's a pedophile. You got him. I think that's insane. But again, it's not really an evidentiary argument that I can make. So, you know, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I don't know. God willing, anime culture will get better one day. I wouldn't hold my breath though. So, yeah. That's the long and short of it. I'm sure there are
I
other
wasn't
clips
convinced
or
at all.
screenshots or arguments.
Why
out
was that a
there,
very
that
short
people
segment
have
at the end of this
thrown
video
into their
and
big
not at the beginning?
anti-me documents? But like I said, I wanted to focus on the accusations that I feel are at least somewhat grounded. If I took the time to tackle all the obviously fake or disingenuous shit, we'd be here forever, and I think it would take away from the stuff I actually did feel I needed to address. You know, again, walking that line, there is a lot of bullshit, but I don't want to convey the impression that I feel every attack against me is illegitimate, or at least not properly motivated. So yeah, this isn't about debunking a narrative, you know, it's about waving away the most transparently bullshit stuff so that I can focus on explaining the actual mistakes that I've made, the actual stupid shit that I've said, providing context and laying out my thought process so folks on the fence have all the information before deciding to lean charitably or not. Yeah, I can't make someone be charitable. It's just up to how they see things.
Make
and
you guys
I
believe
can't
me.
ever view all this drama from an outside perspective. I'll always be biased because I am literally the only person who really knows how I feel and why I've said the things I said. And but to cap it all off, to cap all this off, I'd still like to try my hand at it. I'd like to try and present the charitable narrative. How I feel this all looks with all the information and how I hope people take it. You know, again, not holding my breath on that one, but this is what I hope for, you know. I have said some really, really stupid, difficult to defend
Whoa,
stuff.
epic dramatic zoom in.
That much is clear. But almost all of it comes from the very, very beginning of my time as a live streamer. Looking at it all,
It was before I started the channel, dude.
5 or so years
Forgive
of
me.
drama and accusations. I think it should be clear to people who have watched this far that the explanatory variable in all those old clips was my stupid fucking debate bro brain. The obsession with inane hypotheticals and devil's advocates and shock value bullshit, which I employed because I thought using examples and comparisons that normies couldn't handle proved I was smart. It really is impossible to overstate how much I dislike the me in those clips and how I used to act in general. That being said,
Podcast.
the terrible arguments and hypotheticals really were
the key falls
contained
through the
to those
elevators.
shock value debate bro moments. And as I stopped being that
I knew that
kind
earlier.
of debate bro, the terrible arguments and hypotheticals stopped. And that's why just about every clip used against me is at least 4 years old. They're more or less contained to a period of time during which I employed a rhetorical style that I would
You trying to say
describe
you've matured?
as fucking stupid and insufferable. You know, even if the point I was making was fundamentally okay, I was also just way worse at communicating, which didn't help me. And that's another thing I'd like to stress.
If this is how you
if
communicate
anything
now,
has
I'd
been
say you haven't really
thoroughly,
gotten better at it.
Uncontroversially demonstrated in all of this, it's that I'm a loudmouth. I can't shut the fuck up. I have no filter, etc. Worse then than it is now, but nonetheless, it's a character trait. But in all the hundreds of times that sex or sexuality or kink or whatever else has come up on the stream, sometimes while I'm near blackout drunk from celebrating some event or another, you know, no filter, I've always been really blunt and consistent about what I'm actually into
that's almost
in
done.
people, whether it be people my height or people with big round glasses or people with really dark tired looking eye circles or pronounced collarbones or aquiline noses
I
or
used to
whatever
get drunk
else,
all
you know.
the time,
I know this
guys,
is
right?
a low bar, but it's really weird to me because people accuse me of being a secret pedophile who accidentally let his mask slip by virtue of several months of extremely loud, abrasive, attention-grabbing, optically dogshit arguments, and yet also back then and now has been really consistent in wanting a girlfriend who looks like Reagan Ridley from Inside Job. You know, like that's
I don't
a
think
very
people watch your streams
novel
enough to
way
know
of letting
that.
the mask slip, right? Like, you know, no filter whatsoever. Clearly a poor sense of how other people will, you know, interpret his words at times. Not always the best communicator, and yet it's every time this happens, it's always contained to hyperbolic debate bro bullshit. It's always shock value, rhetorical bullshit.
Shock value, huh?
Like, I know, low bar, right? But that, to me at least,
It was
that's
just
the
for shock
pattern.
value, huh?
That's the clear pattern. And I don't do that anymore. I'm a lot better
A
at making
different person.
arguments than I used to be. I'm a lot less...
A different kind of guy.
I don't know. I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I
He's
used
not
to be. I don't
confident
know.
in this point.
At least marginally. These edgelord debate bro tendencies led me to think that the best way to construct my arguments and convince people that I was edgy and smart and blah blah is
Phrase of the day, this goes for
through the
Felipe,
indication of the
Voosh,
kind
Wingo,
of stuff
Boogie,
that I have
Petmenko,
been
Tipster, and various stinted folk.
dealing with the consequences of.
It's not what you did in the past. It's the pattern of behavior that leads us to the present. Oh, hey, it's the same Zelda Majora's Mask clip, music song that played during that Vosh clip. I agree, Seal.
For 5 years,
When there's smoke,
I, more than anyone,
there's like a
know
90%
the
chance of
problems
there
with
being
those
fire.
arguments. I just think that they indict me in different ways than people think they indict me. I think if nothing else, I mean, I think they just make me look like a fucking idiot.
You are.
I have one that I'm trying to be less of. Ideally, I would like that. I certainly don't think I act now the way I did then. I don't think 5 years from now I will look at me now and think as poorly of me as I do looking at me 5 years ago.
What?
There has
Are
been
you saying
some
you're gonna
improvement.
regret this video in
That's
5
the
years? You should
charitable
regret it
explanation.
now.
That's the best I can offer. I think I set the stage with that child labor argument. You know, me being who I am. I mean, I was always going to get on, people's nerves, and to an extent, I don't
At
think
least you
that's
didn't realize that
necessarily
much.
a bad thing. A degree of abrasiveness, I think, is a necessary and endearing trait in some people. Cope, I know. But
Cope and
I think that a
Sneed.
lot of the stuff that's happened in my career over the past 4 years has been tainted by the way I made those initial arguments, and a lot of the stuff people throw at me, they wouldn't have thought to throw at me if it wasn't for that initial poisoning of the well. I think a lot of this is inertial. It builds up, and I don't know how to stop that inertia, right? I mean, people say, you talk about this often all the time.
He's taking pills for pregnancy? I thought she wanted
here
to.
I am talking about it
pills
again.
to stop
Will this be
herself
the
from
last
getting
time,
pregnant?
Or will a month from now I'll be talking to someone and they'll be
I
like,
thought she was trying to
aren't
baby
you that
trap him.
pedophile?" And what am I gonna do? Stop the conversation and link them the video? Inertia is a difficult thing to stop. I think that's actually like the meaning of inertia, like definitionally. So I could opine at length about how a lot of the hate I get is inconsistent, and it's all a big popularity contest, and I'm an easy target, and people get upset with me for shit they'd write off if other people did it, and blah blah. But pointing
But it
out
sounds like you
all
kinda
of
wanna
those
opine about it.
extremely true and correct facts, it doesn't solve the problem. I don't want to be disliked.
Sounds like you
I
want
don't
us
even
to
really wanna be
uncuck or
controversial. I think the stuff that I
lip-cuck,
advocate
whatever the
for
hell you
is,
said.
is universally good. I want everyone to live a better life. People disagree about how to do that, but as long as you're on the path, as long as you think people
Uncuck
being
or
happy
lip-cuck logic.
is a good thing to fight for, then I think there's at least some agreement to be had. I don't want to be controversial for that reason, or for a lot of the reasons I
okay, I
seem to be.
see.
I get into fights with people
Prenatal pills,
who
huh?
agree with me on like 99% of shit. I think my channel's a cool and positive place, and it and my community are
The DSP
both
style
a
conclusion.
big source of pride for me.
I
So
love
I'd
my
like it if
community.
everyone, or half of everyone, some proportion of everyone could see it that way. There's not much I can do about the optics black hole, though, at least not right away. I don't expect this video will get much positive attention on release. I think it's going to be kind of broadly ridiculed, largely, I think, from folks trashing it who haven't actually watched it. This is something that I expect. This is something we all know will happen. Whether or not
you
you
guys
agree with me on
watched it.
any
What
of
do you
this,
think?
You know that'll happen. It's unfortunate, but
I
I
gave it
can't
a fair
make
shot.
that not happen. I can't rewrite reality. So if I can't do that, then I just have to accept it. And I'm sure there will be drama YouTubers who come
Only
over
people
and
who
pause
didn't
every
watch
2
it are
seconds to
going to
talk about
dislike
the
it.
pedophilic contour of my frontal lobe or whatever.
This was
And,
2
they'll
hours,
just make a big laugh
Golem.
riot out of it. Still, in spite of all of that, as best as I can, it's honest and straightforward, and I don't
I'm just
think
being honest, you guys.
there's much I can do besides present it that way and let people make their own judgments. So yeah, that's it. I'm done making all of the arguments about my past and how
done
people
about this
perceive me
shit.
and blah
I'm
blah
not
blah.
gonna talk about
I
this
want to take a second here
ever
at the
again.
end
If you
to
bring it up in my chat, you're
directly
fucking
address
banned.
just my audience, what I'm hoping for in the future, and what I'm asking for from them. You can still watch if you want, but if you don't care, then you can leave without missing anything. So to my audience, thanks for sitting through the whole thing. I know you don't have much of an attention span, especially because you're not used to this type of content on the channel. Don't laugh, live streamers only turn into video essayists when they're extremely nervous. Look, first of all,
That is
I want to
okay, that's like the
apologize
first funny
for
joke.
making it so difficult to be
It's
a
like
fan of mine.
the only time streamers become
and
video
a member of
essayists
my
when they have to
community.
make a big ass video to
Seriously.
apologize for something.
Sorry.
Like this video.
In this respect, at
He's
least,
right.
I think I've let you guys down. I think this is a great community, exceptional even, and as a consequence of my obstinance and carelessness and stupid fucking debate bro hypotheticals, many of you have been ostracized
Hey,
from
Assassin. Thank
other
you for the
online
3-stream streak.
communities or harassed on my behalf. The content of this channel and my messaging is unambiguously progressive and inclusive and good-spirited, It's That might not be the popular conception of me and my content, but it remains true nevertheless. None of the people who enjoy my content for those reasons expected, I imagine, to be pushed out of other communities with similar values because they were a part of mine, because of me and my reputation. Yeah, I don't want that to continue being the case, but I don't really know what I can do to change it. You know, there's already such a massive gulf between what I know I am and what people think
I'm a
I
good
am.
person.
The inertia of the uncharitability that I'm trying to push back against, it just feels overwhelming at times. While I'm working on that, you can help, you know? I want you guys to chill. Stop fighting on my behalf. Stop arguing.
Were people doing that?
Against others, especially on the subject of this video. That's one of the reasons I made this video, you know? I saw so many people in my community tirelessly arguing against the worst and most dishonest shit people say about me, and I wanted them to have something that they could point to. This video, 5 years of drama, of bad faith bullshit.
Like if you're
and
arguing with
honest
Vosh
skepticism,
detractors and you're like a
condensed
Vosh
and
simp,
addressed as
like I don't
clearly
think this
and
video is going to
honestly
convince
as I
a Vosh
could.
detractor
If
that they
you're
were
in
wrong.
another community and someone is giving you shit because they think you support a pedophile, point them to this video. And if they don't want to watch it, then that's that. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. It's their choice, right? This is something that we've seen time and time again. People don't just change their minds because you've argued them out of a point. I mean, it's very rare. You have to make people want to believe. You have to sell them the argument. And if the argument is that this community is good, then hey, or that I'm good, look, there are ways to do that. Right? You know, you can.
Point
I'm
them
not
to this
saying
video.
It's pointless to be
Clip
a
this, you
positive
fucking
advocate
morons.
for this community, but I want you to be just that, a positive advocate. Don't let me and this space and all the people who are a part of it be defined exclusively through raging against the constant, pointless bad faith drama. Or, you know, don't let that be what this is. You know, to be frank, nobody's ever been sold on a YouTuber because they saw a fan of that YouTuber passionately arguing that they're not a pedophile, right? When have you... It doesn't work. That's all people see looking in. From outside this community, you know? A lot of this is me. You know, a lot of this is my fault, but as a natural consequence of my particular kinds of brain damage, the people in this community like arguing, and it's very frustrating to a lot of the people in this community to argue a point that seems absolutely, completely, inarguably straightforward. A straight line argument, no way people are going to disagree with it, you know, something about me, about the community, and then other people don't respond well to it, and it's frustrating, and it feels like you're just battling non-stop against tides of irrational hate, and to an extent, yeah, but what has arguing against it this way done? What has it gotten you or us? Not much, I'd wager. There are better ways to make these points. Talk about the good bits, you know? The funny bits, all the good arguments, fundraising for charity, or the canvassing, or positivity, or life advice, or whatever. There are lots of good things to talk about. You know, I remember a while ago, someone on Twitter.
It's a charity, so I
they got
can't be
upset
that
with me.
guy,
I don't remember
guys.
why. It was a trans advocacy account, and there were people in their community who were also in mine, and they got upset with me, so people following them replied, no, don't go after Vosh, he's cool. And that trans advocacy account tweeted, why do you all like Vosh so much? Like, seriously, what's with all this defense? You know, what has he done for you? And what resulted from that was, and this has been archived, you know, it's something that I look at, you know,
This is like the
man
Vosh
enough
is a
to
good
admit, I
guy
get a little
segment.
misty-eyed. Hundreds and hundreds of people talking about how me or the community, this community, has been or have been instrumental in helping them in some way with regards to their identity, their acceptance, their ability to defend themselves against bad arguments. that's good, right? I mean, that's a good sell. Certainly, I don't think that I would remember this with the same fondness that I do now if the response from my community had been like, I don't know, trying to debate them on how, like, it's illogical for you to not like Vosh. How could you not? You know, like, I don't think I'd
wish that was
remember
the
it
case.
if that was what people did. Of course, all the kind stories didn't actually work. They deleted the tweet asking for them and nothing changed, but it's still something we can point to. It's something I can think of. Be positive. Be the sun. You know, I don't know if it'll really make a difference in the long run, but I know it can't help. It can't hurt to try.
This whole last segment is
It's a better
hypnosis.
sell. It's a better argument. The odds are better. Feels better too. We're gonna be positive. We're all going to be. Not just you. Me too. We're all going to work on it. Speaking of making a difference for this community, I'd like to address the irony posters in particular.
who?
For years now, a large part of my community's culture has been defined by the way I and my audience respond to people who accuse me of being anything bad, sexist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, pedophilic, whatever, like any of that. And I've received plenty of legitimate, well-intentioned, honest criticism, but a lot of it is insane and dishonest and just flatly wrong. And when people are acting dishonestly, it feels like there's no point in responding to it seriously, and that's when the ironic shitposting really rears up. And boy, is there a lot of it in my community about the pedophilia accusations, about everything. It's all a big joke to some people. And by the way, I don't mind jokes, but for this subject in particular, the one in this video, the jokes are done. Full stop, done. No more ironic, okay buddy Vouch pedo jacketing, no more memes. I don't find the subject funny. I have never found it funny, to be honest. But I have been weak and indecisive.
I was in a bad
worried
headspace.
that telling the shit posters to cut it out would give the impression I was trying to hide all this, all the accusations, when I'd already addressed them so many times. Engaging with constant, edgy, ironic pedo jacketing from my own community always made me feel a little sick, but it was a kind of acknowledgement, and I thought it looked better than trying to quiet it all down. You know, those bad faith pedo accusations against me, they're so addressed that I can make jokes about them. Look at how over it I am. Yeah, using irony as a shield, blah blah. Clearly I was never over it, and I think that I've given the impression of having a community that doesn't care whether those accusations are true or not, rather than one that has been irreverent about not believing them. I don't think that's actually the case, but clearly impressions mean a lot. You know, like I said, it's done. You can keep making the horse jokes, by the way. Everyone loves the horse jokes. Have you seen all the people out there in the drama circles trying to get all serious about them?
But it's
Fucking
like
jokers, I tell you. Anything involving child abuse, that's a serious subject. I understand outrage, scrutiny. I'll make a whole video essay addressing it. You know, I'll take it
He
seriously.
wants to fuck
With the horse thing, you know,
horses.
so I say I want to be a big horse, the big horse stick, a big whoop. You know, who doesn't? Everyone does. It's not serious. You know, people try to.
You know what? I hope it's not.
Because this is how the drama thing works, right? You know, it's all one big, like, look at all this bad, whatever. But
It's just drama, you guys.
Equate, I mean, again, I really, really do think through all this, I've well demonstrated, you know, that the pedo jacketing people do to me is not justified by the evidence at all. I think there's a much more charitable and accurate explanation, but it's still a serious topic, right? So when people equate that serious topic with like, oh, he wants to be the horse, if you equate those two things and like hold them in equal regard, or you're jumping back and forth between making horse jokes and like serious pedo accusations, I don't know, that just comes across weird to me. Does that make sense? Like like it betrays, to me, I guess, like a perceptual unseriousness. It makes me feel like it's all just a big nothing and no one actually cares. You know, I don't give a shit about the horse jokes. You know, it's all like content mill drama bullshit. Like, who cares? Nothing matters beyond its ability to get like clicks or views. I don't know.
That should have been your first response.
Dumb to see that. You know, there's a lot of work to be done. This is an election year. A lot of news has happened.
Back to politics, I guess.
Greece has legalized gay marriage. That's pretty cool. They've reinvented being gay.
But what about Greece,
I've
you
always
guys?
been on the back foot when it comes to good optics and making friends, and that's never been easy for me. And it's going to be a lot harder now. But I guess that just means that I'll have to try twice as hard to do and to say good things and give people a good impression of me. I don't know if it's even possible to climb out of an optical black hole like this, but I believe in the work that I do, and I think I've got a pretty great community. So, you know...
Speedrun.
Maybe it's possible. You know, I'll be back to streaming soon. I've already missed too much news. Don't get into any fights over me. It's fine. It's
God, imagine like getting heat on you because you decided to go to bat for Vosh.
Be positive.
Okay, that's the video. What did you think, DK? Oh, I don't think DK liked it very much. Look at his face. Oh, he really did. Oh my god, he said no. He's shaking his head. He did not like that video. He hated it so much he ran away. We need to make that a 7 TV. Are we in the last world? Ah, yes. Twilight City.
Oh, stop! Come back!
Mario used to be so much more brutal in the GBA version. He would like call them slurs and shit. He wouldn't call them slurs, but I felt like Mario had a bit more variety in his lines in the OG. What's the work? Just talking politics? Yes, that is his work. He talks politics, and apparently this changes things. He basically helped Greece legalize gay marriage. Basically. Oh man, is there even a way I can approach this as a Dinger's advocate? Because I didn't agree with any of his defenses, pretty much. The whole video was like filler until he actually addressed the allegations themselves, which I thought I thought he was gonna go the whole video without addressing them, and then just hoping you wouldn't go out of your way to look and see what the origin of the whole nonsense was. His defenses for the clips were bad. Basically it was a gazillion years ago. There was an emphasis on saying it was before I became a streamer. I was basically only 28 years old. I was basically a toddler, shock jock, but without like explicitly saying that. Though he did mention shock jockery at some point. For the defense itself regarding the horsecock shit, yeah, it was as Jersh said. His defense was, I'm a size queen, and I saved it because the horse cocks look big. There was a distinct aversion to wanting to say lowly, and when he did say lowly, he kind of obfuscated it by equating it to anime and hentai, hoping that the normie ignorance of the normies will just equate all of those terms to mean the same thing and not completely different things. Even though he himself used that exact same tactic on the right all those years ago, so it's a tactic that he himself has employed. We had that weird shit at the end where he tried to say he was a good person because he does charity. Well, first of all, you're not supposed to talk about the charity you do, right? Is there a road for redemption here? Is there a redemption story here? We can only hope, and I don't even really hope for it. Pedo Jackety is regarded if I call folk a pedo, though I usually have evidence. Yeah, y'all been doing some pedo stuff, by the way. Derek agrees with me. He hates capitalism, but buys menswear made by Chinese. Yeah, the child slave labor argument was the stupidest one, and it was kind of the first thing he talked about, and it kind of painted my perception of the rest of the video. I was a young 20, 30 something kid, dude. I was basically a minor. Very much pulled the modern DSP argument and made it go way too... Yeah, that was kind of the thing, and that was what UNFW told me before I watched it, was to just look at it and imagine if DSP was making these same arguments, because these are arguments DSP would make. All of this, what really amounted to it was like, bro, take my word for it, because I don't really have anything else to say. Vosh got caught in the cookie jar. Well, you're up now, Hassan. I think... Isn't Hassan Piker already hated without any kind of like shit of this level going his way? Do we really need like something of this level to come out about Hassan? Like, I think people already hate him. What didn't Goon say earlier? That the whole White House thing fell apart because of him? If you're a good person, you don't have to say you're a good person. Yeah. That's another thing. A very simple way of putting that. Wouldn't have to say, oh, but I do charity. But my community helps people find their identity. A lot of communities do that. My community helped Carl find his identity. Yes. And I tried to be charitable, because look, you heard the rants before we even watched the video. I let the dingus get a bit too swole and passionate there. So I tried to approach it from a charitable angle. Like, I tried to level with them. Like the stuff with the Discord screenshots, I said, okay, I could see this being like a stupid joke you would say, locker room talk as it were. But I can't defend the clips. I just can't. And they're so recent. Like, it's not even like... It's not like DSP where you can say it was from 2010. Which still wouldn't work because DSP has still said racist and xenophobic things this year. But you know what I'm getting at. It's like 2019. It's still pretty recent, man. Like, Ket existed in 2019. That's how recent it was. And then there was what FIFA Ipona said earlier, where you can forgive it if you've made a clear attempt to mature and grow past it. And I don't really know if I got that from Vosh. I don't really know if I saw a change. I don't really know if he's matured since then. The Young Turks are also pretty much caught in the fire now, too, because the main guy thought it would be a good idea to defend him. The whole thing is pretty ironic, I will say. Oh, they're always under fire. What the? I need to stop pausing this fucking game, man. Why is it always the black shy guys? Wait. Anyway, that's great. It's a good thing I made sure to say shy there. Okay, look, and we'll turn this on me too. Like that was an obvious racial joke there. How dare you, dingus? How dare you make a joke like that? But there's a level to it where you gotta have fun with it, right? Right, correct. And you gotta have it, like, it's gotta be the right setting, the right scene, and you gotta have, like, the right audience where people know, like, you're not serious, right? Dingus does not actually think this, he's just fucking around, right? And I think that's why I can look past the Discord screenshots specifically from what I saw in that video. I haven't seen if anything else is out there that's just as crazy that he went out of his way not to include in that video. I can't speak on those. I can't speak on what I saw. I could see in the context how that could be just like you him fucking around with the people. He said it was in Destiny's server. Okay, fair enough. But everything else, I was not convinced. Commenting your Dingus apology. I ain't apologizing for nothing. Wait, what do I do here? Oh, I gotta change the conveyor belt. Overall, I rate the apology, I don't know, was it the worst apology ever? I was trying to... You can't even duck under these. The game glitched. Was it the worst apology ever? I guess it was better than a Ralph apology. But that's a pretty low bar, man. Main issue is the type of audience. You can be edgy if that is usually your MO, but when you joke about something like that all the time, you start raising... Yeah. Like, Synthetic Man's humor is like that tip, that it's also around that, like, edgy shit. But it's like, I understand that he doesn't mean it, because the type of audience and he cultivates and the content he does is all I need to see. That's like, oh, he's not trying to be... He's just trying to be funny. The Discord screenshots could be jokes, but I'm less certain of that due to the video. Yeah, that's the other thing, Green Prime. So, you saw this segment where he was upset that people were bringing up the screenshots in the first place. And it's like, well, yeah, like, even if they were jokes, the reason they're being brought up and compounded with the videos is because of the videos. I'm willing to believe they are jokes, but he should at least see and understand that the reason that they're being lumped in with the videos is because the videos exist. He acts like the screenshots are the main, or like one of the main things. Honestly, I see more people discussing the clips than the screenshots. It seems like with that segment, he wanted to make it more like, oh, people are just discussing these countless screenshots. They're not even discussing the ones that have merit to them. It's like, nah, I would say people discuss the clips. I see more discussion about the clips, if anything. And these screenshots are just supplemental material that come after the fact from like people seeing those clips and being revolted by them and wanting to look more into the stuff that he said. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Yeah, and the horse fucking thing. Like, a whole segment, we eventually got to the segment where he talked about it. And basically the whole focus was on the PDF stuff, which, again, objectively worse than the horse fucking, but the problem is not acknowledging that the horse fucking is objectively bad as well, and then ultimately just broad brushes it. Oh, it's just all jokes, haha. I don't want to actually fuck horses, guys. I just like big dicks. I'm a size queen. Okay. Oh, you did a bad job of defending that. If Vosh wants to blow his booty hole out like a Pennsylvania farmer, that's on him. I did not need that imagery in my head. Alright, we had some video redeems, didn't we? And then is JC even still here for this Carl video? Hey, Carl. Sexual harassment panda. Is Viacom gonna kill me if I play this? Oh well.
Please welcome Petey, the sexual harassment panda.
Who lives in the east neath the willow tree? Sexual harassment panda who explains sexual harassment to you and me. Sexual harassment panda, don't say that, don't touch there, don't be nasty, says the silly bear. He's gonna tell you what's right and wrong. Sexual harassment panda.
Thank you, SCP, for the video redeem. Hey, Nurgle sent me one, but then he said, Dingus, that was the wrong clip. This is the actual clip you should play. I think this was the clip he linked. Watch me. Viacom is literally the devil. Like, if Vosh was the devil, Viacom is like the super devil. They'll clip everything. They'll claim everything. New Game Plus behind a paywall. Is this the one he linked? It's what someone linked one of these.
Well, anyway, all this to say that
Damn, Goki, you got a
gotta figure out
podcast?
how to recoup costs wherever you can. My suggestion personally is, how about you grab that New Game Plus?
Is that the guy who cried about pronouns on the right? Pronouns! Look, he was right. He was right, but I wouldn't cry about pronouns like that.
That's right. And just gut that shit right out of the base product. And
You're not Canadian? Thank
drop
God.
it on the other side. DLC that some bitch.
It's kind of incredible.
It's about Like a Dragon?
Because as a lifelong, well, the life of the series length fan of the Yakuza / Like a Dragon series.
Yakuzama.
This is really fascinating because this is actually proof that the series is now popular in North America. Because this
Heel versus
bullshit
Babyface. Heard the
has
name
been
before.
the case the whole time in Japan. Featured or released as bullshit fucking DLC crap that you had to pay extra for.
Congratulations, Like a Dragon Bros. Your series is now popular overseas. Enjoy Westerners relocalizing and rewriting your scripts, bro.
Translated
And they would roll it into the American releases either free or it came out alongside it.
Wow.
And now that these games are coming out day and date in English, hey, guess what?
I will say that is remarkable now that could you imagine like back in the day? Yes, back in the day, the long time ago. Your games either wouldn't get localized at all, or you'd have to wait months and months for them to get translated and released, if at all. It's a practice that only stopped relatively recently. I think as of the Switch era, that was really when we started to see a turnaround on that. Fire Emblem Fates took like damn near half a year to come out in English. It's like one of the last big instances I could recall in which I had to wait to play a game in English.
Infinite wealth. You guys can get that shitty DLC too.
Infinite wealth. That's business practices right there. Good shit, Sega. Sell New Game Plus. So for those who don't know, of course, the story is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has removed New Game Plus and put it behind the DLC paywall. And this was happening.
I feel like if any, like I disagree with the practice, but this kind of comes at me like, well, okay, after a year, they'll probably put it out as a separate DLC that you can pay for. Kind of like how Square Enix does it, where it's like a PlayStation exclusive game for the first year, and then day and date the next year, it'll be multi-plat on PC.
In Japan on release previously for other.
It's not gonna stay like that forever, surely.
Titles. Didn't catch that.
So, for example, people are asking for an example, right? I have a great example for you folks. This was 4 years ago. Here is a PushSquare.com article. Says Yakuza Like a Dragon,
like a dingus,
new game, that'd be Yakuza 7. New Game Plus mode is paid DLC in Japan.
What?
After being included for free in past titles. Same thing with the hard difficulty. Was post-game DLC that you paid for in Japan. And when we got the patch here that added that shit for free, that's because they didn't think North Americans would buy it.
So Like a Dragon was a soft launch of this idea in Japan specifically. And then this is hard launch internationally. Okay, there you go. Yeah, they tested the waters beforehand.
And also, Lost Judgment had a fucking DLC fighting style.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, okay. Because that is not even remotely surprising, because now Johnny's is getting a cut, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting into all kinds of like actual like further. Like
I
there's
agree,
the Yakuza,
Golem.
and then there's the Johnny's fucking thugs that need to get their pay too. Wow. Well, okay. What was the yeah, it comes with other shit.
It's
But who
the
cares?
strangest
It's
story because like, hey, this is a big pile of bullshit, but now it's fair globally. Now everyone from all regions can enjoy the same bullshit.
So I guess just fucking beat
Curl up
game
and die, I guess.
Lose progress.
Accept
and,
your new
is the
DLC
new game
overlords.
stuff, is the new game plus content so unique that it could even be considered worth it in some world? Like, is there ever a version of
They
this where
actually detailed
there's
it today.
A lot.
It includes new quests and new Sujimon, which is also a fake Pokemon game, and new content for the Animal Crossing game.
I agree. We love
that is hidden
Chitose.
inside it, and it has extra story, and it has extra dungeon. So yeah.
If
Yeah,
Bosch
it
lost
is
it after
actually.
Chitose, he wouldn't be in this
So
mess.
if it was just extra content in and of itself in a thing that you install and then say go to this location and you can
Yeah.
access all that content, that would just be DLC.
Yeah, but New Game Plus is an assumed core feature.
Is that a skeleton in the background of the dude on the
Why would
right?
they- why not? Anyway, all right. Like, you don't have to intertwine those two things if you've actually got new content.
You don't.
There's no reason to make it.
A skeleton's waiting for Half-Life
Infinite
3.
All right. like all that tells me is there
Yeah,
was an
Chitose
out,
got that Grinchonista look.
and Sega has chosen to not use it. All right.
Thank you, Nurgle. Or the clip. I think that was Nurgle's clip. And then we got one more.
I don't believe you understand how grave of a mistake you have just made.
What?
Let me make this clear.
Ah?
You will be allowed to leave.
What?
But one day, somewhere I will find you. You will never sleep again. Never go without looking behind you on a dark road. And when you least expect it, I will show you hell on earth. Now, leave.
What was that? I don't play Fallout. Okay. Carl Jobst. Now what this dude makes a video like every day, man. Streamer fakes blindfold speedrun for clout. Oh, well that's the only new video. Okay. I was Sting is seeing an urban person for the first time. It's my greatest nightmare. Ah, I went downtown.
Hello, you absolute legends.
Are we opening with the sponsor this time? Okay, this is our good friend Carl, who I'm not subscribed to on this account. Streamer fakes blindfold speedrun for clout.
War never changes, and neither does pretending to play a video game blindfolded for clout. It's a tale as old as time, and 60% of the time
We're just
it
gonna
works
call out
every
e-girls
time.
now?
In theory, it's the perfect
yes, a
plan.
slow news
First,
day
cover your
at
eyes
Carl's
with a thin sheet
office.
of material, thin being the key word. I can't stress enough that if the material is too thick,
RW
you
White
won't be
Goose,
able
isn't
to
he the
see,
guy that got
which will make it
disavowed for
very hard
the
to play the game.
Nazi Discord
Then
stuff?
you pretend
I
to
don't
do
know
something
much
that
about him.
otherwise wouldn't take much skill. For example, beat Super Mario 64.
I do remember, was he the one who did GoldenEye and he got like a record and then he proceeded to rant about speedrunning and how he wasted a gazillion years of his time trying to achieve this shit and just basically rant about speedrunning as a whole?
Or beat one relatively difficult boss. Once completed,
yes, and
and
that's
this
the clip
step
I
is also
remember him
quite
from.
critical, pretend to act surprised. You really want to milk this part
I
as
don't
much
mind
as
watching
possible.
him.
Talk about
Unless
how
it's
much
a
you
video
can't
where-
believe it and how nervous you
a
are.
video where he doesn't
Finally,
advocate
post
for
a clip of your
genocide.
achievement to the subreddit of a popular streamer, preferably one who doesn't know much about blindfolded runs and wouldn't immediately know it's obviously fake. If you're lucky,
calling out
they'll watch it on
Asmongold.
stream. And if your plan has come this far, congratulations.
Oh my lord, it's a sector crossover, baby.
You're now internet famous. Your feat will go down in history as one of the all-time greats. However, I must warn you, this plan comes with great risk. If your fake run gets too popular, it may be seen by someone who actually knows a thing or two about blindfolded speedrunning. And if this happens, you're absolutely screwed. Now, you're internet famous for a different
Still
reason.
watch John
and
stuff from
before
time
you
to
know
time.
it, obscure speedrunning channels are making videos about you, racking up
there's a
millions
guy
of
who
views.
got into crotch
Today, we will be looking at the
controversy
streamer
nothing.
Queen Pwnsalot, who recently
He
faked
actually
a
did
blindfolded
nothing
takedown
wrong.
of the dragon Alatreon in the game Monster Hunter World. Unfortunately for Queen Pwnsalot,
Whoa,
she
it's
didn't
the
do her
end game.
research, because what she produced was one of the most unrealistic fakes I've ever seen. In today's video, we are going to take a look at her run, and I'll explain why it's fake. And if you've never tried to do a blindfolded run before, you'd probably miss this one crucial detail
I already
that
don't
makes
believe
her
it just
gameplay
looking at this
simply
raw
impossible.
footage.
And while you're here, please do me a favor and subscribe. I am dangerously close to 1 million subs, and it would mean a lot.
Oh
I
my
really hope
God.
you enjoy.
Come on, Carl.
Now, legends, it was Valentine's Day yesterday, so naturally me and my lovely wife went out for dinner. Anyone who knows me knows I like to have a drink, so of course I decided to wet my whistle.
Oh my lord. You guys know me. You guys know I love a drink.
I didn't want to feel miserable.
Oh my god, how many did he take?
For the next day, though, which is why I started the night with today's video sponsor, ZBiotics.
What?
ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic is the world's first genetic...
Okay, I kind of want to, this is a new one. JC, forgive me, I have never seen this one. I want to know what this is. Why was this prefaced with him drinking?
Engineered probiotic. It was invented by...
Yeah, he's Australian, FIFA Phone. Australians have no eyebrows. Juzzy told me.
PhD scientist to help you feel better in the morning after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink,
Is it fun?
alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct that is a major contributing factor to feeling rough the next day. ZBiotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just
Okay, what
remember
if I
to
don't
make
drink?
ZBiotics your first drink of the night, drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Look, I love to drink, but I'm also a very busy guy. I can't be spending my
Gotta tell
Sunday
TSP about
recovering on the
this.
couch.
TSP
That's
could
why
get
I've been using
sponsored by him.
ZBiotics to try and feel as good as I can the next day. Go to zbiotics.com/CarlJobs or scan the QR code on screen to get 15% off your first order when you use CarlJobs at checkout. You can also sign up for a subscription using my code so you can stay prepared no matter the time or occasion. ZBiotics also comes with a 100% money back guarantee, so if you're not happy for any reason,
I kinda
they'll
would have
refund your
liked
money,
more
no
information on
questions
that
asked.
one.
Again, just click the link in the description and use code CarlJobs for 15% off.
He missed him. Mr. Pungy
Trying
watched
to
the whole
convincingly
Vosh
fake a
defense
blindfolded run
video.
of anything
It was
is
pretty
extremely
bad.
difficult. Until you actually sit down for hours trying to do something without looking, it's almost impossible to truly understand the hurdles and problems you're going to face. This is why when someone does pretend to play without looking, it's usually immediately apparent it's not legitimate. People who don't do enough research into blindfolded runs, or who haven't really spent a lot of time doing them, don't know what is or isn't possible, and they don't know what is or isn't reasonable. One trap people can easily fall into is assuming that if you've practiced something a lot in general, that means you might be able to do it blindfolded. But this is far from true. Ask any world-class speedrunner and they will tell you that it doesn't matter how much you practice something with your eyes open, doing it blind is a totally different beast. The streamer we are looking at today, Queen Pwnsalot, didn't understand this concept. When it comes to the game Monster Hunter, she's an expert, and she's especially good at battling the monster Alatreon, which is one of the hardest fights in the game. She has killed it over 4,000.
So how serious, okay, how serious was this attempt of hers? Because it kind of seems to me like, is it even worth calling it out? Because was she trying to be serious and going for the record and trying to actively deceive people? Or was he just trying to do it as a publicity thing? Because if it's a publicity thing, it kind of stands to reason why are you attacking her? It's you're attacking her for no reason. Of course it's fake, you fucking buffoon. But maybe I got my simp goggles on.
500 times, and she even calls herself the Alatreon Queen. She's definitely skilled at this fight, and she assumed that because she's good at this fight, it's plausible that she could do it blindfolded. And if she did do it blindfolded, that'd be really cool.
Are you doubting her
gaming
because
feats
she's
can
a
get huge
woman,
amount of
Carl?
attention on YouTube or Reddit, so there is definitely a lot of incentive to do them. The 12th of January would be the day it happened. Queen Pwnsalot had been practicing, and she was ready to blow the world away. Now, I'm going to give you a huge spoiler warning. If you don't want to know how this story ends, please stop watching now. But the big M. Night Shyamalan twist is that she can actually see through her blindfold. I mean, even we can see through her blindfold. When she puts it on or takes it off, we can quite literally see straight through it. This is why whenever you go to fake blindfold school, they teach you on day one never to put a light source directly behind you. When she puts the blindfold on, she does it very carefully, making sure that there is only one thin layer layer of fabric between her eyes and the monitor. You can even prove this to yourself by pulling your shirt over your eyes, and you'll see that you can easily see straight through it. Before she even starts playing, we already know this is fake. Her gameplay, however, is so unrealistic, it's shocking that anyone ever took this seriously. Queen
I'm impressed by the
Ponsalot is a
juggling.
comic book superhero. She is the living incarnation of the Marvel character Daredevil. Just by sound alone, she knows exactly where Alatreon is at all times. And going further, not only does she know where Alatreon is, she knows exactly where its head is. Normally, in blindfolded runs, people will use the lock-on feature to face enemies. With lock-on, the game automatically faces you towards the monster, so it eliminates all of the guesswork. And honestly,
easy
with
mode.
lock-on,
We
Alatreon
hate
isn't
lock
a hard
mode.
fight to do blindfolded. It's been done before. But Queen Ponsalot doesn't use lock-on at all. Instead, she just freeballs the entire fight. There's a good reason she doesn't use lock-on actually, and that's because if she used the automatic aiming function, she wouldn't be able to target Alatreon's head, and she needs to hit the head in order to do enough damage with the weapon and strategy she's using. Queen Ponsalot claims that by using directional sound, she can locate the position of the dragon. And it's true that humans can determine the general direction a sound comes from, and even to an extent, the distance. But there is a reason Daredevil is a superhero with his ability to locate things using sound. It's because humans can't do that effectively or reliably. We aren't bats or dolphins. When it comes to blindfolded gaming, this has been tried and tested for decades. It's simply not possible, and no one can do it. Blindfolded gamers do not rely upon sound in this way. They always use consistent setups or automatic aiming functions. It would be difficult enough using
What are
real
these
sound
levels?
in the real world, let alone the less precise inputs from a video game played through headphones. And yet, what's super interesting is that the true extent of just how unfeasible this task is will be lost on 99% of viewers. Many people instinctively know that humans can't pinpoint things using sound in this way, but they do know that it's theoretically possible to have some idea about what's going on. We know that if we hear something in our left ear more than our right ear, we know the sound is coming from the left. So when we watch this gameplay, it obviously looks unrealistic, but we can understand why someone might think it's possible to do. But there is something far more egregious going on here in this gameplay that almost everyone will miss, and it's hidden in plain sight. While everyone is debating the feasibility of locating where the monster is using sound, Queen Ponsalot is doing something far more impossible that you probably didn't even consider. I'm going to show you some clips and try to identify what the problem is.
The elements.
Well, let's see if we can spot the problem.
Are effective. This is the only time you can break its horns. Disrupt its control of the elements.
She didn't hit the tip skull yet.
I've selected some
The
extreme
heart meter.
examples here to highlight what's going on, but it's important to know that Queen Ponsalot is doing this constantly at all times to some extent, probably without even realizing it. In the clips I showed, she entered the menu to use an item, and in doing so, accidentally tilted the camera to face upwards. She doesn't always tilt the camera when using items, but in these particular cases, she did. Immediately
She can
after
tip my
exiting
goal
the
anyway.
menu, she fixes
Any
the
day.
camera, moving it back to a more neutral position. This isn't something that is specific to her blindfolded runs either. This is a habit that she has even when she can see. It's so habitual that she kept doing it blindfolded, not realizing that you need to see in order to know you've done this. This is a problem, because there is no reliable audio cue that tells you where you're facing on the vertical axis. Why did she know she was facing up? How did she know how much she was facing up? How did she fix her camera perfectly and so quickly? How is she able
You
to
got
do
the
this
sixth sense,
over
dude.
and over and over
I
again?
think you have a
The fact
vested
that you
interest
can't
in
tell
tearing
whether you're
her
looking
down,
up
Carl.
or down actually ends up being a bigger problem than locating the enemy on the horizontal axis. There is no reason or mechanism that explains why she's able to keep the camera in a neutral vertical position the entire fight. You can easily test this yourself. Jump into a game and close your eyes. Then randomly scramble the camera position. Then try to use the audio cues to get your vertical alignment back to neutral. Open your eyes and see how close you were. You'll find that you can't do this reliably, if at all. If you do manage to do this 1,000 times in a row, like Queen Ponsalot, congratulations, you are a literal superhero. Again, this is a problem that has been faced before, and anyone who has
I've
or
always
will
wanted to
ever
be a
try to do
superhero.
this will always end up looking at the floor or looking straight straight up. There is a way to center the camera and put it back to neutral by pressing a button,
Yeah, I like his
similar to
comment
pressing
sections
Z in
too.
Ocarina of Time, but Queen Pwnzalot never uses this, and always moves the camera with her mouse. I'm guessing she was so focused on trying to make her horizontal movement believable
she was playing
that
on
she never
PC?
even considered
There's
the
mistake
vertical
number 2.
movement and just did it without thinking. But it's flat out impossible. The irony is that when using the greatsword, looking up or down achieves nothing. It doesn't let you hit higher, and it doesn't change your weapon range. The only reason to keep the camera in a neutral position would be to keep the enemy on screen, which is pointless if you're blindfolded. If you were interested in keeping the camera in a neutral position, you can simply turn off the ability to look up or down in the game settings, which is probably a good idea if you're running this blindfolded. But of course, Queen Pwnzalot doesn't do this, and just magically knows where she is looking at all times. After she did her solo effort, about a week later, she would don the blindfold again, and this time beat Alatreon in a 4v1 group attempt. This one didn't go up on her YouTube channel and wasn't shared around, so you probably didn't hear about it, but it's even more insane. Now she has 3 other team members all making sounds too, but she's able to perfectly distinguish the dragon's sounds and know its location without any problems.
She's
Her
just that
hearing
good
is
at the
so
game,
good,
man.
in fact, that
You
she can
sound
even
like a
tell who the
hater.
dragon is targeting with its attacks. Take this sequence for example. She expertly dodges this attack when Alatreon swipes at her, an attack that doesn't even have a sound cue you can use to know it's coming. But when it turns to
Try
attack
getting
the other
good,
players,
Alox.
she doesn't
I
dodge at all,
mastered the
and even
fight.
knows where the attack is going. She follows it perfectly with her camera as it's happening. She's good, man. She's real good. And she can even play like this with other monsters too. So this isn't just her being really good with Alatreon, she can do this against any opponent. She legitimately has a superpower, and scientists need to study this woman's hearing as soon as possible. On the 2nd of February, Queen Pwnzalot posted the clip of her first Alatreon blindfolded victory to her YouTube channel. A couple of days later, one of her fans posted it to the Asmongold subreddit, at which time one of her Discord moderators tagged
Yeah, I saw
everyone
it,
in her
Flame.
Discord, telling them to upvote the post. This
He's,
message is amazing. Attention everyone.
So Ralph is in Memphis to go see one of his last living relatives, an uncle of his, and the thinking now is that he's going to ask him for money or for a place to stay at in the States.
This is a call to arms. Our queen needs you to go and upvote the video so that
Publicly, he's acting like it's a
Asmongold watches
vacation.
it. Comment on it. Sing her praises.
And he's inviting
Show
people
her
to
how
come
much we
find him,
support
too.
her. There will be many who doubt her legitimacy, but her army watched her make history live. Do your queen proud. Comment, like, share, and raise her up. This is huge. Queen's army, we march on. Shockingly, this worked, and Asmongold did in fact watch it on stream and even posted a VOD of his reaction to his YouTube channel.
I mean, listen, is it really hard to believe that somebody couldn't pull this off after 4,000 kills? I bet this is real.
Oh, Asmongold, you beautiful soul. You innocent, naive, ignorant, beautiful soul. This ended up
I think
backfiring,
it
as
looks
now that
real
the
to
clip was
me.
somewhat popular, people who actually knew how to play the game saw the clip and instantly realized it was ridiculous. The gamer Juzzy would then post a
Juzzy?
video highlighting
Wait.
all of the ways the gameplay was obviously fake.
Juzzy?
Asmongold would then react to this video, and
Juzzy, where you
ultimately he
at?
concluded that maybe she could see through the blindfold.
I think this is what the blindfold did. I think that it obscured 95% or 90% of her vision. It did not completely obscure it, which
So it
allowed
wasn't
her
completely
to use
blindfolded
the
then.
tiny little
So it's fake.
pixels that, you know, equivalent of pixel that she can see.
really burned him
that
on this?
are giving
They
her
really made him
indicators
cap for
of
her?
where the boss is. So she sees the guy's arm and it's like this.
Yeah,
and
so
she
it's
knows,
fake?
okay, well then the head's gonna be here.
Asmongold, I think you might be onto something. World-class blindfolded
at least he saw the
speedrunner
light.
Bubsia would also chime in, also declaring that her run was faked. Queen Pwnzalot would not take these criticisms lying down, nor would her moderators, accusing people who
Response
doubted her as
stream?
just being incels who
The bots
lived in
came at
their
him.
mother's basement. She uploaded a video claiming that she was the victim of slander and malice. She was adamant that she really was Daredevil, and really did possess superhuman hearing and the ability to know where she she's looking based on nothing. She advertised an upcoming stream where she declared she was going to prove everyone wrong. When I saw this video and I saw how confident Queen Ponzelot and her army was in the face of these accusations, I started second-guessing myself. Could everything I know about human anatomy or blindfolded gaming be wrong? Could the thousands of gamers who have dedicated themselves to blindfolded speedruns have missed something so simple? Maybe it was possible to just use your ears and play like normal. Maybe everyone had been doing it wrong the entire time. I was ready to have my entire universe blown to pieces. Honestly, I thought she was going to back out. But just like she said, on the 14th of February, she went live.
Hey, Valentine's
This time
Day.
she had a new blindfold. But before she started playing, she wanted to prove that the blindfold she was using before wasn't transparent. She used a powerful torch to show that no light was getting through. But wait a minute, this blindfold isn't the same. She's changed it. This is what it was like before. Now it's been folded up. And you can even see the seam lines where she has obviously sewn it together, and probably sewn some kind of material on the inside. The YouTuber Abisoft, who was there, asked her to unfold the blindfold, which is what it was like when she used it before, but she refused and timed him out from the chat. Even before doing this new attempt, she was gaslighting, avoiding questions, and banning people who were raising legitimate concerns. It's clear as day she is a very dishonest person who is willing to tamper with evidence and trick people. However, while she is a dirty liar and her pants are surely on fire, she is also a magician. Her most recent attempt was amazing. She went on to beat Alatreon again with a proper blindfold on, and with paper covering her screen.
Wow. Now she's just too good for you, eh, Logs?
It was so convincing that once again, the opinion of the most important person in the world, Asmongold, had been changed.
But anyway, yeah, it looks like the Altreon blindfold kill was actually real. It did actually happen.
Oh,
But does that mean she wasn't cheating? No, it doesn't. There were many obvious signs she was still cheating, and all of the issues with the vertical aiming still exist, and are even amplified to the extreme. Plus, there were some really bizarre things that were going on as well. But in order to do this most recent attempt justice, we are going to need an entire video, because this rabbit hole is deep. Queen Ponzelot thinks she is sneaky enough to get by me, but unfortunately for her, I see everything. So ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars for February 29, and we'll find out if Queen Ponzelot is a literal superhero who can do things no other human can, or if she's just a deceptive
Cliffhanger?
streamer lying to her fans and pulling off the oldest trick in the book once again. Stay tuned. Please remember to subscribe. Thank you so much for watching, you legends.
Wow,
I hope you're
dissing
having
a
a
streamer
fantastic day,
and then
and I will
begging
see you
for
in the
subs.
next video.
Or shame, Carl. What is with these lasers? It's like you get like 2 seconds telegraphed, and then it the lasers shoot out. I hate it. Yeah, that's it. That's the video. What a tease. Well, he's gonna blow this gamer girl on fire in a couple days from now. 9 days. I'm just saying, like, okay, if she's like trying to actively deceive people and get like a world record out of it and do it so fast, like she wants the notoriety of the speedrun community and all that, okay, that's one thing. If you're just doing it for attention and you're not really, that's not your goal, that's not what you're actively seeking. It's kind of like, okay, where you're just kind of signaling out this e-girl. She obviously wants the attention. That she made a whole of, like, you saw that trailer video that Carl showed. She made a whole event out of debunking the haters, and in that video explicitly highlights the Gamer Bro commenters who were shitting on her. Oh my god, what do they want me to do here? I'm thinking I gotta highlight the red blocks there. Time for the daily wrap. Daily wrap and a clip about Destiny. We can do both. Look at you thinking I could escape from the daily wrap. Oh, she is a Capcom creator? That kind of, like, she's got like a deal with them, a sponsorship or something. That kind of changes things. All right, who the fuck is Casey Mitsu? Casey Mitsu makes his ranked premiere and big progress in Like a Dragon, the Daily Wrap, February 19th, 2024. Oh boy.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Monday, the 19th of February, 2024. A great and varied gameplay day. After yesterday's full-on React day, it was refreshing to jump into games full-fledged all day long.
So refreshing.
And quite frankly, it was a very fun day because not only did I get to play a fighting game and actually do ranked play with a character I'm learning for the first time, but also then I got to reap the rewards of 2 sessions of co-op gameplay I had done with my wife.
Hey, Pam, don't leave me here to endure this alone!
And that was super fun too. So the variety today was outstanding, and I absolutely enjoyed it. So let's talk about that, and then we got to talk about tomorrow.
Oh,
because
okay.
I'm trying to figure out what to do.
I didn't see
Tuesday night.
gameplay.
I'm undecided. Let's talk. So first of all,
yeah, we
podcast
talk every
today.
day, man.
Talked about a few topics, including how awesome last night's React stream was over on DSP Throwback of Heavy Rain. Had a great time with that. Overall, it seems like you guys are really enjoying it too. Right now, people are voting on what React stream you want to see me do next week between Heavy Rain again, Dark Souls 1 again, Red Dead 1 again,
Yeah,
or the
fuck it. Let's just do some
Bully.
I agree,
All those are
Carl.
great options, so please
How about
vote over
every
on the
stream be
DSP Throwback
Q&A?
channel on the main channel page if you haven't yet. After that discussion, we actually opened up the new suggestions thread that I just created 2 days ago, and went through a few of those suggestions, and had some chill fun, Q&A and shout-outs. Then we went into Tekken 8, and I made a customized Yoshimitsu, and at first, I was like, oh no, I didn't really like the customizations that were available for this character, unlike the NFL version of King that I was able to make, the really ridiculous, silly guitarist version of Paul, or I'll admit probably the Yoon or the June character model that I made wasn't so good. But anyway, I was like, wow, Yoshimitsu
I saw the
seems
comment
really
and
great. And then someone came up with
left.
an idea. They said, why not with that mask make a version of him that kind of looks like Casey Jones from Ninja Turtles? And I was like, it does kind of have that mask.
Maybe he'll
so we
address
worked
it.
on it, and basically, yeah,
I can see him
we
being
made
lazy enough to
Casey
not
Mitsu,
check the channel
a
that left
hybrid
that
of Casey
comment.
Jones and Yoshimitsu, and it worked really well with the coloring. It was like purple with gray and metallic stuff, which is really nice. And then we jumped online ranked for the first time. And admittedly, probably the whole first hour I was beating up lower level people, but once you get past those initial ranks, started to have some really good matches. People who had ranks higher
I
than
wouldn't be
mine.
surprised if he doesn't address
and
it.
there were close matches, and I won a bunch of them.
But I wouldn't put it
Right
past
now,
him
I
to
would say
be
I'm
so
getting much better
lazy
with
he
Yoshimitsu
doesn't
after
check
having
the
used him for about a week
the kind
now.
of people who leave those suggestions.
I'm learning timing.
He doesn't check
punishes,
channels.
Better mix-ups. Basically, really effective things. And every time I play with him, I feel like I'm improving. Right now, it's a matter of execution, mix-up timing to know when to do each mix-up, and also character knowledge. Because, for example, I'm still fighting certain characters who I just don't understand what their capabilities are, and I don't even know what half their moves look like. Today it was Raven. I fought a Raven, and he's teleporting. There's clones everywhere, and I'm like, I have no idea what any of this is. Is it high attacks, low attacks, mid attack? Do I block a counter attack? Do I just block endlessly? Can I sidestep any of it? Can I counter hit any of it? I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Boone responded to Anne.
So for me, it's like,
I know
every
that
time I play
much.
this game, there's a new challenge, and now it's like character knowledge of certain characters I barely fought
He
against.
agreed
Raven's
with
one
Anne
of them.
too.
But overall, I had a great time. I think I won way more. Someone said they were counting, and I had like over 30 wins and like 11 losses at like a 76% win ratio in ranked today. Pretty dang.
It's Tekken like, okay, please don't talk about Tekken for half the rap. By the way, look at his face.
Good, and I'm getting better too. Like the more I play with Yoshimitsu, the better I'm getting. So I'm excited for more. Like I can't wait to play with him again. So overall, great first stream. Custom Yoshimitsu created, and much progress made in the ranks of online play. Tonight's late stream was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So happy to return to this game after the 5 hours of grinding I did with Kat to basically unlock all this money from Dondoko Island, and it immediately played out well. Bought level 4 weapons for everyone. Okay, went right to the school, the vocational school, maxed it out, did every single vocational training, bringing all of my levels up to level 6 of 10. Then was able to go and buy the remaining jobs, which were the Kunoichi or Konoichi. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's like a female ninjutsu version, like pretty cool. And the tennis player. So we have 2 new classes Trishitose, and I'm assuming other females who you'll recruit later in the game, already unlocked and ready to go. I have every job unlocked now, which is really sweet. Then we basically went and got crafting items and went to the blacksmith.
You're one of two people who did that, Dave. Congratulations.
So through all of tonight's gameplay, it was just like massive improvements. And by the end of the stream, what I wanted to do was test these weapons, and we only had about a half an hour left. So I said, why don't we go into the optional challenge dungeon that we've already beaten the entire first floor, go to the second levels of it, right? And see what this is like.
More optional shit?
I go in there.
Oh,
Every
man.
enemy is like level 34. I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be tough. My characters are like level 25.
Wow.
Go to the first fight. My characters are doing giant damage to them. I'm like, because my weapons are leveled now. My weapons are way high level. So even though I'm taking a lot of damage, I'm dealing a lot. As long as I play it smart, I should be able to make progress, and I did. I cleared the entire first floor, including multiple mini bosses.
I don't know how Anne restreams this shit, bro.
These guys are 10 levels above me. So I cleared the entire first floor, went back in, did it a second time.
Did you really
After
watch
clearing
all
the entire
this?
first floor twice, basically. Not the first floor, I'm sorry, the first level of the second
I'll be sure to
floor,
give him a
okay?
cookie.
I did it twice, quit out, you know. I got over $45,000 back. I had $96,000 when I started, spent
Too
it
bad
all,
it wasn't
went
in
back
real
in,
life.
got $45,000 back in only 2 runs, and leveled up from like level 24 all the way up to like level 27, 28. My jobs all increased by like 5-6 levels, got all these new abilities. I was like, wow. So really the roadblock was money. Once the money was available from Dondoko Island, it opened the floodgates of progress in this game, and now I'm kind of free to do whatever I want. I could continue to do these dungeons and level up and get more money, then go buy better weapons, level those up, or I could go do story. So what I think I'm going to do next time around when I play on Wednesday night, I am now not going...
I say it all the time, but this game is a very specific game. Like, to watch someone stream games like this, like I know I probably don't pick the best games to stream either. Remember when I played Xenoblade 3 for like 8 months? But with this Yakuza, you gotta have a specific person, like Shroom or Tevin, like a Tevin. But this guy, it doesn't work. He talks all the time. He never lets the game speak for itself. He acts when the game wants to be serious and then cries when the game wants to be funny. No, he's not the person to, not the right person to watch stream this game. But Tevin, it's just like, it's something on in the background, and when it's a serious conversation, Tevin will he'll make the game the big screen and like cut the music and let you pay attention to the cutscene. And better to have the cutscene stuff be like the main focus, and have like the side shit, you know, him just running around fighting generic enemies and shit, they have that in the corner, and then have it like, okay, what I'm saying is how Dave is right now, okay, have that when it's a cutscene, and then when it's a game, okay, now the game is in the corner because he's not doing anything important. I think I prefer that approach for a game like this versus how Dave does it, where he makes you see everything all the time, even the most useless shit. And it's like, no. Play the game while watching other stuff and mute for the cutscene. Yeah. Love watching DSP fall asleep in the corner during cutscenes. He still does that. He did it for was the one that came out, the feudal one, last year, and I think he did it again for the guy. I don't know if he's had a moment in this one where he's explicitly fallen asleep yet.
To do the optional
And of course,
dungeon,
yeah,
I just
his
did
voice
it twice.
acting.
I think what we're gonna do is go do quests in the city, like all the side quests that were there that we ignored
And
for
then
2
he
weeks.
tells you
We're
like
gonna
what
do
he's
them
gonna
now,
do,
and then we're
and
gonna
he
maybe
plans
enhance
it
some story.
out.
So for those who've been
It's like when you go to Disney World and your mama or your daddy tells you literally everything you're gonna do before you actually step through those gates. Like, bro, can you just like, can we get to Disney World first, and then maybe we'll talk about what we want to do?
eating. Man, when is Phil actually going to make advancement in the game? Because it was the rush to unlock the classes, the rush to unlock Dondoko, then doing Dondoko. Now is the time. When I start playing it again on Wednesday, we will have big advancement in both side questing and the main story. So it's good. I'm pleased because I was worried all the time invested to get this stuff done wasn't going to be worth it, but it totally has been. Now it looks like we're going to have nice, awesome progress, smooth sailing, and good stuff coming forward in the playthrough. So, overall, great streaming day. Had a ton of fun. I just want to remind everyone, on the throwback...
Okay, we have 3 minutes. What are we going to cry about in 3 minutes? It can't just be the throwback channel.
Channel DSP Throwback, continuing every night now at 10 p.m. will be a new part of Heavy Rain. A part literally went live 3 minutes ago as I was recording this. So every night, check it out. There's 5 parts of that. And please vote on the stream for Sunday. I'm loving that.
Wasn't it Baldur's? No, it was
Tekken. I know you guys
okay.
are too. And I really appreciate everyone checking out my content on all the channels. Now,
we just talked about
Tuesday,
Tekken and I had already forgotten it. Holy shit, these daily wraps.
Not sure what we're gonna do. Maybe we'll take more suggestions for the suggestion box, or we'll see
please
if there's any news. But the first stream is Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm definitely excited for this stream because we are at the precipice of big plot dump.
So he's like excited because he's going into Act 3, and in his Jin brain, Act 3 equals end of the game. Now, I have heard that Act 3 is the most rushed act. Now, I don't know if like a normal Baldur's Gate act is like 60 hours, a rushed Act 3 might be 20 hours. So when he tells you he's in the home stretch, don't believe him.
Literally in a cutscene.
This is what I heard, Carl.
All the
Synthetic
plot
Man told
out
me.
of this game to find out what's going on with the Mind Flayers, what's going on with the Illithids, what's the true plot behind the plot of the game, and I ran out of time. So now we've all been waiting since Saturday to get this answer, and finally we're gonna get the answers on Tuesday, tomorrow. So I'm excited for that, and then obviously we're gonna head into the meat of Act 3, see where it pans out, and go from there. So it should be a great Baldur's Gate 3 stream
Russ
tomorrow.
is not polished
and
at
tomorrow
launch.
night,
Fair enough.
here's the deal. I don't know what I'm doing, but there's 2 choices.
Choices.
Doing more Like a Dragon. I don't want to do that 3 days in a row. And I've ruled out Call of Duty. I'm just not in the mood for it. The 2 options are... and I don't want to do that 3 days in a row.
But you do want to do Baldur's Gate 3-day stream 4 days in a row.
And I've ruled out Call of Duty. I'm just not in the mood for it.
How about just suggestion box the whole stream? How about that, huh? Suggestion box the whole stream?
The 2 options are as follows. Number 1, Tekken 8 again with Casey Mitsu, because I'm in the groove now. I did really good with him today.
That groove back.
And I'm feeling more
Get that
progress.
vibe
If I
back.
play with him
That
again, I'm
groove
going to
back.
keep improving with these ranked matches, and I want to play better opponents, so I want to keep playing ranked. So I feel like that would be the way to go. Or
let's spend
just a
$50
late-night
and
chill
play
stream where
Mario.
It's literally just us hanging out. A
No.
hangout session.
No.
No gameplay.
Bro, I thought you were joking, Carl. I thought you were joking.
Guarantee of anything we're doing. Instead, we're just chilling. We do some Q&A. Maybe people have some topics they want to discuss. Whatever. You know, I'd be down for either. You know, originally it was going to be more Dondoko co-op. Right now, that's not going to work out.
What happened to
We're
us
not doing
having way
Dondoko
too many
anymore.
games to play?
By the way, my wife and I did look into some co-op possibilities, but it seems like a lot of the things that we'd be interested in doing, sadly, they don't have local co-op. It's all online only co-op. And what's the point of doing co-op if we're not in the same room and we're supposed to be on camera
It Takes
talking?
Two. He doesn't want to
interacting?
play because
That's
it's
the point
about
of us doing
divorce.
Co-op together. Not, oh, we're talking over the internet in the same house. That would be pretty stupid. So I'm trying to look for suggestions
be that
for co-op games that
ridiculous.
are local co-op that we could maybe do and we'd be interested in.
Any NSO game?
You know, we're looking
He
into
has
it.
NSO.
We actually had some suggestions tonight on the Like a Dragon stream that we'll look into, but yeah.
What were the suggestions?
Like that
What were-
tomorrow,
does
but
anyone know the
either Tekken
suggestions?
8
Is
or a
Ann
hangout
still awake?
session.
What were these
Give me your feedback on this
suggestions?
video on what you want to see tomorrow night, and probably I'll come to a determination during the podcast tomorrow so that everyone knows what to expect on the late stream, so we don't have people all confused and wondering what's going on. Okay. Then Wednesday, by the way, will be more Baldur's Gate 3 and more Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and then my day off is Thursday this week. Of course, we're premiering.
Ranted about
excuse me, we're
suggestions?
preparing
But
for
what
the
were
big
the
premiere of Final
suggestions?
Fantasy VII Rebirth on the last day of this month. Okay. All right. Everyone, thank you all. Great streaming day today. Great variety today. Really had a great time. I hope that you did too. And I wish you the best. Have a good night. Relax. Be safe. See you in the morning for another awesome day full of streaming fun. Peace out.
Option 3. Okay, I want to know what co-op game suggestions he got tonight. I think he could just play It Takes Two or A Way Out. But I'm sure there are other examples. NSO, he has it. He still pays for it. Bunch of games he could play. Switch is like the console for local co-op. You can finally dust it off and play something on it. You can play Animal Crossing, which was the whole reason. It was the whole reason we tried to do the thing, the dumb Doko thing in Like a Dragon, is because it was supposed to be like Animal Crossing, and Animal Crossing kind of grinding too, but at least he has local co-op, unlike Like a Dragon, like the guy. Oh man, I hope he doesn't do Q&A. What about, can't we like bring back Sea of Stars, or how about a one night off of Street Fighter? We can do literally anything. No, we can't do Mario Kart. It's $60. Ah! Okay, Seal had a clip about Destiny. You guys like Destiny, right? I don't know. Lately he's been saying some stuff that's kind of based, but also he's a cuck because of the thing with his partner. He was very briefly based. Have 5 stages of an open relationship.
Good morning, sir. Miss Cone asks for help. Something's wrong with the projector.
Oh, he could do
It's
Super
not
Mario
working or
Kart.
something.
I'm coming.
I don't think he.
Well, I don't
he
know
probably
what
doesn't
could
think
have
that'd be able to
happened. It was
substantiate a whole
working
stream.
yesterday. Maybe
He doesn't
some
have Mario
virus
Party.
or
I don't think
something.
he would do anything where he'd have to pay.
Oh, it works.
There was an error in the code, but I fixed it. It should be fine now.
Great. Class, let's thank him.
I hope she likes it. Honey, I'm back, oh boy.
Steven, why so early?
Yeah, this seems like a Delor creator
James, wait, Steven.
that they would like.
Steven, hey, look at me. I watched a
Steven.
documentary about couples yesterday, and the expert lady said that spicing up your relationship with occasional drama tightens the bonds. So, I thought we could open up our relationship. You can be with anyone, and so can I. What do you think? Isn't that hecking awesome?
You know what? It's the way it is. If the expert lady says so, it must be right. Besides, we're still a couple. We have ups and downs, arguments, agreements. Yeah, that's fine. Just like in movies. Adding excitement and uncertainty will be good for our relationship.
I think you're crazy. There is no reason to allow that.
I'm not crazy. The more I think about it,
He doesn't have
more I
the
believe
expansion
it's better.
pass, so he does not have Nintendo 64 games
Not necessarily cheats. In the end, she's with me.
or
and we
GBA
live
games.
together because I'm a cool
Only
guy and
NES,
better than them.
SNES, and
So she chooses
Game
me
Boy.
to live with her, to pay her bills. Yep, that's what partners do.
Divorce. These days, everyone seems to be getting one of those.
If you can't come to an agreement, it's probably better to just part ways.
Yeah, part ways with half of your stuff stolen, Jesus.
Cold
Just like my friend. He's currently going through a divorce. It's been 2 years. I think
2 years?
judges and lawyers, each billing by the hour. They just drag out all the proceedings. Parasites.
And do they actually live together?
Imagine sitting in the same room with someone who's about to take half of everything from you. What's even worse is that his wife, before the divorce, started meeting with her exes, and she brought something home.
Jesus.
You date someone who spreads their legs for everyone, and then you never know.
How many dudes has she been with?
Who knows?
And why did you get married?
Credit score.
I don't think this is a good reason to marry.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's not upgrading to the expansion pack.
What does she think? That I should be a victim of her
But what if he did?
What is this anyway?
Well, I see something, but it's hard to say what it is.
STD?
Possible.
Oh, I
but
love
it
my
looks a bit
Indian
like a
doctor.
fungus. Sir, did you check for diabetes?
No.
You need to check it, sir. For me, it looks like early signs of a fungal infection. Sir, it would be easier to determine if you had a foreskin, but well, it wasn't up to you.
Of course it wasn't.
And I told him that if he wanted to be with me, we need to make it serious, and there should be a ring on that finger. And what? And what? And he proposed. He proposed. Wow, extra.
Give me a sec.
Honey, we need to talk. You have to stop what you're doing.
No.
Where are you?
With friends.
Are you talking about me?
There's nothing to talk about.
You bitch. Where are you?
I already said that I'm with my friend.
I want to know the address.
If you were listening, you would know where I'm going.
Rachel, come back.
Do you
any kind of fool could see.
Yes.
And why?
Well, we can start over.
Start over what?
Trick shot.
I will be at 9 p.m. or maybe at 10.
10 in the morning?
Yeah, they could probably find a cool game on Game Pass to play. But you know they won't.
My pain is not important. What important is that she is happy. It's the way it is. This is my world now. For some, this would be a nightmare. But for me,
I feel like it's gonna be Q&A. You do something like bring back Sea of Stars, Street Fighter for one night.
And it's time for me to enjoy.
But I think he's got his mindset. When he says shit like that, you know he's got his mindset. He's got his mindset. Oh shoot! Thank you, Seal, for the clip. I'm not too particularly big on those Wojak animation channels. That was pretty good. I'm not too big on Cuckoldry either. Oh shit. What am I doing? Mario, don't lead me astray now. This is the last world, oh god. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Nothing but net. He's doing Tekken. If he doesn't, I'll be surprised, because the second option is like a Telltale game. It's all it's all an illusion. I feel like it, for me, it's an illusion of choice, and it's bound to be a Q&A no matter what. Now, we got the Kino Casino. Watched a lot of clips on that night that I played Crash Team Racing. Let's see what we left off on. Big ups, Pim Pam. Thank you for finally clocking out. I think for tonight, I'll beat the game, and I know that starts New Game Plus, and then we'll start New Game Plus tomorrow, as in later today, because it is already tomorrow, because that's how it is on the Nigga stream. How about this one? So they introduced a new guy. PvP has been watching this guy since he was in high school. This is Hollywood God, and they've attempted to cover him before when the show originally started, but he kind of bombed. I guess the audience at the time that they had didn't really understand his gimmick. They tried him again, and the segment was actually a big hit. This is Hollywood God rants about Skull and Bones fail. Wow, I wonder what he's upset about.
Let's see what Hollywood God's take is here. Let's do this for a second.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Look at this egghead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, guys. Ash told me about this.
Newsflash. Newsflash. Breaking news. There were no black pirates.
I'm sorry, Tevin.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
Get your Tev pirates out. No.
Yes! King. Look at how proud of himself he is, man. That's a fucking winner right there. That's our king. That's fucking like the true king. King Dave, eat your fucking heart. Bow down to the king. So just to
He's got
explain
absolute
what this
unit
is. So this
energy.
is Hollywood God. He's been on the internet for 15 fucking years. He's been making, no, longer. He's been making videos since 2008.
Wow.
On YouTube. He used to be called Come On Ass. Then he was Hollywood. Now he's Hollywood God.
Okay.
And he's a legend of the game.
Hollywood.
Yeah, he called himself Hollywood Rape. What a
Why
legend.
did you
He was
bleep it that
he said-
time?
he
Hey guys, Hollywood here.
He says, Come On Ass was apparently too far. And he wasn't marketable enough, so he went with Hollywood Rape. Anyway. Here he is saying, do not buy Skull and Bones, the new Ubisoft game, because he watched the trailer and he saw a black pirate.
Newsflash.
There were no black pirates.
I mean, it's a fictional game.
And if there were any blacks
Whoa!
on pirate ships.
What's he gonna say?
Okay? They weren't the captains.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
So proud of him. So
What is that face?
Sheesh. That is a.
They weren't the first mates or whatever the.
He licks the lip. He
More
licks
than
his
likely,
lips.
they were slaves.
They were slaves.
Oh, he kind of killed it by explaining the joke.
First Shaka. You see, look.
Okay, maybe he's got a good
I gotta
argument.
say it, man. Black people of the United States of America.
Hollywood God has taken it upon himself to address all
like
black people in America.
That rules.
He's such a king. He's like, I hereby proclaim my address to all black people in America. They're all listening to Hollywood God right now, hanging on his every word. Shit, what this guy gotta say? Here he comes.
Clowned.
Do you
It
like
appears to me
black people?
that blacks in the USA like to be clowned. They like to be manipulated. They like to be made fun of.
You're being manipulated.
No matter what they protest, no matter what the they say, it's bullshit. Because in the entertainment industry, they're always being clowned. And you love it. And you love it.
Why is he
No
bowing?
black pirates. Repeat after me.
Funko Pop.
The Funko Pop, like just the background is so amazing. He has like 40 Funko Pops behind him.
Explains a
He's got,
lot.
like,
Donald.
He's got models of the alien from Alien. He's got fucking King Kong. He's got a Jaws. He's got a Resident Evil with Mila Jovovich. He's had that poster for like 12 years.
Since the movie came out.
Me. You know what the origin of the fucking pirates is?
Tell us.
Does anybody have a fucking clue
Preach, brother.
where pirates came from? Anyone? Do you?
I thought I paused
Should have
it.
delayed my
No,
backflip.
buddy, he's so blackout drunk right now that sometimes his brain just stops. He pauses for dramatic effect. He gives you that look. That's the look. That's the look that a guy gives you when you tell him there were black pirates. The f do you mean there were black pirates?
Where pirates came from?
It's like paused.
Anyone? Do you, Sergeant?
I mean, there are Somali pirates, Hollywood God, so I think you're a bit felted, buddy. There
That
are
is
some
true.
black pirates out there.
See if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, TRPG brought him up first.
No,
What the?
man, he doesn't have a book about piracy.
Pirate book.
Okay.
Wait, he's got sources? He's gonna cite. Is he
Oh,
like
just
Vosh?
like-
He's got sources?
He doesn't have this shit ready.
Lead to Roma. These sons of bitches.
The Knights Templar were behind the pirates? The enigma of the Knights Templar. He has the documents exposing that the Knights Templar are behind the pirates and there were no black Knights Templar. Let
This
me
is
repeat.
news to me.
No black Knights Templar, buddy. Let him cook.
It looks like every other video I make, these sons of bitches always come up. And whether they're called the Knights Templars,
He's gotta hold it up to the camera.
or Freemasons, Skull and Bones.
Wait, okay.
He's going
No,
off.
hang on, you can't.
He's fired up.
Wait, the Templars
He's
are every
exposed.
version of old, like.
The Templars are behind it all.
Oh, shit. Is Assassin's Creed?
Something tells me this dude isn't interested in an honest debate about the existence of black pirates.
Assassin's Creed 3 up in his room.
What about Black Flag?
No. He has just Assassin's Creed 3 poster up. It's on the other.
What a king.
Like I can map his like apartment, you know, and it's over on the left-hand side of the room, and it's been up for fucking like 12 years straight now.
motherfuckers were escaping persecution when the Pope and the King were rounding them up to
Why
exterminate
would the Pope
their
do
asses.
this?
Those
Exterminate.
that escaped Europe, these Knights Templar.
No, he doesn't have a Kiwi Farms thread Kino Casino system.
No.
He never will. He never will.
Aim the pirates. That's why they use Skull and Bones. That's the logo, the Skull and Bones.
Come on, man, that's bullshit.
And Ubisoft, the producers, the makers of this game, they know that fucking full well, but it looks like
Do
the
they?
rest of you idiots don't. Cause Ubisoft, look at their logo, the all-seeing eye again.
The logo is an eye? I thought it was a
That's
swirl.
why they made Assassin's Creed. That's why they make socialist crap video games, because that's what they are. They're Canadian.
They are? I thought they were French.
Are they even Canadian? I thought they were French.
Illuminati
No,
Jungati.
I'm pretty sure Montreal.
There's the Montreal office, I know that. But I
Yeah.
thought their main headquarters was in France. Are they a Canadian company?
Yeah, I think
TVP's he's worried.
The day of
They
the
might
rank
actually be
is
We
Canadian.
are French Canadian. Fuck. Are we felted today?
Well, he hates us and he hates Canadian people.
Yeah.
Wake the f up.
No, he's not woke. The guy who says black pirates don't exist is not woke.
He's well, because he said the Snyder Cut was gonna be shit, and I said, but what if it's good?
He
And he banned me because he said I was putting thoughts in people's heads. He says, "Don't you do that, PPP? Don't you be putting thoughts in people's heads that what the Snyder Cut might be good?" Because he hates Zack Snyder.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He hates Zack Snyder.
They're selling you a video game where they're showing you a black pirates.
But it's fictional.
Whoa! And you dumbasses, and you dumbass blacks out there are gonna buy.
Whoa! I disavow. It's a. Hey, that's a racism alert. Pretty. I can't like cap
he's
for that.
Puerto Rican. He can get away with it. He's a person of color.
And you dumbasses, and you dumbass
Yeah, is this
blacks
Canadian
out there
Kirk? What the?
are gonna buy that shit. You're gonna believe that shit.
You're gonna believe he was.
Hey, you guys know I disavow that. Ridicule and critique. The clip channel soon should have censored that.
No, man. No, it wasn't paused.
I know. The background's moving the only way I know.
So disgusted.
The only way I know that it's not
It's
paused.
just incredible. It's just incredible. And let me show you how stupid. Let me show you how stupid this whole this video game is. Let me show you how stupid. Check this fucking shit out.
Oh no.
What has he got?
I was just there. Check this out.
Okay.
This game, by the way, was under development since 2013.
Wow.
Whoa, it's been 11 years.
It's, of course.
On this?
The f?
What the f have they been doing?
No
to
way. Hang on. Really?
Figure it out.
Wait, hang on. Skull. And...
Cockroach Way says these pauses are.
I know
way
it's
too
had a
fragmented
long
for such
development
video.
cycle.
IBS Lurker says the exceptional detective is the only commenter on this video. Can you believe it? Brian Dunn.
Since 2017.
Brian!
Well, where did you get your info? Hollywood God has the Knights Templar.
IGN.
Well, he has the Knights Templar book, buddy.
Okay. I'm gonna go with IGN.
Imagine he blames Singapore. It's Slayer's fault.
Lies.
The Assassin's Creed 4 Black Fat.
Okay, he didn't say it. That was a close
The
one,
Assassin's
buddy.
Creed 4 Black Fat. I almost said the wrong thing. Black Flag video game. So it was going to be part of the.
I disavow, ridicule, and critique. This guy is obviously mentally unwell.
It's such a good moment, man. It's just his eyes.
That
as he
wasn't
says
brewed,
it.
and he planned that shit.
Priceless.
It's Creed. But during development, it changed. Since 2000, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. Thank you, King Kino.
You know, I wonder where that guy came
Let's
from.
go, Felted, etc.
Zenith has gifted what's up. The reality is 90% of his viewers are people who've watched me. Like, I helped this guy out so much and he spits on me, you know? I've been watching him since I was like 12 years old, some shit like this.
This explains a lot,
I want you to understand
PPP.
and listen to what I'm saying. This game's been in development since 2013. On and off, okay?
Thank you guys, by the way, for the support. We
Big
appreciate
support. Smash the goal.
Okay? Since 2013.
I saw that foul staff, the roaches. Oh, it was disgusting.
The video game of it is scheduled to come out this February, this month, on the 16th of 2024. Okay?
Wow.
Now listen to this retarded shit I'm about to tell you. An adaptation of the video game that didn't come out yet was announced in early 2019. Ubisoft was partnering with Atlas Entertainment to adapt Skull and Bones into a television show.
Atlas?
This game hadn't come out yet.
Why?
The Persona Atlas or the Bookkeeper Atlas?
It's not a recognizable IP. That's not even an IP that exists.
What?
He's so righteous here.
That is kind of weird though. Like the game's not even out. We want a TV show?
Already talking about a goddamn TV show. Goddamn me, goddamn me, goddamn me, goddamn me, goddamn me.
Is he okay?
You wonder what? Kino? You wonder why? These video games suck.
Oh man.
I don't think he likes Ubisoft games, guys.
This game is showing black pirates. This game looks stupid.
Let's go, Felted.
It's such a low-hanging fruit too. Like nobody thinks this game's gonna do good. Didn't it already come out?
Jesus.
What the world are I live in? What the
Do the Sonic you said. He gifted the
What
20.
world am I living?
Okay.
Let's just finish this. This is so good. The Hollywood God's really on point here with this.
Of course that's what it is. Of course that's what it is. They keep changing. This is Ubisoft.
Big up Skokie on the poppy.
This is Ubisoft.
We're all gonna need a poppy after this
Take this
rant.
call. Hold on.
That was my phone.
Wait, what?
Hello. ¿Qué pasó?
He's taking a phone call in
guys.
Spanish.
1 sec.
He's Hispanic? Oh man. What is this video?
What the
Minga.
Minga.
¿Cuánto veces yo te llamé chino? Ya tú sabes.
Little do they now pause.
Que lo que-
Little do they
Oh,
know
he's
that
yelling
this-
at her.
That they're currently speaking with the great and mighty Hollywood God, you know, who's in the middle of
He's
a
speaking with a
rant
family
about
member, I
black
think.
Pirates in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Little did this Spanish person know that they're speaking to the mighty Eli Anti-Giorgi. Oh, Minga! Minga! No, it's, you actually have pause. You can tell.
I didn't know. I was like, am I paused or not?
Minga!
Oh man.
Tú piénsalo, y yo te llamo para atrás, ¿ok?
Listen, I gotta end my fucking my video 1 sec.
He basically, TRPG, he got upset that she's calling him, presumably while recording the video, and right there he says he's gonna call her back.
This bitch is all one.
No tienen eso. Tú sabes
Let
que
him
Does
go!
anyone know what the he's saying?
Let him, man!
no tienen eso. Yo te llamo para atrás.
Let him felt the Black Pirates.
He basically says, I'll call you back later.
Well, there you go. Got to see me speak Spanish.
Now that I look at him, he does kind of seem like one of those palers types of the Hispanic.
I've never seen him speak Spanish before. That was something.
It's good.
Look,
Look.
there were no black pirates.
Fuck.
If there were black people on the pirate
Imagine
ships,
that's
they
like
were more than
a-
likely slaves.
Imagine that.
That's quite a lore
Got to
twist.
hang up.
We
To
really
know
ought to
that.
put on the soundboard there were no black pirates.
Yeah, yeah.
The black hating Hispanic?
10 subs will
The
put it
lore
on the
runs
game
deep.
for-
They were down in the boat, suffering in chains.
Okay.
There were no black pirates. You black people that believe that shit, you're stupid. You're stupid.
This is a crazy.
You like
I
being
think they know it's
clowned.
just a game.
Ubisoft is Illuminati.
Guide me.
What?
If you don't believe it,
It's a Shroom Dukem raid with a party of 12. And we have Juzzy51 and Shroom Dukem himself, presumably. And we have Hollywood God, who says there are no black pirates. It's Hollywood God rants about Skull and Bones. And he's also Hispanic. I did not see this coming. I, of course, disavow to the greatest extent. You just missed it. He was talking in Spanish. I did some translating.
majority of their games is all
I'm gonna finish this
full
game
of
and clock out
Freemasonic
myself.
shit.
But thank you for the raid.
You mean the
I'm near the
You
end.
can enjoy the
Couple
games.
more
I
levels
had
to go.
fun playing them.
Wait.
This guy really
But
doesn't
it
like
is
Ubisoft.
Goddamn illuminated Freemasonic gibberish and garbage. And they're doing it again with this Skull and Bones video game. I refuse to buy. Do not buy it. The only pirates were the Knights Templars that were escaping Europe. Okay? That's what they became. They became pirates.
Look, guys.
Wake the f up!
Thank you for the follow, Churito.
Oh, God.
Thank you for blowing out my eardrums, Hollywood God.
That was like Slender Man when he makes the camera break. Jesus fucking sorry.
How much to put that on the soundboard?
Wait. Fuck.
Oh, you know, that was a great segment.
That was great.
I'm not gonna lie. Are we doing Sonic here now?
Yeah, alright,
May
guys.
God have mercy on our
Look.
Good segment. Good segment. Thank you again, Churito, for the follow. And thank you, Shroom Dukeem, the massive raid. Party of 12 there. That was, the comedic stylings of Hollywood God. I guess BP said he didn't have a thread, so I don't even think it would be objectively not a cow, but he just hasn't been discovered yet. That's all it is. But that was Hollywood God, and he really, really doesn't like Skull and Bones. Dude, this level's hard. What the? I'm running out of time. Alright, that was that video. There's a 2-hour Ralph humiliates himself on Pod Awful, but I'm obviously saving that one because it's so long. So instead we'll do iDubbbz has gone soft. We're talking about it earlier too.
Oh man, this is really fucking sad, folks.
We're not
gonna watch this whole thing because it's fucking brutal.
I hate
but
iDubbbz.
If people remember like what Content Cop
Why would
was,
iDubbbz
you
do
know,
this?
Like, it was highly produced and edited.
High
He had
energy.
skits. It was high energy. He was vicious.
Now we can
going
reward
after
the Shroom
motherfuckers.
raid
The
by
videos had
aping
teeth
on
to
the
them.
content creator
had
he
conviction
trusted
in what
and
he was
loved the
saying.
most.
He's now brought back Content Cop.
Really?
But it's now called iDubbbz Complains.
Oh.
Which is such a shitty name for a show.
Yeah,
that
it's
it's
kind of a
unbelievable.
lame
It's like he's not even
rename.
fucking trying. It's called iDubbbz Complains. He may as well call it iDubbbz Cries.
Whoa, James says something crazy here. He says H Bomber Guy is unironically more based than iDubbbz.
By a lot!
By a lot,
By a
actually.
lot. You know what? At least H Bomber Guy, like, is that. You know, iDubbbz is a fraud. iDubbbz is a soulless shell of a person. If you look into his eyes during this video, you can tell he's clearly on like SSRIs, like antidepressants, like all of them. Zoloft, whatever. Like they just
Is Double Jump the new meta for this game?
like candy now.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I honestly believe also that he wears a fucking chastity cage upon his.
Oh yeah.
That whenever he tries to say anything funny or cool, his girlfriend literally electrocutes his ball sack. Like that's I'm genuinely of the belief that that's what's going on. I don't know how the fuck he lives with himself on a day-to-day basis because he's so gelded, he's so gimped out. This was the guy who went up to Tana Montague and told her to drop the hard R, and he dropped the hard R. This guy's whole fucking persona was about like trolling, felting people, being edgy as fuck, and he's now in this video getting triggered over somebody going out there and trolling people in public, calling them lazy bones. Like, what he's complaining about is like the most like wholesome and least harmful content imaginable, really, in my opinion. Let's just hit play. Let's just hit play. We're gonna actually attempt to go through.
I know about cart
5 to 6
narcs.
minutes.
I haven't seen a full video though,
We're gonna
but I'm aware of the
attempt to go through
concept.
5 to 6 minutes. The cart narcs is fucking based. Yeah. Cart narcs are saving Western civilization. The cart narc is like the ultimate refutation of libertarian philosophy. Okay. It's like,
is it?
Oh yeah, no, everybody can definitely just on their own return the shopping cart. It costs you nothing to return the shopping cart. It's just a nice courtesy to your fellow man. But people refuse to do it because they're lazy, selfish assholes. Okay? And it causes disturbance for everybody else. I now have to put a fucking loonie for Americans that's a Canadian dollar coin in the fucking cart in order to get it. So I have to carry around change when nobody even has fucking cash anymore to get a fucking shopping cart at the grocery store. It's fucking bullshit.
When you park,
and then there's just
there's
there's just fucking shopping carts like fucking minefield in the parking lot. You're like trying to, and in Toronto it's congested as fuck. So like there's all these cars, there's like one fucking parking space, and then there's a fucking shopping cart in it. And you're like, oh, guess I gotta get out of my car now and move this fucking cart. But iDubbbz is gonna come out there and simp for the selfish douchebags, the lazy cunts who can't return their shopping cart. The lazy bones. But he's gonna admit that the lazy bones are lazy, but that they shouldn't be called out or shamed for it.
They should be.
It's crazy. This was the guy who was once Content Cop. The guy who was telling other people how to live and create, and he's just buck broken.
Greetings and salutations, my mud-blooded Americans.
Look at how cringe this is.
I'll figure this out eventually.
What
the cringe of it? He's been branded as fucking owned by what's her name, Anissa. Property of Anissa. He may as well get fucking tattooed on his forehead.
Done. I agree.
My studded leather sash gives me 8 strength and 8 agility, which no.
I want to.
What does this appeal to? No one thinks this is funny. The worst one thing, every comment
the
on
long
this
hair
is
doesn't suit him.
There's not one positive comment.
Today we're going to be complaining. Welcome back to iDubbbz Complains.
Oh, wow.
On today's episode, I'm going to be complaining about
iDubbbz gets killed.
iDubbbz dies.
Let's go, Felton. iDubbbz dies.
Now, if you're not familiar with cart narcs, it's basically this guy, Sebastian.
He's a hero of Western civilization. Do you know this guy calls the cops on black people?
Good.
And that's why iDubbbz is rattled. Because this guy calls the cops on like filthy homeless bums shooting heroin in front of fucking
on the basis that they don't return their cards.
Yeah.
Works for a radio show who had the idea to shame people who aren't bringing their carts back to the cart corral.
Shame. Good. You know what? Shame needs to exist.
I know, because otherwise you get Ralph. You know, you get Boogie.
You know, like, you get you.
Holy
shame.
Fuck. How dare we have shame in society? How dare we try and enforce social standards and norms in society?
There we go. That was a tricky stage.
Rude. Well, what blows me
It's
away
not even
is
done
he's not
yet.
actually going after like IRL streamers or crazy dangerous fucks. Like, no, he's going after some guy who's like one
agree with
step
Andy
up
too.
from surveillance cameraman.
Clap, clap, clap.
And I love this sort of content. Like, I've always loved like the real life type trolling, like the Borat, Barrett, or like how Sacha Baron Cohen would go out, or how Jack
I didn't think that guy
would
was
fuck
dangerous.
people on the street, or Tom Green. Like I personally find this shit really funny.
Yeah.
I really like
It
Frank
happened
Castle's
twice.
videos. You know, I think it's funny when he hassles fucking people or whatever. But iDubbbz, who made content similar to this in the past, to the point where he already became like a billionaire. Now, once he's successful, pulls up the ladder. Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to be edgy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to
Yeah,
troll
it's like
people.
a Paper
Only I
Mario
am.
style Mario.
Only me in the past. Forgive me for those past sins, by the way. I'm so evil, and I'm gonna whip myself through the streets. Forgive me, Anissa, forgive me. But nobody else is allowed to do this. Only him in the past.
In car doors, spots taken up.
Is it really Anissa up
grocery
to her old
prices
tricks
raised
again?
Sky high because employees have to go out and spend their time hunting down carts. We are publicly shaming those dicks who don't take back their shopping carts. Cart, you curved your cart. You didn't take it back to the cart corral where it belongs.
People call it the cart corral.
That's so fucking funny. Like, listen, you say, oh, it's unethical to harass people, even though it's not really harassment, in my worldview.
Sorry, but when you leave your cart and it rolls into another car, a person's car, that is your version of being a fucking
But
dick.
for me, in my world, the comedic value of this far outweighs any sort of ethical dilemma of shaming the guy who wouldn't put his cart back.
I don't care. You
Just
get
put your cart back, I suppose.
for being a
Yes!
You leave your cart out there,
Buddy, he
it
just-
bumps into.
he just
That happened to me
falls and
before.
eats shit.
My Honda Civic, right? Some bitch.
Hey, super duper.
So I left your cart out there. What happened?
We're
I'm parked,
watching
right? I'm on my
two
phone or
people,
whatever.
two
I could
Canadians
walk out,
watch
there's a bitch out there, and I saw her
iDubbbz
too. I'm like,
critique
"It's a bitch."
cart
I knew it.
narcs,
Left your
which is
cart,
quite a
rolled in
sentence,
the
isn't
car.
it?
I fucking lost it. I'm like, you
And I'm playing this
fucking
game, which is
whore,
probably why you're
you
here.
Bitch. I pushed the cart at her. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm like,
I'm almost done with it.
oh, I snapped.
But I'm a nice guy. No, ma'am, you left your cart here like a lazy bones.
Yeah?
Yeah?
What are you bothering us for? Because you left your cart out. So what? So that's gonna block someone's spot. I don't care. It ended
That
up.
looks like Hollywood
This is the
God.
kind- wait, look, folks. This is the kind of guy we shouldn't be shaming.
Look at him!
Whoa!
Look at are those glasses or are they painted on?
He's
got the cat
simping
makeup.
for this guy. Let's hear iDubbbz's defense
Whoa, and he shows off the license plate too, no blurring it out.
case here.
Someone said he's Mr. Potato Head.
The turtle?
It ended up being entertaining for a good amount of people.
Or Black is playing Skull and Bones, it looks so bored. I saw Angry Joe was playing it.
Yes,
Made a pro Trump tweet and allegedly caught a lot of flack for it.
Definitely one of those people.
I agree, Mr.
Where I
Pump.
was like, I think this is interesting. I like the idea. It is pretty inoffensive to like approach someone and be like, hey, you mind taking your shopping cart back? But the problem is we've sort of graduated from that. See, that attitude's getting you a hood magnet of shame, sir. Let's go with a hood magnet since that was a...
Give a shout out to Yol Goose was that comment. That's so
Well, it is just a
funny.
hood magnet.
Gotcha. Another one in progress over here. Hold on. I'll be back at the spot. Let me get you another one right there. But now we're on season 17 of the Cart Narcs.
Good.
Wait, so you're telling me that he stayed consistent with his fucking show, unlike you?
And he's
doing
successful and he's doing really well.
Probably makes
so
He does play
iDubbbz is
one.
upset now that the guy is consistently
And it perpetually looks greasy or like he just stepped out of the shower.
successful with this format because he does what his audience wants him to do.
Just sort of over it. The what
We
if
should
question
get, you know
was...
what would be here's the $1 million stream. We get Salt Poppy to play you in Tekken. We should reach out to him and see if he'll do it. The rematch in virtual reality.
But we mod it so when he punches me, I lose it instantly. It's impossible. No, that'd be funny.
Well, that would. Oh,
Does
that
he
would
have
be.
anything else to do? Like, I'm sorry, Salt.
That would be
Love
funny.
you, buddy, but
I agree. Let's go, Felted,
An
etc.
Asian to a Tekken game, though.
That's true. Oh my god, that would be very, very embarrassing. By the way,
Is iDubbbz even remotely relevant anymore? No. They're only watching him to laugh at him.
101.
And you know what Flake said to me? He goes, Yoborski, I think you figured it out. Instead of gay IRL fighting, just games.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Way
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Memology, we're going to be fighting him after that.
It's basically like, what
Hey,
if we did
Memology.
this? Well, the answer is some people get upset. And, you know, you can say it's justified
That guy
or not,
has his
doesn't really
hand
matter.
in the
But
cookie
we got our
jars of
answer.
both
Just asking
sectors.
someone to take their shopping cart back doesn't really evoke a strong reaction in people.
That's not where the carts go. Saying, there's some lazy bones.
No, but the idea isn't.
Well, I know why, because you're being lazy.
But the idea isn't necessarily to like felt these individual people or to provoke a reaction from them. It is for the content and the entertainment value of this, but the idea more so is to deter people from leaving their fucking carts like that, because they might be afraid that someday a guy will come and fucking hassle them about it, and then they'll be embarrassed online. That's the idea. It's to provide a deterrent, which iDubbbz never addresses that idea at all.
Most people will just fucking ignore
That's
it.
strange that he
drive
wouldn't
off.
address
They won't
that.
throw a hissy fit. The first topic I want to cover with the cart narcs is the insult of lazy bones.
You're very tired right now, and it's causing an error in your judgment, lazy bones. Be a better person and not be so lazy bones. What we do is we narc out people who are being big old lazy bones and not taking their carts back. You're being a lazy bone.
And I do have a handicap, actually.
Is your disability lazy
It
bone?
reminds me of that episode of King of the Hill where the kid calls Hang dusty old bones full of green dust. It's just supposed to be a silly little insult. It's just innocuous enough to not truly be offensive, but it's deliberate to piss them off. Oh, you're just a little lazy bones there, huh? It's playground shit.
Bonesitis?
There's a lot of people who say like, yeah, this ain't so bad. The cart narc,
She's like, I'm handicapped. It's like, how?
Mentally?
You walked from the store to the car fine with a shopping cart, but now you can't go.
Now she's got an excuse.
Now.
I'm disabled.
just he's hitting people with the white people insults. Like, dude, if someone called you lazy bones, would you not feel fucking awful? Especially if you're being lazy? That shit is like a level 9 white people insult.
Listen to what
Those
he just
hurt.
said.
It's in.
He's like,
Not
if you were
really.
called a lazy
That's kind of a
bones,
try-hard
wouldn't it make you feel bad?
observation,
Especially if
iDubbbz.
you were being lazy.
Yeah,
Like if
That's
you're
the
being
point.
lazy,
That's the point.
You should feel bad.
That's the word That's why.
Oh no! We have
You're
to
being
care
too
about
mean.
the poor people's feelings when they're being lazy, and they're called the lazy bones. Just so cocked.
By the
Such
way-
a bitch-made mentality.
Well, it's okay. So what? Should we reward them for being lazy? You know what? You know what?
Do they get a gold star for not returning their card?
That weird area of like you're not being like barbaric, you're not calling someone an
Dude, these
asshole and
lasers
flipping
come out
them
so
off.
quick.
You asshole.
It's
That'd be
belted.
better?
What is he even trying to say?
That'd be better.
When you see someone doing that, almost like violent and aggravated, you almost feel bad because it's like, ooh, you don't have control of what's going on.
There we
here.
go.
I think one of the worst.
Are you gay now? Like, what happened? What the fuck is
This is the sissiest, gayest shit.
This
So
guy called
lame.
people the hard R.
Yeah.
Like on
I think
video.
he used to watch iDubbbz's old stuff, but from what I understand, he didn't used to be like
He was a part of
this.
that whole crew, like with
The
Filthy
NF.
Frank and all that.
And I was like, lazy bones.
It's
Why are
just
you
the
calling
awful.
people lazy bones?
CTE from boxing.
So Kova says this has to be satire. I mean, when I watched this, I went, this has to go on the show. We're only going to do a couple more minutes of it
It's
here
not
because you
satire.
basically get the idea
I
here,
swear
but
to
this
God,
is
it's
so
not
soft
satire.
and so
Let's
pathetic.
keep watching.
Insults that I've ever received in my life was a white person insult, and it was just a really well-placed no shit Sherlock. Like, if someone hits you with a no shit Sherlock at the right moment in time, you can't recover from that.
What? So iDubbbz is just admitting to just being completely mentally soft to the point where somebody saying no shit Sherlock to him put him in a bad headspace for weeks, if not months, and he just couldn't recover from it. Why would you ever admit to this?
That is fucking
He was touched by someone saying
Why are
no
you
shit
even doing a
Sherlock to
video
him.
shaming the cart narc if he can't shame other people?
But yeah,
Why don't you just shut your mouth, sit in the corner in your chastity cage, and get whipped to death?
I think because bones are white, Seal.
I know.
We would be fucking hanging
Bones
out
are white, so it's a white
He's like
people
a hollow
insult.
shell of a man.
We'd
Look
be
at his eyes. There's no
hanging
life
off the
left.
rafters. Like, what the
It's a permafelt. He's just utterly destroyed in his mind.
Like, bro.
Point that I'd like to address, I think often goes unnoticed by people, and that is two people can be assholes simultaneously. Parties have.
This is such a cringe, like lefty Twitter type take. Two people can be equally shitty. You're being shitty. And he's just stealing shit from gay lefty Twitter and like trying to fit it.
Okay, so we go after assholes, right? And we are assholes ourselves. So.
Oh man. Somebody call the fucking ambulance.
Like,
world is a
shut
hard
up,
and tough
bitch.
place, buddy.
Oh
People
my
are gonna
God.
be made to feel uncomfortable or sad in the
Fuck
world.
up,
What is he, like 12 years old? Like, what are we supposed to enforce? Like, even on the playground, this shit happens.
But even in like reviews,
he wants to make
Angry
the whole
Joe,
world like a safe space.
Angry Joe, his best reviews are what? The ones where he's mean. Angry, you know, like people
people want to see like negative shit.
Well, yeah, like
that's how human beings are. Now, is that necessarily right? Maybe not, but that's the way it is.
I think
the
it's,
world's
you know,
a tough place. iDubbbz is just a little bitch.
Yeah.
And he's just trying so
I
desperately to
agree.
castrate himself and grovel at the feet of whatever liberal establishment he can so he can go mainstream
Final
or whatever.
mini Mario
But you
level.
know, Filthy Frank didn't have to do any
See,
of
we don't
this
lose
to
20
go
lives on
mainstream.
this.
Do you know why? Because Filthy Frank had talent.
Yeah.
He was actually a talented
Good singer,
musician.
yeah.
He didn't have to throw his fans under the bus, fucking humiliate himself in these weird fucking rituals. He didn't have to do any of that. He didn't ever disown his fans like this. The iDubbbz is just a fucking joke of a person who has no talent, and he has no belief in himself that he has any talent. So he has to do this self to him. Yeah.
However you want to put it, you know, you can dislike both people and think that they're both being unreasonable and shitty. The person not taking their car back, yeah, absolutely. Unreasonable, lazy, whatever you want to like attribute to them. But to pretend that Agent Sebastian isn't being an asshole and he isn't being an unreasonable piece of shit.
The thing is, so what? Hey,
well,
imagine you walk up to the guy. Could you put your
card away?
That's actually even
No, but it's like, okay, so imagine you just see some guy fucking littering
Yeah, time
in a
this.
beautiful park. Is it wrong of you to say, hey, put that fucking trash in the
Or
trash
not.
can, like
Yeah.
right over there? Don't litter in the park.
It's a
What are you
good
just supposed to
neighborhood,
allow him to desecrate nature and fucking ruin society?
You know what I mean?
For everybody else? And like, what, you're not allowed to film it to add an element of deterrent to other people? To be like, fuck, I better not just litter in the middle of nowhere. You'd think he'd be all about like protecting people and the planet, the social justice type mentality.
By the way, do you know who brings back the cards usually at stores? It's the special needs workers.
Well, I guess
Really?
you're creating jobs for the special needs workers by leaving your cart there. That's the mentality people use to trash the movie theater. Just dump your popcorn
Oh, I
on the
had
floor.
it, but
I'm
I
a
ran out of
job
time.
creator. I created your job cleaner. If it wasn't for me leaving
Look at
this
these
shit here,
guys.
you wouldn't even have a
Expand
job.
Like, come on.
So you're harassing people who leave their cards? Polite ask. We're not a harass. It's a polite ask. We're sweet and loving about it. Like his being lazy bones in a couple other ways. Oral hygiene and such. This is the thing with these lazy bones sympathizers. Crackheads.
The lazy
Maybe
bones
you were like just off homeless
sympathizers.
dudes all day. That's what.
What a kid.
Wait, it's cool. We should be jacking off homeless guy. Is that what he said?
Well, this is completely out of context because, well, it appears that this is out of pocket. Him saying to her, what, were you just jacking off homeless people all day? Is that why you're exhausted? You're too lazy to
No, but they
return
just
your
cry
car?
out for
That
you when
might
Mario's
appear out
off
of
screen. I'm
pocket,
coming!
But it's out of context. We have no idea what this bitch said. To get him so riled up is to deliver such a vicious felting.
I'm doing
Even
any
if she
fucking
didn't have it
toys.
coming, my defense
Calm
is it's
down.
really fun.
That's fucking amazing.
So
were you jacking off?
Off iDubbbz.
Were you jacking off homeless guys?
Dead Pop says it was a 3-minute interaction and this bitch was stupid and insufferable. Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you, Dead Pop, for the.
You're tired. Is that why you're tired? From giving to homeless man for charity, because it's a charity thing.
The Spooky House Mini Mario level was harder than that.
I'm rewatching Card Narcs. What the f? He says that to people? By the way, it's like lazy bones. Do you jack off homeless people?
This guy was too lazy to brush his fucking teeth.
Yo.
Or he was smoking fucking meth.
What the
here to stand up for the toothless bomb.
Look at this.
Oh, we got DK, the final DK fight.
We're sweet and loving about it, very polite. I
Whoa,
also want to
buddy.
say that ignoring someone's.
But it's like, imagine focusing on lazy bones. I know he says it more, but it's like lazy
I've
bones.
run that one back
do you
already.
jack off the homeless? Like
Krusty's Funhouse, but with Mario, basically.
Him, but you know what? You should
The
probably
ones after
lead
this
with,
one turn it
him
into
saying, like,
lemmings.
"Do you jack off the homeless?" But you know what? That was the worst thing he could find.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but there's a lot worse stuff going on IP2 every fucking day.
Yeah.
Like the stuff Speedy would go up and say to people, or JJ even,
This is the guy you find to complain about. How are the comments? Ash?
Oh, they're terrible.
Wishes for you to leave
I just
them
jumped
alone
right into
after
getting
they
hit.
very
Rip.
clearly said
Yeah, Speedy threatened to people like
15 times in multiple different ways.
Well, do
leave me
you
alone.
side with iDubbbz on this one, Sector? I'd like to hear your take. Like what?
Sector is contrarian.
I'd like to hear like what is he saying though? Like what take do you have here? So you're saying it's wrong for this guy to go around and do this, or what?
Get away from my car, get away from me. If you continue to ignore that, you are fucking creepy.
But wait a minute. But wait a minute. She's ignored his request to return the cart.
Yeah.
So I mean, as many times as
Let's take the cart back,
he's
lady.
ignored her request, she's ignored his request.
By the way,
and she could just get in her fucking car and leave.
Go.
anytime.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like,
Which is what happens 90% of the time.
Yeah, he's not keeping her there.
She can leave anytime she wants. She just wants the last word. She just wants to be right in the interaction.
Yeah.
Women, am I
Like,
right,
own
fellas?
you and prove like, no, I was actually righteous to inconvenience everyone else here by leaving my cart in the parking lot.
4 no's. They'll take 4
exactly.
no's.
The irony of iDubbbz forcing 18-year-old Tana into an N-word situation on camera, yet this guy is a creep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone before they leave. This guy will take, I don't know, like 15 to 20 no's, and he'll keep going. Yes, it's very easy to call these people unhinged. Another word you can use is disabled. Their brain isn't working like yours or...
All right, do we get an epic cutscene for defeating Donkey Kong in the final world? Thank you, Flame. And yeah, Carl, they can just drive away. They're the ones with all the power. Looks like how they can also put the card away. Whoa, the epic chase. Whoa, all the toys are gone. I guess he likes toads now? Someone call the police. Oh, I kind of don't like that scene because in the original, Donkey Kong checks the sack in the original. He finds that there's a hole in it. All the toys, they didn't even show the hole in the sack in this version. Whereas the hole in the sack He realizes the toys fall out, and then Mario fucking laughs at him, and then the Toads laugh at him, and then even the mini Marios laugh at him, and he's so felted and cucked that he angrily grabs the Toads, and then the final boss ensues. But because we have to be all nice to fucking Donkey Kong now, we have to censor that part. We can't be mean. We can't be a bully to DK. Oh, that's a shit. I wanted to see that animated. God damn it. Can I show that? Yeah, I can. Oh shit. Also, this scene took place at night, but now it's at twilight, but I suppose that's fitting with the name. Yeah, you gotta free the Toads. Yeah, I'll do this, and then I'll show you the scene. Kinda dumb. They dumbed down DK's threat. He's fucking Donkey Kong. He's a giant monkey. He can slap the ground, and then like choke you to death while singing about coconut guns. Was this all there was to the fight? Okay, you get the 3 Toads. Oh, and I think they get a barrel for you, right? They do something for you. Okay, yeah. What's with this music, by the way? We got dubstep for the final boss of a Mario game? Oh shit! What the fuck was that, DK? Wait, it's just like Other Game. Remember Other Game? Where he like, arcade game where you gotta... It's like the ending of Donkey Kong Jr. Ending of DK Jr. Ending of Donkey Kong Arcade. He falls, and then he dies, but then in DK Jr. he falls, and then DK Jr. catches him. I think he's salty board for the follow. Shit. What are we doing? What are we doing? I had that, and then I didn't commit because I was talking. I like his acrobatics here. If anything, I'm disappointed about the change with the laughing at DK. But I do like how they animated DK. Like, I would like these DK animations and this DK model in a new Donkey Kong Country game. Shit. Leave me alone. Is he done? Oh, they censored that too. Okay, so in the original, you defeat him and then he falls, and then the Toads step on his fingers. They mash his fingers. They mash DK's fingers with the little Toad clonkers, and they make sure DK falls to his death. He's fucking cucked out. Yeah, that's the name there, Salty Boy. Whoa! I have the best username, I'm told. Let's see what else they cucked out on. Look at him go! Where does Teeth go? Oh, I guess DK died. Alright guys, DK's dead. That's the game. This is obviously the fake credits. The story's gonna continue after this, surely. Alright, everyone press F for Dong. This is how I'm gonna go out. It's kind of an abrupt ending. Now I really gotta show how the original went. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna be like falling off, free falling forever. Once I get exposed for liking horsecock, that's how they're gonna throw me off the building. No, I promise I have a bunch of book reports and essays and citations for how I'm right and in the right I'm justified. No, please. They tossed me over. No, it wasn't a short post-game lane. They made you do the whole ass game again. New Game Plus. But we'll do that tomorrow night. Alright, we can finish this clip. For what I recall, Plus Mode changed the whole game up too.
Or mine. For some people, they feel like they have to answer.
Well, that's their fucking problem.
Oh man.
Overall, a good game, good remake.
Oh my, are we?
Some changes I dislike.
Are we really here?
But I can't fight. I can't fight about it because like
calls them disabled.
the cutscenes used to be PowerPoint presentations. They're fully animated now. I can't hate it too much.
Like,
It's objectively an improvement.
Spurging out in public and all these videos disseminating, it acts as a deterrent for other people spurging out and acting in public. They don't want to be filmed and embarrassed and have millions of people see them fucking melt down in public. So I think it's like a public service.
The door. And what you gotta understand with the magnet is the magnet isn't just a magnet. The magnet is like a fucking barnacle. They're barnacles that remind the driver that
I wasn't trying to
you're
say
a lazy
listen, I wasn't trying to say it had anything seriously to do with libertarianism, buddy.
Is
That
the
was just
magnet
a
pretty
joke.
easy to
It was a
remove?
joke.
Clearly a joke,
It was
buddy.
not like a serious ideological argument, fig tart.
one, they did a bad thing, and two, it reminds them of the asshole they just interacted with.
Yeah, so what?
Bumper magnets for you. I'm gonna put it right here on the side of your truck. There you go. Let's go with the big old sucker here. Woo! Boy, I love that. It's a nice slap right there. Turn my shopping cart like a jerk magnet. Well, here it goes, going right here, okay?
He's like, that reminds you did something lazy. It's like, okay,
That's the point.
That's the whole fucking thing. Imagine this
He's just
motherfucker.
so sensitive these days.
Imagine this dude put one of those like stickers that like you have to use Goo Gone
Can we put a
on.
cuckold sticker
Or you
on
just slap, like, a
iDubbbz's
sticker where
car?
You have to like scrape.
There you go. You got that one. Got it. Yes. Let's go right there on the hood. Giving that to you up there. Yeah, I know you're type. You're a big tough guy.
I actually think the
How many
Cardinals
variations of
can
this
up his
sticker does he
game in this
have?
category because the magnets, I mean, they're a great tool, and I think that he should really lean into the fact that it's not.
By the way, this video.
iDubbbz delivery is iDubbbz delivery here is so low energy.
That I was saying, there's no.
It's worse than
There's
my
no
delivery.
passion behind this. There's nothing funny about it. It's just look at him.
It seems like
Look at
he's
his
like
eyes. Zoom
actually
in.
upset about it. He's not having
That's
fun
the
with it.
Sarah Quill stare.
Like he's actually
there's
bitter
actually,
that this
like,
person
there's
exists.
nothing there. That's like what they used to call the fluoride stare. There's just nothing left there. It's just vacant, blank, soulless man.
You know what that face? First of all, he looks.
Yeah, he's buck broken, man.
That is a weird looking guy. But here's the thing, is Ash. He looks like you know you have to like renew your something at the DMV or your your
he's gonna cry.
passport, you're updating it, and you're like woke up at like 9 and you were up all night working, and then you're like tired, you have coffee, you're like, and you're waiting in the for like the hunt, you know, that's the face you make where you're like,
yeah,
oh, it's my turn, thank God.
All right, well, they didn't watch all of it. Maybe one day we'll watch the full Art and Arcs video. I thought they were going to go over the whole thing. All right, that'll be the last video for tonight. Let's go ahead and see. Well, actually, no, I still got to play the cutscenes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and actually pause that for now. You've unlocked Time Attack for standard levels, replay levels, and try to beat the target time. Not available in player mode. You having unlocked the expert levels. He was so non-flummoxed about his fate there. And then he fell. Oh, don't you do it! Oh, he did it. Here we go again, guys. World 1 Plus. Hey, we got a different background. Look, the little mini Marios are getting their hats. Hey, well, they kept his here we go again line. Alright, well, there you go. Expert mode is, okay, those are expert levels. Yeah. So, yeah, plus mode is separate from expert mode. Oh, there's more to this game than I thought. Shit. And these levels here are gated behind stars. Hey, I got 64 stars now. That's like the magic number. I did all the expert levels in the Mario vs. DK game that I had on the DS. Some of those got pretty crazy by the end. I had to Grinch a lot of them. But we'll start on these tomorrow. As for the video, I just want to show you how they censored the game. Ah, yes. A lot of content. More content than I thought going into it. So, as you can see, the cutscenes used to be actual PowerPoint presentations. We got a Swollified news there.
Amazing mini Mario toy. Hurry,
Bananas.
Mini Mario toy. It walks, it talks, it says. Each one comes in its own crystal ball. Collect one, collect them all. Be the first one on your block to own the
it's on a
amazing new
GameCube
mini
player.
Mario toy. Hurry before they're all sold out. Hurry, buy one, buy them all.
Buy the ball. Buy the ball. Buy the ball. Look at him go. Oh, they gave him his fucking DK64 voice here. He comes in, he's like,
Hey, come back here. No, you don't. No, you don't.
They censored this part. He doesn't do the no, you don't. No, you don't. Censored. Removed.
What's going on here? Oh, you mamma mia.
He doesn't do that anymore either.
You big monkey.
Okay, this part. This is the scene we just watched. Look at how differently it's handled in this version. The fucking toys laugh at him.
Hey, come back here. Let's go.
Dude, that conveyed so much more threat. Why did they have to take that out? We're not allowed to laugh at Donkey Kong anymore. Let's skip the credits. They don't show the boss fight, but the Toads did step on his fingers. They removed that too. Oh, I guess they don't really show how grotesque it is, the collision here between DK and the truck. DK fucking cracks his neck here. Jesus. Look. Dude, DK's fucking felted. Look at him. How did he survive? He should be dead. It was Beauty that killed the beast.
Hey, Donkey Kong, are you okay? Mini Mario toy.
Oh, shit. I was gonna pause it. They censored Mario asking DK if he is okay. You think that's something they would have kept, if anything?
Hey, Donkey Kong, are you okay? Stop! Not again! Here we go again!
All right, this obviously this clip is a spoiler for when you felt the plus mode. So we're gonna stop there. But yeah, that's disappointing. I thought they would have kept the laughter in. More likely the older version had way more voice work, but the newer version has more animation. So it's and a new version has uncompressed voice lines instead of crunchy GBA voice lines. Everything about that version is crunch. It's pure crunchiness. But you're right, we could have had both, and for some reason we don't have both. Why can't we live in a reality where we have both? It's because Treehouse, the cucks at the Nintendo Treehouse are too soft, obviously. The fucking meme house, at it again, censoring all your games. I say we raise pitchforks and go to the Capitol. I also say we should go to bed because it's already about to be 4 in the morning. Big ups, technically a dominated game. However, the journey continues. We will continue that journey tomorrow. Big ups, and thank you very much to everybody who stuck with me till the end. We'll continue it and then watch other funny videos. Thank you for sticking by. We're gonna rate Goon, because Goon is playing Persona, and I've been oddly invested in Goon's Persona 3 playthrough. We're gonna roost out of here. Hope everyone's enjoyed the stream. Thanks for sticking around. We're gonna read the stuff too. And yeah, man. I hope the Vosh segment didn't disturb you too much. I knew I was eventually gonna have to watch it. If it's any comfort, dude, just know that Vosh has probably like hit the ceiling in terms of his effect and influence on politics as a whole. It was probably like all downhill from here for him. Don't worry about it. Time to dominate your sleep. We see it. Big ups. Time to dominate my sleep too. I got stuff to do in the morning. Thanks for stopping by. That stream's done. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen _ ones who made it all the way to the end. Like a seal, TRPG Gamer, Mr. _ Pun, Salty Boy, Ivan Zyford, Almighty _ Yoki, Plane 1, WWE Carl, Bye Carl, Shroom Dukeem, Poggers, and the Lurkers, Almighty _ Kong, Almighty _ Dong. That's what they're going to tell me after Tevin finishes his conversion therapy on me. What? Thank you to Lurkers like Tevin, Alpha Elite TV, Ann Lee, Ghost MC, Juzzy51, who apparently is an expert at detecting whether people are faking their Monster Hunter blind speedruns. Peaches and Keem, Peter Family, Algernon, Pim Pam, Big Rocket Man Turbo HD Remix, Cerulean 86, DJ Filthy Rich, D Scythe, Fedora Glow, Heavy Metal Gamer, JRBRBRB, Captain Crunch, Knock, Kian Goon, whose stream we will be rating, Ball Power, Lumpy HD, Moitis, Ro GZ, Ryohan, SCP, Sweet Bean, 96, EID, Kojima World Order. Everybody else. Thank you to Salty Boy for the follow, Chuito with the follow, Shroom Dukem, the raid with a party of 12, Pim Pam, a gifted tier 1 to Steel Team Raz for the 2nd month, Whitus, the Prime for the 16 months, Pim Pam, a re-up tier 1 for 4 months in a row, 6 months total, Easy Money, a re-up tier 1 for 13 months. That's all we got. Right, thank you again, guys. Thank you for all the clips tonight. Obviously, it's because of the radical things I was saying earlier about my desire to see Vosh put up to the wall and then sent to the wood chipper in Minecraft. Look. Just Can we bring it back, dial it back to rational__dingus. Dinger's advocate. Is there a way for Vosh to come back? There was, and then he opened his mouth and kind of like shot his chances of like a comeback. I say he should just shut up and maybe give it 5 years and then come back. If that, it's the best opportunity for him to make the comeback was right after he did what he did, and was to just kind of lay low. Just lay low. Lay low __. Yeah, irrational dingus more like. Let Vosh meet Rock with the Saturn stick. Is Rock still with them? I always mix up Rocks with the Sri Lankan dude. I forget his name, but he played Ganondorf. He was always pissing Dale off. This ancient lore. That guy's probably not even around by this point. Sent to jail and shot with an injection, of course. The ethical term, of course. We don't want to get the jail messy or anything, right? Bye-bye, audios, Mimi time. Yeah, Cobra would take care of Vosh. He's already taking care of that lady. And if things go her way, he'll probably be taking care of Cobra Jr. the next couple of years. Ba-bum-ba. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Thank you, Bean. Juzzy, you missed it. Juzzy, you can't just come here and pretend you were here the whole time. Juzzy, we were watching Carl Jumps and he said you, like actually you, Juzzy, he said you were debunking a Monster Hunter blind speedrunner. It's pretty crazy, man. What's the raid message? Okay, how about we can force Goon to give us his thoughts on the matter? This is an anti-Vosh hate raid. Copy now. Copy this now. And no, that's not even the right emote. Whatever. Bye-bye. Take it easy.